हेलो, सुनाई दे रहा है? उनसे पूछो। ईशान, कैन यू हियर मी? ओके, great.
Hello, check, mic check, 1 2 3. Hello, check, check, 1 check 2. Hello, check.
Hello. Hi, Rehan. Hello. Hi, Rehan. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rehan, like, well, I'm just sound testing with Rehan. Like, I don't know, I have to say a few words. और बोलना है? Yeah, you can use the fourth one. Rehan, yeah, I don't know what to say. Hello. Hi, Rehan. It's not, नहीं आ रहा क्या आवाज?
Hello. Hello. Check 1 2 3. Hello. A very good morning. Check 1 2 3. Checking Zoom.
रेहान थोड़ा और बाहर जाके बोलिए. रेहान और
Zoom
कैमरा.
testing. Zoom testing. Check 1 2 3. Hello. Check 1 2 3. Check. Good morning. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
रेहान कैमरा खोलोगे एक बार अपना. रेहान, can you switch on the camera? कुछ ज्यादा ही दूर चले गए हैं. रेहान कैमरा भी खोल. We will test the camera also. आपको बोलना पड़ेगा उसमें. हाँ हाँ ठीक है रेहान.
Hello. Check 1 2 3.
नहीं वो चला गया वापस. एक बार आप कैमरा
Check.
दोबारा खोलोगे. हाँ हाँ अब आ रहा है.
Check 1 2 3. Check.
मगर वो वापस चला
Check
जा रहा
1 2 3. Hello. Check 1 2 3.
है. ये
Check
यार
1 2 3.
कॉन्टिन्यूस नहीं है ना, चले जा रहा है बार बार.
Hello. Check.
अच्छा.
Ankit, can you speak?
Yeah, Rehan, we can see you. Yeah, you can come inside. अच्छा. ये इसको कौन से मोड में रखना है? Gallery mode या like whosoever is speaking like.
Ankit, can you speak on the podium once? From the podium once?
Okay,
Ankit,
okay,
can you
okay,
speak
okay.
from the podium once?
Yeah. I'll try. Yeah. Yeah, Rehan, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Mic check. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. I
Yeah.
can hear you.
We can also see you.
That's fine.
I think it's working. Yeah, you can come inside.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Check.
हेलो
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. We're going to start in about 5 to 7 minutes. If your friends are
Hello.
outside eating, ask them to come inside and they can carry on having their coffee. That's okay.
Hello.
Am I still audible at the back? Okay.
Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hey, hey.
Check, check.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for making it out so early in the morning. It's amazing to see the collective expertise that's gathered here this morning. I am Satya Chakrapani, Research Manager at Inclusion Economics India Center. Dr. Archana from the Institute for Economic Growth and I are going to be your MCs today. So on behalf of the Inclusion Economics India Center, Inclusion Economics Yale, Economic Growth Center, the Institute for Economic Growth, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I welcome you all to the Research and Policy Workshop on Gender and Growth Gaps in India. Today's dialogue will investigate gender as a dominant friction in India's labor market and explore how policy can address this friction better to enable the country's economic transformation. On the agenda today, there are 5 exciting sessions that will engage in a few key themes: the nature of economic growth and labor market activity in India, its gendered patterns, underlying causes, and implications for talent allocation, the reality of climate change and the future of conservation services from a gendered perspective, how aspects of the new economy, including digitalization and climate adaptation, might alleviate or reinforce long-standing patterns of gender segregation in the economy, and effective policy measures that address gender gaps in the labor markets. Now, these sessions are going to build on the learnings from our previous edition of the Gender and Growth Gaps workshop held in August of 2023 and respond to the EGC's ongoing research agenda on the same themes. Now, a few housekeeping rules before we begin. It would be great if all of our phones are on silent or switched off if you prefer that. Thank you. So I would now like to invite Professor Rohini Pandey and Dr. Chetan Ghate to the stage. Professor Pandey is the Henry J. Heinz II Professor of Economics and Director of the EGC at the Yale University, and the Faculty Director for the Inclusion Economics Initiative. Dr. Ghate is the Director of the Institute for Economic Growth in New Delhi. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody, and welcome to the Gender and Growth Gaps workshop, which Rohini, Aishwarya, the EGC, Inclusion Economics, and IG also have spent a lot of time over the last couple of months organizing, so very grateful to all of their efforts. What's exciting about this workshop, apart from talking about issues that I work on growth, but talking about issues that I don't directly work in, and therefore I'm very excited to be here to learn. There's a lot of buzz about India now, and that buzz has come back after 17 or 18 years. And so there's a lot of interest in the Indian economy and where growth is going. And Martin Wolf was recently here, and he was pointing out that, you know, even if you look at the poorest of the OECD countries, which is Greece, and there's a lot of discussion in India about, you know, becoming a $5 trillion economy and the fifth largest, third largest, and, you know, becoming developed and so on. And those targets are good. But even to get to the per capita income levels of Greece over the next, you know, 15 and 20 years will take very high per capita income growth rates, about 6.5%. So the reason why I think a workshop like this is important is that a slightly alternative way of thinking about prosperity and growth pathways is to say, you know, this is the per capita income in dollar exchange rates or PPP that we want that eliminates poverty or, you know, addresses some of the socioeconomic disparities that we want to be addressed. And these are the policies that we're going to enact to get there. And that's why I think this is very important, because we're focusing on gender disparities, and especially as they play out in the labor market. Now, if you look at this year's economic survey, there's a lot of mention of the gender divide, and where it has improved and where it has not. It's a frank assessment. And for instance, it says that in terms of financial inclusion, it has narrowed, which is true. There's a category called women in trade facilitation. So here it has gone up by quite a bit, suggesting that there's a commitment by the government to look at gender inclusivity and women empowerment in the trade sector. If you look at the data on female ownership of houses constructed under PM Awas Yojana, there's a requirement of female ownership of houses, and the state's been doing its part to nudge social change towards greater gender equity. It does raise concerns about inter and intra-gender gaps, the survey does, but there's a lot of reference again to the closing of the gender gap in higher education and the double burden that women face. So for instance, one estimate suggests that there's a quantum of roughly 6x on unpaid care work. So there's a double burden in terms of, you know, not only paid employment for women, but also for unpaid. And this all happens in the context of a country where women's representation in the lower house of parliament is roughly 15%, and in the upper house of parliament is about 13.8%. In Rwanda, for instance, in the lower house, it's 61.3%. In Australia, in the upper house,
Recording stopped.
It is about 38%. Then if you look at other metrics of women in higher management in India, it's fairly low, about 16%. So all of this happens in the backdrop of, you know, a constitution that grants equal rights to vote in the electoral process. And we're also now a country that is on a fairly high growth path and a high growth trajectory. The last 3 years after COVID have been roughly 7%. So that's why this workshop is very important. It's, as I said in the beginning, we want to think about pathways to achieving a particular per capita income that meets development goals, and addressing these kinds of frictions in labor markets is a crucial way to do that. So with that, I'm just going to welcome all of you again. Thank you for attending, and I look forward to all the papers and the policy discussions that will come during the course of the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rohini Pandey, and it's my great pleasure to join Chetan in welcoming all of you to the Research and Policy Dialogue on the Gender and Growth Gaps. Since I think I'm also going to be speaking right after this, I'll keep my remarks relatively short. But what I just wanted to highlight is that we are absolutely thrilled to be rekindling a relationship with IEG as part of this. So the Economic Growth Center was founded in 1961, at which point in time the founders had been very keen that we should have a broad set of dialogue with countries that were just beginning their kind of post-colonial independent economic growth trajectory. And as part of the External Advisory Council, Professor V.K.R.V. Rao, who played an important role at IEG, was one of the members. I think fast forwarding more than half a century later, I think it's fantastic for us to have an opportunity again to return to, as Chetan said, some of these issues of thinking about structural transformation of growth, when India is at a very different point in its economic journey than it was in 1961. At the same time, I think many of the issues of thinking about inclusion, of thinking about different groups and how well they benefit from growth are as open as they were in 1961. And so I very much hope that during the day today, through both the research insights and the policy dialogue, we'll be able to think a little bit more about both the promise of growth and also the limits and where growth needs to be supported by policy if it is to deliver for all its citizens. So thank you, and with that, I hope I'll turn it back to Satya.
Thank you, professors. I think our first discussion, we're ready to begin our first discussion. It's going to be chaired by Dr. Ghate and will focus on descriptive analyses of gender and labor market dynamics globally and subnationally in India. We will have 2 presentations for 20 minutes each, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. Harsh and Shudha in the front are going to be your timekeepers. And they are going to let you know 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute before time. Members of the audience, once the presentation is over, please raise your hand and someone with a mic will find you. Identify yourself and your organizational affiliation, and then ask your question. We will collect a few questions and let the speaker respond to them all at once. Keep your questions brief, please, without any preceding comments. Professor Ghate, over to you.
Great. So, so the first paper is by Michael Peters and by Meet Mehta. And oh, you're going first.
Yeah, first Rohini, and then Michael's joining on Zoom.
Okay. Well, sorry. First paper is by Rohini Pandey. So Rohini, would you like to begin? So start your presentation. So please go ahead.
Is it a clicker? Is it a clicker for the slides?
Yes, I'm just
Great. So let me get started. Let me start by saying that the project I'm going to talk about, or the paper, is a paper that builds on a collective effort by many faculty and other members of the Economic Growth Center. And this is, the aim in starting this was very much to think about how can we bring together some of the microeconomic thinking that has happened on why we see gender gaps in labor market outcomes with a more macro approach to this. It's based on a white paper, which the URL is below, is one that you can download if you'd like to get in the details of it. My aim today really is to set stage, I think, for the rest of the day by providing just a broad overview of this topic. So I want to start by just kind of returning to a question that has been discussed for a long time, is that if you just look across countries, what is the pattern that we see with economic growth? This was actually a question in some way even brought up by the founder of the one of the founders of the Growth Center, of Simon Kuznets, who thought a lot about what happens during process of structural transformation. What we try to do here is really, in some ways, bring a more modern approach to the econometrics of this by looking at a lot of micro studies, micro data that can be put together to look at this question, and then really turn to situating this in the context of a growing body of microeconomic literature that tries to understand different reasons for why we may see gender gaps in labor markets evolve in a certain way as growth processes occur. I'm then going to talk briefly about just reviewing some of the existing literature that tries to think of the opposite channel, which is, if you do close gender gaps in labor market, does that matter for growth? And then finally talk briefly about some of the policy implications. So to start with, I think this is a graph that has been known for a long time, but made particularly famous last year when Professor Claudia Goldin won the Nobel Prize, which really highlighted the fact that if you look across countries, just cross-sectionally, what you see across countries is a U-shaped relationship. So in countries that are very poor, both men and women work in agriculture. As they become richer, you see some decline in women in the labor market, but then that turns up again towards as income gets higher. This pattern was, by Professor Goldin, suggested could be explained in terms of the income versus substitution effects, which are kind of classic terms in microeconomics. The idea being that as households get somewhat richer, they are able to not have everyone work just to ensure subsistence. And if women have either more duties at home or have preferences that mean that they don't want to enter manufacturing so fast, you may see the initial downward turn. But then as incomes and wages rise enough, what comes into effect is the substitution effect, where now people see the wages are high enough, and so women enter the labor market. An early dissenting view to this was by Esther Bosrup, who did much of her field work actually in India, where she argued that perhaps at least a complementary explanation could be that women get left behind at the time of this transition to manufacturing. So it's not by their choice that they're left out, but perhaps because there's a rationing of jobs due to normative considerations or others, women may not be able to enter manufacturing at the same rate as men, even if they wanted. So this was very early empirical work which just looked at the raw correlation. Since then, there's been a set of work, and I think Stefan Claassen did a lot of important work in this area, noting that the experience looked very varied across countries, that while one looked at this U-shape in cross-country data, if you looked in more detail across countries, there was an interplay which he highlighted depended on multiple factors that would lead to this U-shape not being true if you just looked at a single country over time in every country. And this really is the kind of work that I think this project tries to build on. So what do? We make use of the fact that now today there is a lot more labor market, labor force data available. So the World Bank has a database called the JOIN database that brings together panel data on 153 countries. Not every country is represented every year, but you typically have every country represented for multiple years from 1998 to 2018. Just to give you a sense, this is sourced from over 2,000 labor force and household surveys and provides over 100 indicators. And for the students in the room, this is certainly a data source. You can go and look at the aggregates on the website. One thing we wanted to do in looking at this is people, when they often talk about gender gaps, they tend to focus on a single indicator, which is, do men work, do women work? What we're able to do is look at a more nuanced view that looks across multiple indicators that extends from the classic labor force participation to also look at, for instance, wages and sectoral employment. Since we have limited time today, I'm largely going to focus on labor force participation, but in the paper we talk about a set of them. I should say throughout, a variable of interest, which is different from just looking at female labor force participation, is going to be the gender gap. And I'm going to define the gender gap throughout as the male minus female outcome. So if the number is negative, it means that women are doing it, that gender gap exists, and it's going down. And so you should think of it as male minus female. So just to give you a sense of what that means, this is just the raw shape across the countries, where when you look at female labor force participation, you can replicate the U shape identified by Claudia Golden. Throughout, and this is true in pretty much all data sets, is male labor force participation doesn't show any trend with income. If anything, there may be a slight downward trend, but typically around 80% of men work in a country, and that's not, doesn't vary very much. But obviously, if you put together this flat line for men with a U shape for women and define it as male minus female outcomes, what you see is an inverted U shape. So what we're going to be focusing on very often today is talking about what happens to this inverted U shape over the process of development. So let me start with just showing you some graphical representation. Before doing that, I want to just give you a sense of, what Professor Claassen was talking about when he talked about varied experiences. So let's start by looking at the time series experience of the United States, and I think that's something, again, that Professor Golden looked at. To look at the time series experience of the United States, we're going to look at longer term data, so bring in the IPUMS, which allows you to track the US over a longer time period. So when you do that, you see very much this inverted U shape, and this is flat for a long time, and then around the time of the 1940s, you start seeing this downward trend where women start entering the labor market. Now, if you start looking at, from the joint data at other countries, the first thing that's important to see is that many of today's lower income countries are not at the income level at which we saw the inverted U shape begin for the US. So if you look at India, India today is, in kind of real GDP terms, is poorer than the US was in the 1940s when it saw its effect. So in some ways, we are not able to track out that entire experience to match that of the US. At the same time, what you see for India is no declines in the gender gap in labor force participation. It's pretty much a flat or slightly increasing line. And you see a similar pattern across many countries. So if you look across all the South Asian countries we have data for, Nepal has a very low gender gap. Women work at a high rate. It's also poorer. But Pakistan and Bangladesh, again, no clear pattern there. Bangladesh is declining at a higher, the gender gap is declining at a lower income. At the same time, if you look more broadly across countries, I think what you see is very much the pattern that Claassen talked about is at different incomes we see different data patterns, but at no place do we see as clear an inverted U shape as we see for the US, which may well be that you haven't reached that turning point in income. That's something we cannot exclude in the analysis, that most countries are not as rich right now in the developing world as the US was when they started seeing the systematic decline. But given this, what we do is we now try to look a little bit, since we have panel data, we can look a little bit more robustly at the relationship between these gender gaps in different metrics, so labor force participation and economic growth. And we try to follow, in some ways, the state of the art of cross-country regressions, which many microeconomists may have different views on, but that's what we're going to look at. So first, let's look at just the raw relationship. So this is showing you one place where we see a very clear effect, which is the marketization of the economy as growth occurs. So if you look at the likelihood of women working unpaid work, largely you should think of this as agricultural work. Both for men and women, this declines with economic activity or economic growth. And so as a result, here is the one place where you see just systematic declines in the gender gap with economic growth is really a moving out of unpaid work in agriculture. However, this doesn't translate into declines in the gender gap in, let's say, manufacturing. Right? So this is what you see in agriculture. So agriculture is very much picking up the inverted U shape, which is consistent with the rise in paid work. But then if you look at manufacturing, what you see is a lot of women who are leaving agriculture are actually not joining any other sector. Right? So they're moving just out of the labor market. And so as a result, when we look at manufacturing, we don't see a decline in the gender gap the same way. What women do, and I think this is something that has been noted in the literature, they're much more likely to enter the service sector. But this happens at relatively high incomes. So a lot of the countries we're looking at, including India, are not yet at the GDP level where, at least in the joint data, we will start seeing systematically higher entry by women in services. And so if you look at this now, this is just summarizing quantitatively the graphs I showed you. We basically see no systematic relationship except for a reduction in the gender gap in paid work and an expansion. I think the arrows are slightly confusing here. Expansion in the gender gaps in industrial sector employment. But otherwise, you don't see much of a systematic relationship. And so really, I think what at this point we take away is that the substantial variation that we see in these trends and levels really suggests that what you want to start understanding is institutional or other country-specific features that matter. Before I move to that, let me just add that for the project going ahead, right now we've been using the country-level aggregates that we've got from the joint data. As a second stage of this project, now the Growth Center is working with some researchers to directly use the micro data sets, which allows us to do things like control for marriage, age, and demographics, which are all probably important correlates of what we see happening here. So let's not turn to, and I think I'd say the next two parts of this paper are really just kind of giving you a broad overview of what the literature says, and I think there are different aspects of it that you'll hear about during the rest of the day. So if you look at the literature, and especially the microeconomic literature, and we ask, what affects the evolution of labor market gaps, there are probably three broad classes of explanations. There are biological differences, which would say that, especially in largely agrarian societies or early stages of manufacturing, there's a lot of things like brawn matter. Another recent explanation is to look at differences in biological differences at the time of childbirth or breastfeeding and other features that may affect women's ability to work soon after having a child. The second set, which is just structural change. So for instance, as structural change occurs, the types of jobs available to men and women might change. And then finally, there are behavioral factors, which I think in the microeconomic literature, and we'll see that today in later sessions, have reached a lot of attention, the role of social norms, of discrimination, peer effects, and so on. So I'm going to talk very briefly about just a couple of examples to give you one sense. So I want to just highlight one example in the biological explanations, which is childbirth. So this is now, I think, quite a well-known set of facts of what people would call a child penalty. So this shows you for different countries, different regions, the breakdown in how much of a decline in earnings you see for a woman after she has a child. And what you see is that actually in a largely more agrarian societies of Africa, the child penalty, which is the red line, is when you had a child, and then it's a decline in how much relative to women's earnings decline. You can see it's the smallest in Africa, but quite large in other countries. And so one argument has been that what really matters is these child penalties, which are biologically determined. However, an important point that's been noted is that it's not purely biological, because we see the same kind of gap for heterosexual couples when we look at adopted children. So this suggests it's not the pure act of, say, breastfeeding, but it's something normative. And emphasizing this point, when you look at children of same-sex couples, the child penalty disappears usually between 2 or 3 years. So there's certainly some initial bump, downward shift that happens for whoever is the caregiver, and I think that would be familiar to many people in this room. But it seems like the persistence of it is something that is particular to heterosexual couples. And I think that's led to a lot of interest, at least in the microeconomic literature, much more in thinking about social and behavioral factors. So this is just one graph which shows you how, I think shows two facts. So the first, which has been identified by many, is that the importance of attitudes or beliefs about what is an appropriate role for men and women changes with economic development. So in richer countries, there seems to be less of this belief that men and women are meant to do different things. However, equally, I think what often gets less attention is that even in lower income countries, there is a difference within the countries between men and women's perceptions of this. Women tend to pretty much everywhere be much more progressive about women's rights to work, for instance, or beliefs that it's appropriate for to be a working woman relative to men. So this suggests that it's not just about development, but it's also something about how men and women perceive appropriate roles in any society. And I think the kind of explanations, which I'm not going to have time to go into much detail, but have been discussed in the working paper, include things like failure to learn fast about how much the world has changed and what men and women can do today. There could be economic incentives where one group benefits from having systematically women take care of unpaid work at home, and also peer effects. And then finally, if you put this together, this graph from a paper by one of our collaborators on some of this work, Gaurav Chiplankar and his co-author, highlights that yes, it's true that we see in general that service sectors are more friendly to women, but again, this is very context specific. And I think it's important to try to understand is, and it's an open question for people looking for research questions, is why is it that the experience with the service sector has differed, and how much can behavioral factors explain it? So let me briefly in the last few minutes I have talk about what have we learned about what might close these gaps. So I think certainly legal equality, which is something we've seen a lot of positive progress on, has been very important. So I've talked quite a lot about just in some ways the fact that growth in itself brings some change, women benefit from it, but it's not a panacea that's going to close gaps. So the flip question, I think, which is particularly relevant from policymakers' perspective, is there any reason to try to actively close gender gaps if we care about economic growth? And really, I think here there's a growing body of work suggests that if you care about talent allocation, and especially as we've seen this dramatic change in the educational landscape where now women and men tend to have similar levels of education, the consistent underperformance of women in the labor market may be concerning from a talent allocation perspective. So a growing set of papers now use an economic model of occupation choice to ask how much will productivity increase if you remove these constraints for women. So let me just briefly note some of the kind of estimates we see. So there's a paper for the United States that looks at the legal changes that I mentioned earlier have been dramatic across the world, and ask how does the entry of female and black workers make a difference, and they find that it improved talent allocation and therefore productivity by a large amount, by 20 to 40%. Chiplankar and Goldberg look at women-owned firms in India. Similarly, they find this will increase aggregate productivity by 3%. Nava Ashraf and co-authors looked at employee data from a single multinational company working across many different countries, and they found that if you could remove these barriers, you would increase productivity by 32%. And in kind of recent work, again by Gaurav and his co-author, they find that reducing the segregation is important, and they note that across the world reducing segregation has had quite large effects, but much lower effects in India. And I think I see this slide, and I have only 1 minute, as a precursor for the next talk, where Michael Peters will be talking about work he's doing with his co-authors, thinking about how to systematically identify this misallocation across Indian states. So let me just finally conclude in the last minute by talking a little bit by, I think, some of the policy implications in the context of India. I wanted to really focus on the most recent budget, where we saw a very impressive amount of discussion around gender budgeting, and 3 lakh crores have been allocated for schemes benefiting women and girls. So just to give you a sense, this really is, I think at this point starts being quite a substantial amount, is 1% of India's GDP, and was an increase of 33% over last year's budget. So this was clearly the government stating they would put a set of resources here. The 3 important new initiatives, which I think would be great to follow in the coming year, and I think opens up a lot of possibilities of research. One, I think, is the setting up of working women hostels. I think one of the features, again, that you'll hear about later today is the large difference between rural and urban workforce rates for women. And potentially one of the reasons are concerns, for instance, of safety in urban areas. And I think working women's hostels can play a role there, as with also strengthening peer networks. There's been a focus on women-specific skilling programs and market access for SHG enterprises. I think in the second and third, one question that I would have for policymakers is, how do you ensure that the partners who are going to implement it, because these are probably going to bring in some set of private sector partners, have skin in the game to actually ensure that this is well implemented? I think budgetary allocations are incredibly important. Without that, you can't even begin. But once you begin that, I think the next open question really becomes one of implementation. So let me just conclude here and just say that, I think what we largely find in the evidence is not a mechanical closing of gender gaps with economic growth, but at the same time, there's a growing body of evidence that purposive policy action to close gender gaps can be valuable for raising productivity. We have also seen from a lot of the micro-literature that if you want to have policies to reduce gender gaps, it's important to recognize that labor markets and households are going to interact. And this suggests that the kind of policies that are in place have potentially big effects if they are going to be well implemented. And so I think I would end with saying that I think hopefully one focus that will come out of our discussions today is really in the policy dialogues and others to really think about what does it mean to take these resources and try to implement them well. And let me stop here. And I think, as I said, I think Michael's presentation next is going to just hone in further on this point of the links between gender gaps and productivity. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. I think the floor is now also open for questions. Yeah, Bina?
In the range of factors that you showed in the first or second slide, where you look at granularly on wages and so on, what about assets, productive assets? So since such a large proportion of women in, well, especially in India, but in many developing countries are in the informal sector, they're self-employed, and the assets can be anything from land for agriculture, but also small carts, things that the Self-Employed Women's Association promotes and so on. So wouldn't you want to put that in? As
Oh, no, absolutely. So I think that comes, partly that comes, I would say, under institutional reforms, and I think you, among others, have done so much work on trying to think about how to equalize property rights, because, I mean, part of the assets is going to come from what you inherit and how you get, especially land. So I think a lot of that will come under, I would say, thinking about institutional reforms to think how to equalize it. As I also said, I think we are hoping now to have access to microdata from these labor force surveys, which will allow us to ask more specifically questions like, for instance, how much of the gap of, say, labor market participation looks different for, say, women who have land, women who have assets relative to those who don't. Right now, we haven't been able to do those cross-cuts because we've been working with aggregate data, but we're hoping at the next stage of the project we'll be able to do that.
Hi, I'm Shabana Mitra from ICRIA. So I had a question which was basically thinking about the economic transitions. So like in India, the manufacturing has not really picked up, and we have basically moved our labor force primarily from agriculture to the services sector. So given that that's also a part of the growth trajectories of India and similar countries may follow, but definitely for India. So how does this entire conversation about this transition of the labor force participation and the gender gap follow through with that? That's something that we have been struggling with, and I would love to see.
I think that's a great question, and thanks for raising it. I think I didn't talk enough about that. I realize it's an open question right now, whether how much India is going to try to invest in manufacturing and change it. But you're certainly right. In the data, what you see, it's been, a lot of it has been service-led right now. So Michael and his co-authors, Fabrizio, who's going to speak later in the day, actually have some earlier work talking about both documenting the service-led nature, but then also looking at how this has been urban-oriented and leading to, their first set of work was on how that led to some increase in inequality. What Fabrizio is going to be talking about this evening in his preliminary work is what that has meant for female labor force participation, the fact that not only has it been service-led, but as a result it's been very urban biased. And we know that actually in urban areas, female labor force participation has remained even lower. So what are the links between that? So I think you're absolutely right. I think we need to think about services, but unlike many countries where service sector employment has been very female-friendly, that has not been the case in India. And the question is how much of that is an interaction with the bid being very urban oriented and that having other constraints on female labor force participation. And then there's a question in the back after that, yeah.
Hi, Simone Shaner from USC. I guess you know me. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on maybe what you see as risks or just a broader perspective on thinking about these gender gaps in the context of like economic growth more narrowly, in the sense that I was like thinking about some of the stats that you put up vis-a-vis misallocation and studies like that. Like you're looking at the variation that you have, but it may be that there's sort of these more systematic inequalities that lead women to underinvest in various aspects of human capital, and so then you study the effect of loosening a constraint on labor market participation, and you see very little payoff. But that's precisely because like these inequities are so entrenched, and maybe need to be thinking about kind of human capital and the way it connects to growth more broadly. So I would just be curious to get your sense of how you've been thinking about this in the context of this project.
So I think you're right. I mean, if in one level, what you're saying is that when you just look at these, especially these disaggregations, you may just be seeing underestimates because you're kind of looking at talent misallocation often given whatever educational base there is, but women may be particularly underinvesting in it. And I think that I agree with completely. In terms of, as I said, I think one of the reasons we're very keen to work with kind of the underlying household surveys is exactly to do some kind of decomposition, even in the macro analysis. An interesting question is when you look at just educational patterns, I think we've seen a huge equalizing of these gaps, but it's perhaps not happened necessarily for tertiary education in the sectors which are the most productive, right? So I mean, STEM education is one that repeatedly gets talked about as women having kind of not doing as much of. And so I think it would be important also to start thinking about where in tertiary education women are going rather than just focusing on years of education. So anyway, there's a question in the back there for a while, yeah.
Thanks so much, Rohini. I'm Girija Borkar from the World Bank. So, you mentioned that skilling is one thing, like women-specific skilling needs to be done, and that could be a potential policy that we work on. So that's great. I mean, the World Bank, for example, is investing a lot in that. But there's a lot of demand-side barriers that continue to persist. For example, in July, there was this news that Foxconn was systematically denying married women jobs in Tamil Nadu, just turning them back. So what can we think of as, policy, some things that we can do as policymakers on the demand side, which would actually fly with private entities, which could benefit women and sort of reduce the systematic discrimination?
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly important question. I think there's also a question of where the jobs should be. In fact, yesterday we were talking to a policymaker, they were talking about how, in fact, in electronics, the companies wanted to invest a lot in women, and actually we started talking about this Foxconn example that came up. They were arguing, and again, I don't know, that the first order constraint you see in these sectors is what you saw in textiles a while ago, which is the jobs are very often in South India, and that's the labor now increasingly that is available, it needs to migrate there, and women just migrate less. So I think there are two parts to it. So I think one obviously is trying to think about what you can do in terms of perhaps having more women at higher levels in management. I think people have looked at this a lot in Bangladesh, I think Rocco and Chris and others. But I think the other question is really around migration, because it seems to be the case that a lot of labor mismatch regionally is particularly true for women. I think if you look at China, I think in the early 2000s, a lot of the migration was young women going to coastal areas to work in textile firms. We are not seeing those levels of migration for women, even though companies claim they have a demand for women. So, but I take your broader point that I think demand side is a big part of what we should be looking at.
Great. So maybe I think we have time for one last question. One last question.
Karyasi? Yeah. Please bring it up.
You said that you've seen an increase in the gender budgeting, 33%. Do you think it's mostly because politicians have recognized this talent misallocation problem, or is part of it also driven by the political empowerment of women voters?
I'm sure it's both, but I think it's important that they have started seeing women as an important constituency. So I guess I'm not complaining about the reason for it. Yeah, thanks.
Great. So we'll stop there. Rohini, thank you very much for a very interesting. So in the rush of getting the thing started, I didn't introduce you. When I put my academic hat on, I said, Rohini, go ahead, which is professor of economics at Yale and director at the Economic Growth Center. So it's a super interesting paper. So we'll move on to the next paper by Michael Peters, who's an associate professor at Yale, the Department of Economics, and this is joint work with Meet Mehta, who's a first-year PhD student in the Department of Economics at Yale as well. And the paper is titled The Aggregate Productivity Losses of Gendered Labor Market Distortions, an Analysis of Indian States. So Michael, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hear me? Good. Okay, let me just share my screen. Well, first of all, thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to present this very preliminary project. This is joint work with Meet, as was already mentioned, and also with my colleagues Penny Goldberg and Aishwarya at Yale, and also Somik Lal from the World Bank. I'm very sorry that I couldn't join you today in person, but Meet is around and Aishwarya is around, so they'll support me in the Q&A later after this talk. So this project is it's not a surprise that this talk is scheduled after Rohini's talk. I mean, she already highlighted this idea that distortions can be a big part of why we are interested in gender gaps. And while Rohini, the paper that Rohini gave was really more descriptive in nature, in this project we take a much more structural approach, and we kind of try to understand to what extent gendered labor market distortion can have aggregate productivity consequences. So, as Rohini highlighted, the labor market outcomes differ in a variety of ways between men and women. They differ on the extensive margin, female labor force participation. They differ on the intensive margin, formal, informal employment, etc. And so in the academic literature, there's two views on how to interpret these differences. On the one hand, there's the neoclassical view that I think firmly thinks that these differences are just a reflection of comparative advantage and maybe specialization within the household. And so on the other side of the view is this view, what I'll be calling a gender distortion view. This idea that discrimination norms and other imperfection in the marketplace, they can give rise to differences in outcomes. And so the polar opposite of these type of views is obviously that the neoclassical view kind of implies that these differences are all efficient, that there isn't really a role for policy, and this whole topic that Rohini highlighted, whether economic growth causes gender gaps to decline and thereby might increase productivity as a consequence, is really not on the table. Like the gender distortion view obviously is very different. It really takes very seriously the idea that there is misallocation and has at its promise that policies that reduce gender gaps can have aggregate productivity consequences. So what we want to do in this paper is we want to propose, I want to think about this as a measurement tool. And a measurement tool, I want to think about this really as a theory-based index to quantify these losses of gender distortions. So that's maybe a very technical way of putting it. So what we have in mind is we want to get an index which can tell us, which can answer questions of the kind, look at the experience that India went through between 1990 and 2010. How much productivity did India gain by closing gender gaps in the process? And so this index is really following up on this work that Rohini highlighted, this work by Changtai Shea, Eric Hurst, Chad Jones, and Pete Klenow in their 2019 paper. And we think it has a lot of things going for it. It's easy to implement with readily available data. It's comparable across countries. It's comparable across time. And we hope that this can engage also a policy debate where we can try to understand why is it that some countries seem to have gained more from the type of growth experience they had? Can we link it to particular policies, etc.? So what I want to show you today in the remaining 15 minutes is mostly a a proof of concept. It's a proof of concept of these ideas where we apply this index to try to measure gender-based misallocation across states of India in 2019. So here's my ambitious plan for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to show you 3 slides on theory. And I think that's important because it obviously, the theory underlies our identification. And also, I think it's also important because it shows the appeal of this index, because you're going to see that the data, that the data requirements for this index are rather minimal. Then I'm going to show you what data we use for the Indian context, and I'm going to show you some results. So here's our setup. So we're going to think about the Indian economy in a very simplistic way. There's going to be 2 groups of people, men and women, which I'm going to index by G. There's going to be 3 occupations. We're going to think of the informal sector, the formal sector, and home production. And as I mentioned, we're going to do this across 28 Indian states, which we're going to think about as closed economies. And so at the heart of this index are some preferences that generate some labor supply. And so the way we're going to structure labor supply is that we're going to think of the utility of an individual J of group G choosing a particular occupation O in state S as simply the product of an income term. This is what I'll be calling this CJ times this utility shifter Z. So what is this income term? This income term is simply the product of this WOS, which is just the skill price, right? This is just the wage in the labor market that 1 unit of human capital generates. This individual brings in some human capital to the market. There's this component HOSG, which is a systematic component of human capital, which varies across occupations and groups. There's going to be an idiosyncratic component epsilon, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And then importantly, there's going to be this tax term, which is a demand distortion. So the 2 central objects which we're interested in our analysis are going to be these 2 objects here, the Z and the tau. So the Z, we're going to think about as a supply distortion. And so, think about what this is. We're going to model this supply distortion as literally a utility shifter for particular occupations, which varies across gender groups. So if Z is low, it's like as if you have very little utility of doing, say, formal work, right? And so this operates, as you highlight here on the supply side. Here in blue, there's going to be this demand distortion, this tau, which is literally just saying that some particular groups may be underpaid in formal jobs, right? And so the nature of our exercise is trying to use data to infer Z and tau for men and women for different occupations, and then trying to ask the question, how much higher could aggregate productivity be if Z and tau would be equalized between men and women? Now, to close the model, we're going to have to make some functional form assumptions to take this model to the data. We're going to assume that this idiosyncratic productivity term epsilon here is Fréchet distributed. There's nothing special to this assumption. This is just very convenient analytically. And then we're going to make 2 normalizations. And I'm going to highlight, this is not an identification assumption. These are just normalizations. We're going to normalize all the labor market demand distortions for men to 0. So all the labor market distortions which we're going to infer is going to be a distortion for women relative to men. And then we're going to normalize all the supply distortions in the home production sector to 1. And so what I'm going to show you when I show you the Z that we infer is going to be the utility, say, for women in formal work relative to home production. And I'm going to make this comparable to men. All right, so this is going to be our setup. So what do we get out of the setup? Well, it turns out that out of the setup, you actually get quite a bit. And so here's going to be the first or main proposition of this paper, which follows very closely this Zhang Taixie and co-authors paper, but it's going to be very useful to think about the data. In particular, the first result is that you can think about this object W bar, which you can think of this as just a measure of an occupation or job's attractiveness for a particular group. Right? It's just the product of the skill price, the distortion, the effective human capital term, and this supply distortion Z. And so then the 2 main theorems that we have in the paper are the following. The first one is, if you think about the employment shares of group G working in a particular occupation O, that employment share is just given by this equation. And so what does this equation say? This equation says that the observable employment shares in the data, they just reflect this overall attractiveness W bar. And so why is this important? Well, it's important because it highlights that employment shares per se are not particularly informative, right? The particular group can have a low employment share either because the human capital is low, could have a low employment share because they might face a high supply distortion, or they could have a low employment share because they face a high demand distortion. So to distinguish all of these things separately, we need more data. And the second moment that is going to be useful is going to be this theorem, that the average earnings of a particular group G in a particular occupation is going to be given by this equation. Now, rather than worrying about this very particular kind of functional form, I want to highlight two features which are going to be crucial to take this to the data. The first feature I want to highlight is that these average earnings of a particular group, say women in a particular occupation, for example, formal work, they depend on this overall attractiveness of all jobs that women can have access to and the supply distortion. In particular, it's going to be decreasing in the supply distortion, which already highlights that if there is a job where women have a hard time to get into, their average earnings are going to be large, right? So earnings, they're going to reflect supply distortions as a form of compensating differential. And in particular, maybe surprisingly, at least that was surprising to us, these average earnings, they don't depend at all on the demand distortion for this particular occupation. So you might have thought that maybe if women tend to be underpaid in formal jobs, you would see in the data that women have low wages. Well, at least this theory tells us that's not exactly true. What might be true is that these demand distortions might reflect how many women work in formal jobs, but those women that actually do end up working in formal jobs, despite the fact that they face this high distortion, they're very highly selected on their efficiency, and they actually might have very high earnings. And so these two equations are going to be part of our index. Why? Because we can use these two equations to directly identify our supply and demand distortions. And so this is the context of this next slide, which promise is the last slide on the theory. So the first thing, we're going to identify this demand distortion tau from relative employment shares in particular occupation between men and women. And so in particular, as you can see here from this equation, right, that the demand distortions tau is going to be identified from employment shares between men and women holding their human capital and their average income constant. Second, the supply distortion is going to be directly identified from this earnings premia in particular occupations for women relative to their return in home production. And that is relative to what men have. So what does it mean in words? It would mean in words that if you see, say, women having a high wage premia in formal jobs relative to what they receive in home production, that is going to be indicative of the fact that there's going to be a supply distortion for women entering these jobs. And so these wage premia are going to be compensating differentials for them experiencing this utility loss. So to aggregate this up and quantify the macroeconomic consequences, we have to put this into a macroeconomic model. There we're not going to be particularly innovative. We're going to put this in a standard CES model where aggregate GDP, aggregate output, simply combines the output of all occupation in this particular way. And I just want to make two observations which are important. The first observations when we take it to the data is that these technologies can be state specific. And so that's important because it highlights the flexibility of this approach, is that we do explicitly allow for the fact that, formal jobs can be more productive in, Delhi relative to other states, for example. And the second observation which I want to make is that, for a given set of distortions, tau and z, and a given level of productivity, we can just compute aggregate output in each state through the lens of the model. And this aggregate output measure, that's exactly going to be at the heart of what we call this global gender distortion index. And so in particular, our index is going to take the following form. Conceptually, think about equilibrium output, which I've been calling here, YD, as aggregate output that would occur at a given set of distortions that we identified from the data. So that's going to be aggregate output in equilibrium. And second, think about the counterfactual output, which I'm going to call here, YE, E for equality. This counterfactual allocation, if there was perfect gender equality. In particular, if demand distortions were 0 for women, and if all individuals had the same labor supply distortion across occupations. And so our gender index is going to be the following object. It's literally just going to be the percentage difference in equilibrium output relative to this counterfactual equal output. So a number of 10% would exactly mean if those supply and demand distortions were to be dismantled, economic activity would rise by 10%. So this is going to be the setting and the construction of our index. And so now let me kind of show you what we get out of this heroic exercise. So for today, as I mentioned, I'm going to apply this index to the case of India. And so we're going to use data from the PLFS.
Michael, you have 5 minutes.
Yes. What is that?
You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. That's plenty. So we're gonna apply this to the PLFS, and you're gonna see here that the data requirements from the index are very are not very stringent. We're going to measure employment shares for different occupations. Obviously, we have to make a choice how we match the data objects to this occupation, the theory. We're going to think about formal employment as everybody who's a regular salaried employee. We're going to think of informal employment as everybody who's self-employed or a casual wage laborer. And we're going to think of the residual as being in the home sector, which is essentially everybody who's unemployed or out of the labor force. We're going to measure earnings directly in the data, right? For formal and informal employment, we can do that directly from the PLFS. Obviously, for the home sector, we have to make some assumptions on what the right notion of earnings is going to be. And as we discuss in much more detail in the paper, for our index, we don't need to measure earnings in the home sector for women and men. One of them is enough, and then we can infer the other ones from the data that we have. And so for today, I'm going to show you a calibration where we're going to think about that the earnings of men in the home sector are going to be equal to what they earn in the agricultural sector. And so our idea is that, this is almost like an outside option, that, if men could also work in the agricultural sector, their earnings should probably be similar. And finally, we're going to measure human capital, which average years of schooling. So given this data, we can now compute this demand distortion tau, the supply distortion z for every state in India. And this is what this looks like. So what I'm going to show you here is a scatter plot with log GDP on the x-axis, and then the demand distortion for the informal sector and the formal sector in the right panel on the y-axis. And each dot is a state in India. And so what I want you to highlight is two observations. First of all, these demand distortions are high, right? A number of 0.4 or 0.5 means women have to pay, quote unquote, a tax of 50% to work in this particular occupation. And I also want to highlight that these taxes are much higher in the formal sector relative to the informal sector. Secondly, these taxes or demand distortions are particularly high for formal jobs in poor states, right? There's a negative correlation between distortions and GDP on the demand side. What about the supply side? Again, same graph. Now I'm going to show you the supply distortion as relative z on the y-axis. And again, I want to highlight two features. First of all, these supply distortions are again pretty sizable in the sense that they limit women participation. Remember again the axis, a number of 1, right? That would mean that women and men are on the same supply curve. A number of smaller than 1 means that in that occupation, women have less of a utility relative to home production as opposed to men. And so again, you see here that all of these states are below 1, in particular in the formal sector, where a number of 0.2, 0.3 means that women's utility loss of working in the formal sector is 5 times as high relative to men. And again, we see a very strong correlation with GDP per capita that these supply distortions are particularly high for formal jobs in poor states. Finally, we can aggregate this up and compute the aggregate losses. These are going to be the losses for each state in India. And again, you see here that these losses are sizable, right? So demand distortion, they reduced GDP per capita by about 5% for rich states to about 10, 12% for poor states. And we find similar results for the supply distortions. Again, rich states could be richer by 5%. For poor states, the productivity consequences could be even larger, 10 to 15%. When we aggregate this up and you want to take sort of one number home with you, for the entirety of India, just aggregating all these states up, we find that aggregate GDP could be about 7.5% higher. Again, I'm going to refer here to Rohini's talk, where she highlights that this is a little smaller than what Chiang Tai-shek and co-authors found for the US, where they found 20 to 40%. We find 7.5%. And we do find relatively sizable implications for the employment structure. And so this is the last slide, with the last graph, which I'm going to show you. So in the data, as you're all aware of, female labor force participation is very low in India. In the PLFS data, it's about 75%. 20% of women work in informal jobs, and roughly 5 to 10% in formal jobs. If we were to dismantle these demand distortions in India, we would find that the labor force participation would rise substantively. 50% of women wouldn't work. Many of them would be going to the informal sector, but we also find a quite substantive increase in the formal sector. And we find quantitatively the same for the supply distortions. So let me conclude right here. So what we try to do in this paper is to devise an index that can allow us to measure these aggregate productivity consequences of gender distortions. And what we want this index to be, we want it to be grounded in economic theory. We want it to be easy to implement, and we want it to be comparable across countries and time, precisely for us to potentially relate this to particular growth episodes into policies. And so, for this proof of concept today, we applied this just to Indian states, and at least there we find for now that these losses are pretty sizable, between 5 and 15% depending on the states, and we find that these distortions matter both on the supply and on the demand side. So let me stop right here and pass it to you in the audience, and also to Meet and Ashwarya, who are going to be in the audience and who are going to support me in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael, for that very interesting talk. And now we will have an in-person Q&A with Meet and Ashwarya on the papers.
Hi, I'm Akash. I'm a PhD student at University of California, San Diego. I was wondering if you think the model can say something about the sort of complementary nature of supply and demand distortions. Like, I think the counterfactuals you showed us were for those individually, but is there anything where if we removed both supply and demand distortions together, the gains would have been like higher than the sum or something?
So when we remove both demand distortions and supply distortions, the increase in productivity is not like higher than double. It's 12 percentage points. And the key intuition is that once you remove demand distortion, the level of misallocation is now lower. So now additionally on above that you remove supply distortion, the productivity gains are not like additional 7%, but it's like 5%.
Thank you. I'm Urmi Bhattacharya from Inclusion Economics India Center. My question is that do you see, if you plot this index for each state over time, do you see this distortion going up, down? What are the factors that seem to be mattering both for the demand and the supply?
So yeah, we haven't done this exercise over time, but if you see the gender gaps in participation falling over time, and also gender gap in wages falling over time, then we can expect the imputed distortions in both demand and supply falling over time. And then, yeah, so the implied distortions level will be lower today compared to the past.
And just to say, to add on, that part of the broader exercise is to be able to do it across, entities, whether states or regions or countries, and also to do it over time, exactly as Mike. But this is the proof of concept. We're hoping we're going to work through the data for other panels.
Hi, I'm Ananya from D School. So when you look at supply distortions for women, especially in formal sectors, I think there is sort of a stage that comes before marriage and before childbirth and after. Women, there's an element of entry into the labor force and then re-entry after childbirth. And I think the supply distortions, the difficulty of getting into a formal sector job, especially in urban areas, differs at these 2 points. So I just had a clarificatory question regarding what proportion, do you know what proportion of your sample has married women or women trying to re-enter the labor market versus enter at the same time? And what is the role of experience when it comes to these sort of distortions? Thank you.
I can say something quickly, and then I'll also invite Meet and Michael to respond to that from the data side. I think you're exactly right that both the points of marriage and childbirth, like Rohini was saying, are critical, and even marriage is, I think, an even more important moment for Indian women. When you look at the data in terms of when and how they enter the labor market or exit, than maybe in other countries. So, but I think it's important to see what we can do with the available data, and so I don't think we're at yet a position to be able to answer your more complex model, but I'll let Meet and Michael add in as well.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ashur. Yeah. Like the current focus was to keep the model simple. Yeah.
Michael, do you have anything to add to that?
This is the voice from the off, which is me. Yes, let me just add one thing. Thanks so much for these great questions. I think these experience profiles, I view them somehow complementary what Simone asked earlier in Rohini's talk, when we think about these sort of dynamic effects of distortions which limit other choices. And I think Akash also asked this complementarity between demand and supply. So I think our setting is, again, the proof of concept nature so far makes it very bare bones and very simple, that there's really no dynamic element to it. And I think that's also one reason why our numbers might be smaller than what Chang Taixé and co-authors found for the US, precisely because they thought about this dynamic investment problem and thinking about that if women anticipate that they face these distortions later down the road, they might not invest in human capital. Our model doesn't have that so far, and I think all of these examples that you highlighted stress that might be something which is obviously important. And these experience profiles, I think, are just one form of this kind of investment and thinking through that, if you don't join the labor force in a particular point in time, you're sort of foregoing all these benefits that you could have had in this formal sector. I think our model so far is really not that well equipped to speak to this directly. But we hope to maybe make it a little more richer on that dimension, and also use the data to discipline it in an appropriate way.
I had a quick question. That if you look at the disparity in district per capita income in India, it's roughly rich to poor is about 35x. It's comparable to the disparity in country per capita income globally. So that's a puzzle, because why is it that within one country with no political boundaries, so to speak, and free factor of mobility, do you get this kind of disparity in per capita incomes? So in terms of your index, if you were to shut off the distortions, the supply and demand distortions, how much of that difference would you wave off in that disparity? Is that something that the framework can address? Presumably it can, just looking at the theory very quickly, but is it something you've thought about?
Yeah, I think we can do that. Like especially like once we remove the distortions, the earnings for women go up, and like that will imply like the average earnings in every region will go up. And so in the main result slide, what we showed was like the gains are higher for Bihar compared to like states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So like thinking from that point of view, like we can sort of see that if we shut down the distortions, then we'll see sort of an equalizing force when it comes to incomes.
But let me maybe add quickly to this quantitatively. I think qualitatively, that's absolutely right, what Meet said. But quantitatively, these numbers are going to be, small relative to the pre-existing income differences. So we didn't do it across districts. But, if you think about the range of productivity gains that we estimate, they go from 5% in the rich states to 15% in the poor. So you can think about this as, the poor, they have, through this dismantling of distortions, they can pick up, 10 percentage points. So if you think about this as an income difference of a factor of 3, 10% is a big number. But in terms of the pre-existing differences, that's still relatively small.
Yeah, this is better. So it's a question which, in a way, cuts across something that Rohini talked about and what you might call supply distortions, which is that, one of the things that's been happening across developing countries, but particularly in India, is a huge decline in fertility. So historically, we have now replacement level fertility. This varies a bit across states. I think there are 3 or 4 states which don't have replacement level. Now this has huge implications in 2 ways. One is in Rohini's presentation, the kind of emphasis that a lot of gender work has been given on the care economy and how that's a constraint and so on. But if you have huge declines in replacement level fertility, you have 1 child, no children, etc., then that's not going to be as much of a constraint. And people argue, well, there'll be caregiving to elderly because there's an aging population, but actually if you look at the proportion of households which are joined, whether in the US, UK, or in India, it's under 20%. So it's not being replaced. So the question then is, firstly, longitudinally, how do you factor that in terms of one's understanding of what's going to happen in terms of supply side constraints, for instance? The second is cross-sectionally, because fertility decline differs, like in the current model. Is that something that you would factor in? Now, what you can't factor in is perception bias. So employers might still think everybody is going to get married and have kids, and then you can't employ. But on the supply side, it changes greatly.
Yeah, I can take it up. The fertility, those factors will be reflected in the supply distortions in the model. And essentially, model will treat it in the following way, that if women have children and they prefer to be in home sector relative to the formal sector, then the formal sector will have to pay a premium to convince women to come and work in the formal sector. So that's so even in the Shia Clino paper, like one of their arguments was that the decline in norms over time can be due to norms related to fertility.
And I think to extend that, Michael is the best person to have the final response on this as we wrap this up, because he directly works on this question as well in terms of population decline and thinking about human capital, talent, But I think there is the longitudinal perspective of what happens when you have a kind of shrinking population, which I think does concern a lot of macroeconomists in terms, that's one piece of it. But you're exactly right that the differentials across states and geographies, like the advantage, would depend also on the normative side. My sense is that was partly where you were coming from, but maybe.
So much a population decline, it's decline in the number of children. And so, when do you drop out of the workforce, or whether you drop out of the workforce at all? It does impinge on
absolutely.
that. If you've got no children or one child, then it's not a constraint versus 5 children, for instance.
No, absolutely. And I think part of the puzzle in India is that fertility declines have not opened up this time and space for formal market engagement. And I think that's part of what all of this modeling. At the end of the day, the presentation you will see on the district level analysis by Fabrizio will exactly get into this question, trying to decompose, how much of it is because of, factors that might be related to things outside of, how many children you're caring for at home, which is one of many explanations for whether you'll supply your labor. But Michael, if you had anything else to add.
Yeah, I think that's it's obviously a very important question, and I think it's one of the key reasons of why all of us at Yale who are kind of working on this project, and Rohini mentioned it earlier, why we're so keen on trying to redo some of these analysis that Rohini highlighted in the white paper with more microdata, where we can exactly try to cut the data not only by women and men, but exactly by women by age, marital status, number of kids, and say rural and urban labor markets. And so we're currently in the process of putting together a large scale micro data set from labor force surveys across many countries, where we can hopefully try to measure these things much better, and therefore also reflect these these very important dimensions of heterogeneity like childbirth, which you highlight.
I think we'll stop with the Q&A, and I have the task of summarizing both these two very interesting papers. So let me just take a stab and make a few observations. So first, the white paper is with Rohini and co-authors very important because it's got a survey aspect to it, and it's got some preliminary empirical results, so it lays out the issues. So it's very interesting reading. So that paper asks, well, it asks two questions. It asks whether economic growth closes labor-linked gender gaps, and then it asks the reverse question as well. So on the first question, it notes that growth is not a panacea, and that while growth has been associated with declines in gender gaps, in some metrics, for instance, in the incidence of paid work, in other incidences, like in gender gaps in hours and hourly earnings, it remains unchanged. So there are some labor markets where we do see improvement, and there are others that we don't. And the authors make this point that these outcomes reflect the gendered nature of structural transformation. And this is very, very interesting, because typically when we think of structural transformation models, we either have total factor productivity-based explanations from the supply side, so you have different goods, they have different relative prices, and the change in their relative prices is inducing demand patterns and output patterns and employment patterns, which has a bearing on labor market outcomes. Or you could rely on a non-homothetic type of argument, where the income elasticity is greater than 1, and so on. So that's one very interesting question, but where this work seems to be going is thinking about structural transformation specifically by type of gender, and where women are going out of agriculture and where men are going out of agriculture. And then there's a reverse question about whether reducing gender gaps raises economic growth. And the authors cite Xia's paper, which suggests that increasing productivity by reducing talent misallocation may be one way to do it. But Xia's paper is silent on the misallocation. And it could be that the uneven division of non-market activities could be the reason for this misallocation. And so I think that is probably an aspect that needs to be brought out a little bit more. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that, and this draws on work by Irosa, Fuster, Komuburov, and Rogerson, and we don't have good hours work data in India. But they find this very robust stylized fact using CPS data between 1976 and 2010, which is this inverse relationship between the log of mean annual hours across 3-digit occupation codes and the standard deviation of log hours. And they find this negative kind of relationship, which is fairly robust. And their argument is basically this, is that because women do more non-market work, they have less time for market work, and conditional on working in sectors which reward long hours, they receive lower rewards. And that discourages them from entering into occupation, which leads to first selection effects. And then this feeds into joint household choices, it amplifies them, and it generates a gender wage gap. So I think what this work is suggesting is that there's an endogenous gender wage gap, which reflects the direct effect of lower hours on wages, but there's a change in the occupational structure, and there's also selection effect, and all of this is being amplified by household interactions. So it's all kind of going on at the same time. So if there is a theoretical framework that needs to be built, it would probably pick up on some of these ideas. Again, going back to the notion of this productivity misallocation, what if you took a social planner point of view and you allocated non-market activities in a gender-neutral way? And some results here show that welfare increases by a lot in terms of consumption equivalent units. And so there's a crucial role for occupations which have these non-convex aspects where the mapping between labor earnings and efficiency units of labor is non-convex. So you get fairly sizable. And then the paper also talks about welfare and asks, what's the appropriate measure of welfare? So it could be productivity, and again, it goes back to this issue of output per hours worked, and we don't have great data in emerging market economies and in India for output on hours worked. And then finally, I'll just mention that I find this gendered approach to thinking about structural transformation very interesting, but there is a large literature on skill bias technological change, but there's also the skill bias structural change. So by Kobosky, Buera, and Rogerson again. And here you have a departure from traditional models of structural transformation, which are TFP-based or non-homotheticity-based, but just thinking about maybe skill in the context of gendered structural transformation a little more carefully. So, and then again, I thought the second paper was very interesting. I hadn't seen it until this presentation, but it could be a very nice way of addressing income disparities across states, across districts in India over time as a function of dismantling these frictions and quantifying it. As Michael was saying, the interesting question is quantifying it and how much of it can we reduce, and you could be providing a way to do that. So, so that's my brief takeaway. I want to thank Rohini, her co-authors. I want to thank Michael, Meet, and Aishwarya for their excellent paper, and I'll call the session to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetan, Rohini, Michael, Aishwarya, and Meet. I have a small announcement to make. The tea is slightly late, but it would be great if you all could bring your tea and snacks and come back by 11:15. I would also like to invite Ayushi Khare. She is our Senior Policy and Capacity Manager at IEIC, to give some gifts to our speakers. And Rohini, if you could come back on stage for the group photograph. Maybe Michael can join over Zoom.
I feel awkwardly large.
All right, guys, we're free to disperse please be back on time in 15 minutes. We'll start session 2 sharp at 11:15. Hello, everyone, and thank you for those who came back on time. If you know someone who's still outdoors, would you perhaps please text them and ask them to come back inside? You're free to bring your tea and snacks inside if you prefer. We'll start in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to those who have just joined us. I hope you had a nice break. We'll start now with our second session, which is a plenary panel that discusses themes of gender, conservation, and governance. I would like to invite EGC Deputy Director Dr. Aishwarya to please join us on stage, open the session, and introduce the panelists.
Thank you, Satya. I will begin by inviting our participants in this session to the stage. So I'll introduce you, and please make your way to the stage as I do. This plenary panel discussion on gender, conservation, and governance, markets, communities, or governments will be chaired and moderated by Dr. N.C. Saxena. Please come up, sir. Dr. Saxena is the former Secretary of the Planning Commission of India, who has also served as a member of the National Advisory Council from 2004 to 8 and 2010 to 14. He's contributed to formulating rights-based legislations for the disadvantaged in India and has authored numerous articles and books on topics related to today's discussions. So we are just so thrilled to have you here with us, sir, and very much looking forward to your expert advice. Joining Dr. Saxena is Padma Shri Dr. Beena Agarwal, Professor of Development Economics and Environment at the Global Development Institute, the University of Manchester, and the former Director and Professor of Economics at the Institute of Economic Growth in Delhi, who are our partners for today. Please make your way up, Dr. Agarwal. Beena's work covers diverse subjects in agriculture, environmental change, land and property, and law, written especially from a gender and political economy perspective. Beena is the recipient of the 2023 Kenneth Boulding Award for Ecological Economics, and she's the recipient of the co-recipient of the first Global Inequality Award in 2024, awarded by the World Inequality Lab and Sciences Po in France. So an absolutely accomplished expert in this area, and we are again very lucky to have her here discussing her work with us. And our third participant you have already met is Dr. Rohini Pandey, Professor of Economics and Director of the Economic Growth Center at Yale University. Rohini will bring in a perspective in this session, drawing on some of her current work examining payments for ecosystem services. So welcome, Rohini. At the outset, I will say just a few words before I hand over to Dr. Saxena on why we have this session here today. So in the opening session, we focused on gender dynamics in labor markets at large and started to think about how do we understand the gains to be had from reducing gender gaps and thinking about improved talent allocation. We're now going to shift focus to examining a specific critical domain, that of conservation, with a focus on forest conservation. Since we have limited time, we could talk about all kinds, but we're going to focus on forest conservation. Climate change is a major current crisis, and forests are an important part of the solution. So today, there's an even greater impetus than before to consider forests for their intrinsic value and role in supporting livelihoods, supplementary subsistence, biodiversity, but also to think about conservation services as a generator of revenue, jobs, and growth, versus prior thinking of extraction and deforestation as a corollary or even a generator of growth. India's experience to date in forest conservation approaches and the gender dynamics of those different approaches are an illustration of the very complex political economy involved. This panel of experts who have worked extensively on this topic will examine ways to think about gender dynamics in this key arena based on past experience and future needs, with an aim to improving both conservation and gender equality outcomes. NC, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Friends, I have been associated with policy making in forestry, so therefore if things have not worked very well, you can certainly blame me for not achieving the results. As you all know, in India, in about 1/3 of the villages, which is more than 2 lakh villages, people, the most deprived and most poor people, tribals and forest dwellers, are dependent on forest produce for their livelihoods. About 30 crore people are dependent on forest produce, and therefore it is important to understand what all has happened in the last 70 years about these issues. Interestingly, India has a forest policy which was written in 1952 after independence, which was entirely pro-industry. It very clearly said that the job of forests is to produce industrial raw material, and to achieve that purpose, not only such produce was subsidized, whether it was bamboo or softwood or eucalyptus or teak, it was subsidized, but in some places industry was allowed to lease out forests. That is, forests were leased out to industry. JK paper mills in Orissa, also in Maharashtra. There are many examples where government forests have been leased out to them. So that was the 52 policy. In the early 70s, it was slightly modified, and the new policy said that, okay, let forests produce raw material for industry, but if people need fuel wood or fodder or other such products, let them grow it themselves. So social forestry was started with the objective of producing fuel wood, fodder and other such consumption items on either public lands, which are non-forest public lands like Gaon Sabha lands, Gaon Samaj lands, C&D lands, or on private lands. Now, I was Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Environment and Forests in '86. At that time, this policy was in progress. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, and in one-to-one conversation with him, he asked me my views about the forest policy. I said it's very strange that in all other sectors, government looks after welfare needs and private sector looks after industrial needs. But here in forestry, it is just the opposite. Government forests are supposed to look after industrial needs, and private lands is supposed to produce fuelwood and fodder and needs of the people. Either I did not explain it well, or he looked confused. He said, "Why don't you write a paper on this?" So I wrote a paper on this, which ultimately became the new forest policy of 1988. Now, if you look at 1988 forest policy, it is just the reverse, 180 degrees different from the 52 policy. It clearly says that tribal needs of subsistence and of collection and livelihoods would be the first charge on forests. It banned clear felling. It banned conversion to uniform. It said that forests are meant to satisfy environmental needs and needs of the people. If industry requires raw material, they should go to farmers. But unfortunately, this policy remained totally unimplemented. 2 years later, it was modified, and we came with the joint forest management. Joint forest management in the 90s and in the first decade of 2000 got some importance. It was funded by various donor agencies, but in actual practice it amounted to Forest Department telling the people, "I will manage, you will participate." In other words, it meant that the entire control over forest lands and what would be grown and what would be and when it would be harvested, it all will be decided by the Forest Department, but people will look after, they will protect, and they will participate. So that was the joint forest management in total. It did not work very well, although in some places there were success stories, but it remained mostly, as I said, amounted to "I will manage, you will participate." I was Rural Development Secretary in 1996, and we passed the Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act, PESA, which said that panchayats and people will own the minor forest products. So it made one very big change. The act itself said that panchayats will own the minor forest products. Even then, nothing much changed in the field. And finally, as member of the National Advisory Council, we got the Forest Rights Act passed, which has all the radical elements. It says that forests would be managed by the people, and wherever they have got possession, that area would be given to them, etc., etc. Now, almost 2 decades have passed, and if you look at the implementation, and we knew that Forest Department is not very keen to implement poor policies. Therefore, we said that the Forest Rights Act would be supervised and implemented, and it would be managed by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Unfortunately, Ministry of Tribal Affairs did not take the kind of interest they should have taken. So therefore, you'll find that on paper, although 5% land of Forest Department is being, we have about 70 million hectares, 5% land is being managed by, now it is 6% by the people, but that's only on paper. Because there are two kinds of rights, individual forest rights and community forest rights under this Act. Individual forest rights have been given in about 5% of land, and people have some rights, but there is a problem which I'll come to later. But community forest rights are not as radically implemented as they should. Because although on paper it says that 6% land has been given to communities, in actual practice you will find that it is only the right to collect minor forest product which has been given to them. Ministry of Tribal Affairs has not monitored as to how much land is being actually controlled, managed by the people. So therefore, the management part or the supervision part, which was the main intention of Forest Rights Act, has still remained unimplemented. That is not being monitored. And if you read the Act, it's Section 3(1)(I), which is the main act, which is the main provision, which says that people should manage forest lands. That has remained totally unimplemented. So friends, if you look at the totality of the picture, you will find that today forest dwellers and tribals and women have four kinds of roles to play in forest setup. One is women are gatherers. They gather fuel wood, they fodder, minor forest products, and all kinds of products like harra and other products they gather from the forest department. They consume it partly and they sell. So, as gatherers. The second role is as wage employees. They are employed by the forest department or by contractors or by public sector undertakings, and they are wage employees on forest lands. The third role is of managers in community forest management. And the fourth role is as owners. So we will discuss in brief what are the problems with these three roles. Now, although it has been said in the Forest Rights Act that there should be no control because minor forest products are being owned by the people, but in actual practice you will find there are all kinds of restrictions imposed on women in gathering. I was surprised to see, I went to a village in Odisha sometime in the mid-90s, and I found that women were prosecuted for keeping brooms in their house. Jharu rakhne ke liye women were prosecuted, put behind the bars. Now I said, this is not fair. This is very illogical. That a product like hill brooms they can't collect and they can't process. The law at that time in Odisha was that processing cannot be done. They can only collect and give it to the forest contractor, but they can neither process nor sell it in the market. I read to all my batchmates and friends, etc., to change the law. Nothing happened. And they said, nahi, Saxena sahab, aapne to government ke khilaf article likh diya, so government is very angry with you, so we will not change. I said, bhai, if I have written against government, you punish me. But why are you punishing women? Ultimately, I said, bhai, in India, if you want to get something done and nothing happens, then you have to bribe. Bribe is the only way you can get your things done. So can you guess whom I bribed and how much was the amount? Well, friends, I bribed 100 crores. To whom? Chief Minister. And how? I was Secretary Planning Commission. So when the Chief Minister came to us for funds, I said, sir, you change this law, I will give you 50 crores in advance, and next year when you come, I'll give you another 50 crores. Luckily, he was a tribal himself, Gazir Gumang. He understood, immediately announced that yes, we will set up a committee and change this law. So what I'm trying to say is, despite the fact that a law has been passed, giving authority and ownership to the people, you still find there are all kinds of controls on minor forest products, which they cannot gather, which are under all kinds of controls. Many forest products like tendu patta, sal seeds, sal leaves, and many others are nationalized, which means that it is only forest department which can control them, and these products cannot be sort of processed or sold in the open market. So there are problems in gathering which are very important. Then look at the role of wage employees. Here again you will find that wages that women get from forest department are much less than what men get. So there is a wage difference. As managers, as I said, they are supposed to be managing forest produce and forest lands, but that is, in actual practice, it happens in very few places. There are, of course, examples. If you go to Gadchiroli, you'll find in Maharashtra, in Vidarbha, you'll find that there are examples where tribal women are managing forest lands, but these are very, very limited, and such examples are very few. So managers, their role as managers is also very limited. As owners, you know, there are some areas, especially on farmlands, farm forestry has been tried, and it has been quite successful. Eucalyptus has been tried in a very big way in UP, Punjab, and Haryana. But here there are two problems. One is that when crops are substituted by forest produce, then overall employment declines. Forest products are not as labor intensive as crops are. So therefore, in place of wheat or paddy, if you plant eucalyptus on your land, then you will not be able to generate as much employment as paddy would do, because paddy requires transplanting and sowing and harvesting, which is women centric, and women get a lot of employment. The other problem is in farm forestry, inheritance laws generally give preference to men. So therefore, when the landowner dies, his land would go generally to males, and there are some states, although law has been, Veena ji has been very active in getting this law changed, although Government of India has changed its law, there are states like UP and Uttarakhand where married daughters are still not allowed to inherit agricultural land. So on the whole, friends, there are problems. There are problems in forest management, and women's role has to be strengthened. And the best way to do it would be to strengthen gathering, and that can. But if trees are crown oriented and they produce a lot of things which can be gathered on an annual basis, then benefit will go to women. So therefore, we need to really see how we can change. If forests have only one species of the same age, that is not environmentally desirable, it will help the markets. But if you have many species of many ages in the same place, then its felling is not possible. It will only lead to usufruct, which can be gathered by women and sold in the market. One should also ensure that these controls that we have are removed. Denationalization should be done for all the minor forest products. And also one should have, just as farmers, you have a minimum support price. Similarly, government should help women to ensure that the product that they gather is sold. Of course, there is this scheme, but if you really examine, you find budget allocation is very low for collecting minor forest products, and therefore we need to strengthen this. So there are various ways by which we can do it, but unfortunately, the civil society, and this is my criticism of civil society, that civil society has concentrated only on management. They have not concentrated on issues relating to gathering. Whereas if you strengthen gathering, if you change the nature of forests, if you make them minor forest product oriented, if you make trees which will give more usufruct, then women's incomes will improve, and then help them in marketing so that they can. That of course is the minimum. Of course management is also important, but let's not forget, Forest Department, whenever I talk with them, they give two arguments against management by people. They say that look at common lands. Look at non-forest common lands, public lands like Gaon Sabha lands or CND lands or Panchayat lands. Forest Department does not control them. Why are people not managing those lands? You find the most degraded lands are the common lands. They are encroached upon, and there is forest. They are highly forested. And they also give the example of northeast states. In many northeastern states, Forest Department doesn't have the kind of control, and forests have been settled with the people, but still it has not led to management by the people. You find that there are sardars, there are chieftains, and it has almost become private property of those chieftains, and people have very little control. Of course, they also point out towards hierarchy, towards factionalism in villages. There are all kinds of issues which lead to people not managing them very well. But on the whole, I think we should strengthen people's management of forests, but much more important is to improve their income through gathering, through removing all the controls, and by helping in price support. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
You need to put on my PPT. So unlike Dr. Saxena, you don't have to look up, you'll have to look down. Thank you. No, we have little more because of the, because you don't have Sampath yet. So good morning, everybody, and I want to congratulate Rohini for the Center for Inclusive Economics. With ecological economics, it joins a range of renamings of neoclassical, moving away from that, so that's very good. So I'm going to talk about gender conservation and governance, the title of the session. And the question before us today is, what is the best way to conserve forests? By governments, by communities, or market incentives? And how does gender come into it? And I will argue, based on empirical evidence, that community institutions are critical, drawing examples from India and Nepal. When NC and I met like 25 years ago, we converged on many things. But I find from what you've said now that we have much to debate. So I hope that will come up, because I have rather different perspectives on both JFM and where women should be going. So
hang on, this is. So in the 1970s, satellite images raised alarm bells. What they revealed was that a large part of the so-called administrative forest area had no forest cover. In fact, forests were disappearing rapidly. They also revealed state failure in protecting forests because forests in most countries were state managed. And state failure then led to a global debate on what is the most appropriate institutional arrangement for conservation. And a consensus emerged, it's a long debate, in favor of communities managing forests, recognizing that forests not only provide biodiversity, they serve as carbon sinks, but they also fulfill the daily needs of millions, who then have a stake in conservation. Now, this was emphasized by civil society, it was emphasized by researchers. Don't forget the 1987 Brundtland report, which made this case passionately. And also, there was an increasing rethinking of pessimistic collective action theory in terms of moving away from prisoner dilemma games to recognizing that trust reduces free riding. So I just call it from Olson to Ostrom, if you like. So in the 1990s, what we find is that over 50 countries sought partnerships with local communities to better protect their forests. And India and Nepal were amongst the first to do so. India did it in 1990. It launched the Joint Forest Management Program. What the Indian government did was it passed an order that degraded forest lands should be given to villagers to manage, allowing sustainable extraction of products other than timber. But of course, this varied a lot by states. So the picture that NC painted might be relevant for some, but it wouldn't be true for GFM as a whole. What you find is that by the early 2000s, India had some 84,000 community forestry institutions. I'll just call them CFIs. They involved 8.4 million rural families, and they were protecting 22.4% of India's recorded forest area. Between 1991, when GFM was launched, and 2001, India's forest cover increased by 3.6 million hectares. It was in sharp contrast to the period of 1972 to 82, when forest cover was declining by an estimated 1.3 million hectares a year. So this is my first disagreement that GFM had failed. In fact, community forestry brought huge efficiency gains. Of course, there were changes subsequently, but overall, this was the thing. But with equity gain, I just want to point out to this picture in one of my field sites. On the left, this is from Gujarat, and you'll find that on the left is the forest area, which is very degraded. On the right is 5 years later. This 5 years later is simply people, there's no replanting. Where the rootstock was intact, a young teak forest came up in 5 years. And that led to, it allowed you to gather fodder, it allowed to give you tree leaves, and so on. Now, the efficiency gains came with equity losses, and it deepened gender inequality. Why? Because due to very strict forest closure, by which I mean low extraction, by male-dominated CFIs, women faced acute shortages of firewood and other items that they collected daily. At that point in time, firewood in rural India, Nepal, and many, and of course, sub-Saharan Africa, continued to be the most important cooking fuel. It's changed now, of course. So basically, a CFI has a two-tier management structure. There's a general body with members drawn from all village households, and an EC and an executive committee of 9 to 15 persons. And ECs are the core decision-making bodies who set up the rules for forest use, by which it means that they set the rules for what is extracted, punishments for abuse, conflict resolution, and so on. So being on the EC is very important. Typically, women were absent or sparse in both GBs, general bodies, and ECs. Some ECs had no women, others had 1 or 2 women, among 11 to 15 men. And there were some cases of 30 to 40% women, but these were rare. So if you look at this picture, you see, can you spot the women? And you can read at the bottom what women feel about this. So the 2 red dots are the women. This is the actual community forestry meeting taking place in Gujarat. Moreover, so if you, also what happened was that even if women attended meetings, they rarely spoke up at them, and when they spoke, they were not listened to. Now, this is a typology of participation that I'd created a while ago in a World Development paper, where you can look at participation from simple nominal membership or passive participation to active and empowered participation. Actually, you can use this typology to a lot of institutions, including university departments. But what's important is that, are they empowered participants? Do they actually make a difference to the decisions made? Now, emerging literature, including my own, focused on gender and forestry, sought to explain, well, why are women largely absent from forest management? I won't spend time on that, because quite soon after that, can I just, yeah, I know how much time I have. Yeah, it's okay. I decided to turn the question on its head to ask, what if women were present in these institutions? Would that really make a difference? So to be more agnostic and take on this. So would it affect, for instance, conservation and subsistence outcomes? And if it did, how many women would make an impact? And these are some of the questions that I address in this book of mine, Gender and Green Governance, based on primary survey on India and Nepal and many years of prior fieldwork. I tested the impact of the EC's gender composition on women's effective participation in meetings, on rulemaking, rule violations, forest condition, and firewood and fodder shortages. Now, my data related to 135 CFIs in 3 districts of Gujarat and Nepal, but this does not capture the multiple other data that we collected, which is from at the household level, village censuses, key informants, minutes of meetings, which I'll go into later. Now, the sample was chosen based on the EC's gender composition. So there was stratified random sampling in Gujarat, ECs less than equal to 2 women, and those which had more than 2 women, because the guideline said you should include at least 2 women. In the case of Nepal, you also had all women groups, so you had three categories: less than equal to 2, 2, and all women. So I first tested for critical mass, which is whether there is an identifiable percentage at which the likelihood of EC women attending meetings, speaking up, and holding office was significantly higher. And I've just presented 2 of the graph from Nepal, a table. As you can see, I calculated female attendance rate, which is complicated, but I can explain it later. And as you can see quite clearly, that whether you take 2 women and less and more than 2 women, that comparison, or you take the percentages, you see that it's very much higher, the 25 to 33%. And in the right side, the inflection point starts there, which is on predicted probabilities. So 25 to 33% seem to be the critical mass in this analysis. Now, how does all this affect forest conservation? Before we address this question, we need to ask, why would we expect women's presence to have an impact? Now, we would expect it to have an impact for several reasons. Rural women's dependence on forests is different from, greater than, and more everyday than men's. And this creates gender differences in the stake that women and men have in forest conservation, in their ability to conserve, and in their knowledge of plants and species. So first of all, something that NC mentioned, which is women depend on forests for gathering, firewood, fodder, uncultivated foods, which while men in subsistence context, not the contractors, but in subsistence context, they depend on forests for timber, for house repairs and tools. And timber, of course, can also be bought. Second, women's dependence is everyday, men's is occasional. Third, women's dependence on forests and common pool resources is greater because they have less access to private property resources, especially land and earnings. And this can create conflicting interests in what and when to extract from the forest. Fourth, there is differences in forest use leads to differences in knowledge ecosystems. Women tend to know much more about species that they collect, men know much more about this, of what they collect. And forest products also have different gestation periods. So firewood regenerates faster than timber. So there can be gender differences in the impact of extraction. And in all this also means that there are gender differences in the values that men and women place on different elements of the ecosystem. So if you're doing, for instance, contingent valuation exercises, then it would produce different results depending on whether you talk to women or men. Basically, what I'm arguing is that without a gender analysis, we are assuming that men and women have the same interests and preferences in forests and the same stakes in conservation. Now, these are questionable assumptions, and these would have implications both for measurement but also for building sustainable institutions. Now, our interest is in examining if improvement is more likely if you have higher proportions of women in forest management, after taking account of other factors. So there are 4 types of factors: the characteristics of the executive committee, of the institution itself, of the forest, and of the location. And I don't have time to spend on this. There's more details subsequently. And also, what does it mean forest condition improving? So there can be different views on this. There can be subjective indicators, there can be objective indicators. So we looked at several different indicators from the forest department. We had from the villagers themselves, researchers index, which I'll talk about in another question later in this discussion, and satellite sources calibrated to the village forest area. And the result was that in both Gujarat and Nepal, the regression results showed that gender mattered in important ways. In Gujarat, the CFIs with more than 2 women, relative to 2 women and less, was linked to significantly greater improvement in forest conditions by most indicators after controlling for everything else. And executive committees which had a higher proportion of landless women had particularly positive results. In Nepal, all women CFIs relative to other CFIs showed high improvement by all the indicators. In other words, more inclusion of women in forest management, and especially poor women on the EC, gave us a win-win: better conservation and more gender equity. So the question is, why do groups with more women do better? And there are several aspects to this. Firstly, there's better protection. There's greater compliance of rules by EC women themselves, but also they get others to comply. So, the pictures in my slides matter. So there's a little slide, a picture there of women going on an informal patrol when they're part of the, one of them is part of the executive committee, for example. That's in Gujarat. And we collected lots of qualitative evidence as well. So women consistently say, we now feel the forest is ours. After becoming an EC member, I've stopped stealing. And they have also more information sharing with other village women, persuading them not to break the rules. Now, what's important in a protection of a village forest is that you have to stop women and men from other villages coming in. So you have to maintain that boundary. So that's what is important to remember. And then you have better use of women's knowledge of plants and species in terms of what to extract, how to extract. So for instance, if you extract tree fodder, you can actually completely destroy the tree or the canopy, or you can do it in a very sustainable way, which of course, particularly women in Nepal know how to. And much more attention is given to village women's preferences. And so that is important because it reduces the possibility of conflict. So let me conclude with some policy pointers. Women's enhanced inclusion in forest governance needs a critical mass of women, makes for more effective participation in meetings. This in turn leads to more consensual rules of forest use, better conservation outcomes, and greater equity in forest product access. Including landless women has even better outcomes. Then scaling up, what we need to do is build strategic and vertical alliances. So for instance, we are familiar with this in terms of microcredit and so on. But forest users, CFIs could also have a federated structure, and Nepal, in fact, has a national level federation, which connects all the forest user groups across the country. And it has, as a result, been able to influence policy in quite unique ways in favor of the users. And fourthly, I believe in the long term, unlike NCI, differ from you here, that for environmental sustainability, we require village access to outside, less dependence on forests. Alternative fuels, building materials and livelihoods, which are less forest dependent. So we need to look beyond the local. And I think for women, gathering is a very coping strategy, and we need to link it to the first session, which is that we really need to find alternative options for earnings. So much to discuss. I'll end with this favorite picture of mine. Thank you.
Thanks. I know the value of a panel is in discussion, so I'll just keep my comments short so that we can get into the discussion. But I think what I wanted to build on was to take a bit more of a forward-looking view of forests and really build on Beena's point of, what comes next if it's not gathering. And I'd say in this place, I think it's fair to say that right now forests are having a moment. And they're having a moment because of climate change. So if we look at emissions, deforestation right now is considered to be somewhere between 8 to 18% of annual greenhouse gas emissions are associated with deforestation. So as a result, there are a lot of discussions around how we are going to reach at a country level or corporation level net zero goals. Relates around what are we going to do in terms of carbon markets, especially on the what is often called the carbon offset market, of which REDD+ projects, which are often associated with deforestation, reducing deforestation, are roughly around 50%. So land use projects are a very critical and important part of thinking about carbon projects. And so just to give you an example of India, India has announced that it's going to move towards these Indian carbon markets, and it has two aspects. So one part is the compliance market, so that's the emissions trading project for industries. But India has said that it wants, as a second part of it, it wants especially small-scale agriculture and individuals to enter by selling carbon offset projects, and one part of that can be reducing deforestation. So in some ways, that's, I think, the good news about the future of where there are resources available through, say, international climate financing while maintaining forests. The not so good news is that we haven't yet figured how to do this well. So in particular, most views of trying to use carbon offsets to reach net zero goals requires payments for what we would say is activities that are additional. So you want to not pay for just conservation. So just to be clear, ensuring conservation, ensuring biodiversity are extremely important goals. But if the goal is net zero, which means that by a certain year, in the case of India, it's 2070, as much greenhouse gas you emit should be taken out of the atmosphere, then what you need is you need additionality. You need that basically the payments you're making to prevent deforestation or to protect forests are additional in that they're causing individuals to not undertake actions that would have otherwise led to declines in forestation. So it's a classic question for economists or social scientists to be interested in because it requires you to pose and demonstrate something about a counterfactual. What would have happened without the payments? But it's also, as you can imagine, a very difficult question to answer at scale. And I think that's sort of where right now the voluntary carbon market is. It's crashed a little bit because there's a feeling that the people who are entering this market and selling projects are those who actually were not going to cut their land, cut their forests, and therefore they are the ones who are willing to most cheaply sell these carbon offsets. And the prices of carbon offsets in this market have really declined. So I think the question, and I think for India, it's a particularly relevant point to be asking this question, that you want to have a sustainable path towards growth. Growth remains extremely important. There are also the potential of crowding in international climate financing through the carbon offset market, through forestation. How do you set up those schemes? How do you ensure there's measurement? How do you ensure there's additionality? And I think, some of the questions I was going to open up and stop at is, what kind of role can particularly common forest management groups or women play in this? It's one of the questions that I think is unanswered is that when you set up these payment systems at a community level, how effective are they? There's another issue that I think economists have thought a lot about, is that if you give money to a group and each individual in the group just gets a share of it, their incentives to undertake conservation are reduced because they're getting just a share of the payment. So how do you, for instance, design these payment schemes if in the case of, say, India, you're going to make these JFMs or community forestry management important, at least for monitoring the fact that these forests remain? So I think I would say that as we start thinking about roles of how to do forestry management, how to think about community forestry, it's extremely important at this point to tie it into what's happening in the kind of international climate financing and forest management discussions. I think India has a moment at this point, especially since it's just announced its carbon markets, to be a leader in this area. And I think, but to do that well, it's going to have to really think hard about how it's actually going to demonstrate additionality of these projects, and then use that to actually think about pricing. And I would actually say there's a case for forest carbon credits to actually enter the compliance markets. There are some markets where you can actually have these carbon offsets entering. That's very much the vision that India has put forward, but it hasn't been implemented yet. So let me stop there as saying I think there's a lot of interesting questions forward-looking in linking international climate financing and forest management in different ways. So I can open it up now to NC, back to NC.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Veena and Rohini. Thank you very much. Before we open these issues for discussion, let me just clarify one or two points which I had tried to say. One is, in administration, there is a very important principle, which is if you want to achieve something, then you must measure it. Measure it from time to time, then only you would be able to know whether you have achieved it or not achieved it. Unfortunately, when it comes to participation by the people or management by women, we have no figures as to how much forest area is under their management. Forget about the quality of management, but even on paper, we only have a figure which is as I said, 6 to 7% overall. And in some states like Gujarat, Gujarat government is reporting 30% area is under community forest management. But is that really management, or is it that only giving the right to collect forest produce? That is not very clear. So that is one point that I wanted to say, that measurement is very important. Similarly, as I said, that if we increase the overall production of non-timber forest products from forests, then women will benefit. Again, we have no figures, except for Tendupatta, we have no figures whether the production of NTFPs in India is declining or increasing or constant, or if it is declining, for which products is declining, and for which is not declining. So therefore, that is another issue we need to keep in mind, that our measurement has to be very good. Unfortunately, Tribal Ministry, which has been given the task of supervising Forest Rights Act, is a very weak ministry. It is not interested in forest issues. In fact, if you go to the states, when I was evaluating Forest Rights Act, whenever I put a question on Forest Rights Act to the Tribal Development Officer, you always looked at the forest conservator. He had no knowledge about what is happening. So therefore, the tribal department, unfortunately, is not fulfilling its role. And again, as I said, that there are a large number of controls which we need to remove. One example I would like to give, if you travel from Delhi to Gujarat, you will find on the roadside, there's a lot of Prosopis, Prosopis juliflora. It's a carbon-rich tree, although considered to be a weed. Now, when Mr. Modi came to the Planning Commission for funds, this is when I was Secretary of Planning Commission, I showed him a presentation. I said, sir, for converting Prosopis into charcoal, which is a cottage industry, you have 3 controls. You cannot cut Prosopis, you cannot transport Prosopis, and you cannot convert that into charcoal. So you have removed controls over all kinds of large scale industries. But for cottage industries, which are dependent on forest produce, you still have a large number of controls. And I would request the academics to study why these controls are still there and what needs to be done. So therefore, friends, these are some of the issues on which unfortunately we do not have enough information. I'll stop here, and now I think we can take up any round of questions that you would like to ask. Yes, yes. Let's have now questions from the audience, and then we will hear. Yeah, let's have start from this side. Please.
Hi, my question is for Dr. Agrawal. You spoke about there being lots of state-level variation in how successful GFM has been. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about what kind of institutions you found, social, political, and legal, that have caused or that are associated with variations in how gender equitable GFM has been and what we can learn from that.
Hi, my name is Kritika Chakrabarti and I am from the Delhi School of Economics. So my question is primarily to Professor Agarwal. So ma'am, you mentioned that we need to increase participation of women in the ECs. So how do we do it in a more practical way? Like for those of you who have watched this very popular web series called The Panchayat, we see that women actually nominate themselves as the Panchayat chief, but then their husbands actually run the show. So how do we, to increase participation of women, generally the go-to policy would be something like reservation. So in this context, ma'am, how do you think something like this would play out? I would love to know your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Hello. So my question is for Saxena sir. So I used to work in the West Bengal Civil Services before, and in 2019 there was one judgment by the Supreme Court where they said that the claims that were rejected by the Gram Sabha for the Forest Rights Act, those land need to be given back to the Forest Department. So I was posted in Alipurduar, which is around Buxa Tiger Reserve. So there, what I felt was that the Gram Sabha was not empowered to take those decisions, and because the forest bureaucracy and the people like us who are in the block development office mostly are people down South Bengal or who are not from that local area and not representation of the communities in that forest bureaucracy, and our influence in those decision making, were not aware of the context led to the rejection of the claims. And coming from a state of West Bengal where one of the most first successful joint forest management took place in Arabadi in Medinipur in 1988 by a brilliant civil servant Ajit Kumar Banerjee. So what do you suggest, how to go ahead with this? Because Forest Rights Act has given the kind of empowerment to the Gram Sabha. But as you said, the accusation that comes that it has led to encroachment regularization scheme. Like it is led to more deforestation, and that led to that particular judgment. So what can be done to make that act much more effective in actualization and realization? Yeah.
Actually, what Thank you. That's very helpful. So thank you for those questions. JFM, the government of India in June 1990 passed an order, but every state then had the freedom to actually frame the specifics of it. And so I did something which economists don't do. 1986, I'd written a book called Cold Hearts and Barren Slopes and said we should go towards community forestry. So in 1990, when GFM was started, late 1990s, I decided I would travel across India and Nepal. So for 6 months, I traveled across 7 states of India and Nepal, just talking to community forestry groups. There was vast variation, and the variations were of several kinds. So firstly, the nature of rules that were made are different. So if you take a state like Madhya Pradesh, because Madhya Pradesh was not degraded, unlike Gujarat, they didn't want to hand over those forests under JFM on their own. And what you then found was that women were being employed as wage labor. But it had a huge transformative effect, because if you actually talk to the groups of women, they said, what were our lives like before this was launched? We would get up at like 3 in the morning, we'd collect firewood, we'd take a train, local train or bus to the nearest town, sell it, buy some items to daily use and come back. And they just felt that the life cycle was completely being depleted. With this, as wage labor, it did help. They weren't the managers, but it was transformative in terms of just their daily lives. The most equal were cases of, in Gujarat, for instance, where the executive committee was constituted entirely of the villagers. It was a little different in Haryana and Punjab, for instance, because the Panchayat secretary was supposed to be also a member. So one factor was just the way in which different states went about it. The second thing was how valuable are the forests that are being protected. So if you take a situation where it's highly degraded, the contractors are not interested. But when I went to Karnataka, the forest department was hugely interested, and the contractors were interested. You have very rich sal forests, you had, and there it was extremely hierarchical. So I think we need to granulate this by seeing what factors might lead to the kinds of maybe elite capture or making it more commercial, and that can be then quantified. I mean, you can do a state level variation of that. The second question was, this is travel, and then I did my systematic survey, so my results weren't based just on the travel. The participation of women, well, we have one kind of experience with the panchayats, village councils, but remember that in the village councils, 2 things happen simultaneously. We reserved 1/3 reservation for women across all panchayats, and then 1/3 were just the village council heads. So there's no way you can actually measure critical mass, because it's already mandated across the country that 1/3 of the membership of the panchayat would be women. Nevertheless, there are some studies which compare different states. And the picture that you were painting is true. For instance, there's a colleague of mine in the US and India who've been looking over longitudinally between Himachal and Haryana, and they find that the picture in Haryana is similar to what you described, but in Himachal it's completely different. So I think the nature of community norms does make a difference. And as we know, norms are difficult to measure, but it does make a difference. Nevertheless, in relation to what I've been saying on forests, one of the recommendations that I'd made is that we have self-help groups which have expanded across the country. And if you look at women's caucuses in parliament, in Western parliaments, they have meetings outside the decision-making forum, and then they come in and they make a difference. So what if the self-help groups were linked to the women in the community forestry groups. And they had those meetings, and then they came in strength to the general bodies of these groups. It's a simple innovation of lateral and vertical linkages to be made. But I think here we can draw upon women's participation in various forums, including what's happening in parliament, what's happening in panchayats, and in terms of community forestry. I just want to say one small thing, that the Forest Rights Act, the kinds of trajectory you very eloquently described of the policy change, is that we tend to forget that forests are not just tribals are not the sole people interested in forests. And if we go the tribal route, then what tends to happen is you create conflicts in local communities which have been protecting, who are non-tribals as well. So while it's true that if you map forests and tribal concentrations across India, indeed it is true that most forests are where the tribal communities are there, but it's not a one-to-one. And therefore, the Forest Rights Act, you're right, we haven't fully measured it, but I believe that it could have quite negative effects as well on community forestry.
I will cover a large number of issues one by one. First of all, take the issue of panchayats. In India, we have about 2,20,000 panchayats. We have 6,50,000 villages. And we have 13 lakh habitations. So therefore, unfortunately, in the Forest Rights Act, and also in its implementation, you find that meetings are being called at the panchayat level. It may work in states like Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra, where you have only one village per panchayat. But states like Odisha or Assam or West Bengal, eastern states have 10 to 15 villages per panchayat. Therefore, a meeting should be called at the village level, even better if at the habitation level. Because if you are giving rights of community management to the panchayat, which consists of 15 villages spread over about 5 square kilometers, then you would not be able to get all those people to come and manage. Management can be done only by the people who are living close to the forest areas. So that's one point we need to remember, that although Forest Rights Act does say that please call the meeting at the habitation level, but in actual practice it is being called at the panchayat level, which is not fair because it is too large a body, especially in eastern states. That's point number one. The other thing is that we talked about the Supreme Court judgment. You know, according to the Forest Rights Act, the village has to give applications, collect applications from people who want to say that, look, I have been occupying this area for the last 30 years, and therefore I should be given rights to own and cultivate this area. This application would then go to the subdivisional level committee, then to the district level committee. District level committee will decide. Supreme Court's judgment was that if the committee has not given the right to the people to cultivate, then all such applications should be rejected and his possession, he should be dispossessed. Now this would have meant a very large number of people would have been dispossessed of their possession, and therefore Supreme Court stayed this order and said that please complete it within a certain time. But after that, Supreme Court has not interfered. So therefore, there are a large number of such cases where possession continues to be with individual or with families, but that has not been recognized. So that applies to the individual forest rights, and that's a problem there. The other point is that when I was, interestingly, when I was heading the Committee on Committee on Forest Rights Act. See, sometime after 5-6 years, sometime 2010, come and set up a committee to find out how this law is being implemented. Our committee had a large number of civil society members also. Interestingly, if you read the report, it is called, I'm forgetting the name of the report, but you can see it on the ministry's website. Most NGOs, in fact all NGOs, were opposed to JFM. That they said that JFM has not been substituted by CFR, so therefore JFM would mean that Forest Department will interfere in JFM, and as I said, it will mean that Forest Department will control and will expect people to just contribute their labor, and therefore JFM should be substituted entirely by community forest management, and community forest management for which application should be invited, and it should be done. As I said, the states like Maharashtra, 21% areas under CFR, Gujarat 30%, but quality of management by the people is doubtful. As I said, it could be only the right to collect minor forest products, and whether people are really managing these areas or not has not been decided. And then lastly, I would say, compare forestry with agriculture. In agriculture, farmers are free to sell their produce to anyone they like. But they prefer to go to government because government gives a good price. So you have a minimum support price, and 90% of produce in Punjab and Haryana would be sold to government because of the good price which government pays. In forestry, we do not follow this. In forestry, we have nationalized certain products, which means that gatherers cannot sell it in the open market. Gatherers have to sell it to the government. So there is a coercion in forestry, and there's a choice given in agriculture. So that's a very big difference between agriculture and forestry, where in forestries, either products have been denationalized, which means that you are free to sell anyone, but there is no support by government. Or there is coercion that you have to sell it to government. Like in Tendupatta, in every year you find people are, tribals are convicted or prosecuted if they sell such products which are nationalized in the market. So therefore that is again something that we need to keep in mind, that we need to really strengthen, reduce all these unnecessary controls, and strengthen the incomes of the of women and other gatherers by providing minimum support price. Lastly, I would say a point that Beena had raised, that if you look at the map of India, where tribals are concentrated and where forests are concentrated, there is one-to-one in many places. But there are areas. Himachal Pradesh may not have many tribals, but it is full of, or Uttarakhand may not have many tribals, it's full of forests. And there are also areas where you have tribals, but not much forest. So therefore, there is not one-to-one correspondence. But the Forest Rights Act says that it applies not only to tribals, it also applies to forest dwellers. So anyone who has been living there for 3 generations or living there for 75 years is defined as a forest dweller, and he has the same right as tribals. So that way, Forest Rights Act does cover non-tribal forest dwellers, but with certain conditions. And unfortunately, when you look at the overall results, you will find that benefits have gone to tribals, but not to forest dwellers, because they have to give a certificate that they have been living there for the last 3 generations or for the last 75 years. So they spend a lot of time in going through the old census records and trying to locate the names of their great-grandfathers in the list. So therefore, forest dwellers have not benefited to the same extent, although there are many forest dwellers who have the same characteristics as tribals, and they should have also been benefited. On paper they are, in practice they are not.
I think just on Rohini's point, because this is a work in progress, and it raises very important questions, because people are talking about carbon credits and the issue of how do you actually attribute contribution, especially in communities. Now, and this is where NCI differ, that actually some of these community forestry institutions are very good in allocating forest resources, for instance. So suppose you want to distribute fodder, they have a range of rules, a la Ostrom. Just read it. Every village will have its own rules where the forest department is not interfering, and they will have equitable rules on how you distribute. Who is a member of the GB, who's not a member, and so on. So it seems to me that it shouldn't be at the individual level. It should be at the community level. And then have some mechanisms for deciding, which are free and fair and transparent, of which households or make women the priority should actually be given the compensation for that. And I believe it is possible. I mean, you can link up with the panchayats and community institutions and self-help groups. And there's a range of institutions we already have at the local level. It requires a discussion on, it seems to me, on how to distribute.
No, I completely agree, and I think this is something that I think has not received as much attention as it should. I think one of our colleagues, she'd been working on this a bit in Meghalaya, where there is community land ownership, and it sounded like the structure was there, but for new systems like payment for ecosystems, it hasn't actually been implemented. What will be done, say, comparable to what fodder rules or something else? So I think it's something where there is promise and there is a structure, but it hasn't actually been thought through right now. And precisely because now is the moment that people are talking about carbon offsets, that India is talking about how to bring in agriculture, it seems like a critical point where this should be discussed.
Thank you to our panelists for such an engaging discussion. We've just found out that Mr. Sampath Kumar, Principal Secretary at the Government of Meghalaya, is not able to join us today because of prior work commitments that came up. So we will close this discussion for now. And those of you in the audience who have more questions, you should feel free to follow up with the speakers individually. Can I please request Aishwarya to come back on stage and present a token of appreciation to our panelists and join them for a group photograph. Aishwarya, why don't you also join? Thank you, everyone. So we've got a lot of food for thought. It's time for some nourishment. I will see you all back here at 1:45 p.m. for our session, for our research session that's coming up. See you guys.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Those inside, could you please inform your friends that we are about to start our next session? Yeah, okay. Should I start? Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a hearty lunch. I'm Archana Dang, Assistant Professor in the Health Policy Research Unit at the Institute of Economic Growth. I'll be taking over as MC for the second half of the day. Our third session will have 3 research presentations that discuss the opportunities and risk of climate adaptation and the digital economy in terms of gender, job creation, and employment. I will introduce the researchers in this session in order of their presentation. I request the speakers to stay back on the stage after their presentation is over for a Q&A and photograph at the end of the session. Each presenter will have 20 minutes for their presentation. Harsh and Sudha, who are sitting right in front, will provide you time cues at 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute remaining. After the 20 minutes presentation, presenters will take the questions from the audience for about 10 minutes. And audience members, as previously mentioned, please introduce yourself and your organization before asking your question. And please only ask a question briefly without any preceding comment. I now request Dr. Suhani Jalota to come on the stage and give her opening remarks. Dr. Jalota is a Hoover Fellow and founder of the Maina Mahila Foundation. Her research focuses on how technology can improve women's employment, health, and agency using field experiments and data from digital jobs in India. Thank you, Suhani, for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. I'm reminded of how short I am. So in this session today, I want to be discussing, and as the next panelists will also be discussing, how the economy is changing with climate adaptation and the digital economy, and focusing on where new jobs are actually being created in this new economy and how we can also close the gender gaps in this new economy. We'll also be talking about the opportunities it poses, but also the risks that are there that we need to consider in this space. So we know that the economy is rapidly evolving, which raises some very important questions around job creation. really, where are the jobs being created? Where is the economy going? What is this new economy? And what does climate adaptation and the digital economy have to really do with it? So we'll tackle some of these questions, I think, in the presentations that are to come. Now, it's not exactly obvious how climate adaptation can generate new jobs. So today's earlier discussion on forest conservation, I think, shed some light to this. I think some of the later presentations will also do that. And understand how some of these challenges around climate adaptation can in fact generate new opportunities for us to provide jobs to local women. So India has this unique opportunity right now where we can bridge the employment gap by leveraging technology to create jobs for local women. This concept of this kind of a bridgetal workforce, which is essentially bridging the gap between these access problems that local communities experience and the employment needs that people have in these local communities, can come together by leveraging technology. So for instance, in the climate case, for community-level climate adaptation projects, we can generate new jobs for women in service delivery. So what if women were actually delivering new cooling technologies to cope with climate change in their local communities? What if they're employed in collecting local data on climate indicators and their effects? So training women in technology can actually lead to new job opportunities that are both acceptable by their households, given the social norms that women often experience, and that actually provide quite scalable job opportunities for these women. So now if we look at the gig economy and the digital economy, the gig economy is actually expanding quite rapidly and is expected to surpass even traditional employment by 2027. So in India, the gig workforce already is very large, as I'm sure we know. But at the same time, there's a lot of these online and offline opportunities where gender gaps still continue to persist even in this gig economy. So one reason that might explain this could be the fact that a lot of these opportunities may still not be providing jobs to women where women are. Maybe the proximity to this sort of work, and also the location of these jobs, where in India we have about 75% of unemployed women not even leaving their homes once a day. The location could be a huge barrier for this work. But now what if women could work from home or right next door? This growing digital gig economy can in fact provide a lot of opportunities for new forms of employment that women could do, particularly for this mid-level educated, married women who are often constrained by norms holding them back. But these kinds of jobs that women can do remotely include things like technology, back-end, BPO-like work, but also even higher skill tasks like sales and marketing and so much more. So while the digital economy and these climate adaptation projects actually present a whole host of new opportunities, they also present some risks that we must consider as we are thinking about implementing these sorts of solutions. So first, creating these jobs in this new economy, we need to make sure that the old economy is not just on repeat. We need to make sure that it's actually offering opportunities for gender gaps to really close. We need to ensure that we're not replicating the gender inequities in the digital provision and access to technologies that currently persist. And the second big risk is that the bridgetal workforce, these women who are being provided with local employment and maybe even remotely, that needs to be seen as some sort of a gateway to future, further, more permanent, more stable employment opportunities as well, as this gig work may not be the end solution for all women. And so while female labor force participation may increase in the short term with this sort of gig work, we need to be thinking about what can we do on the demand side to prepare to absorb these sorts of women that are coming with these digital skills, being prepared and trained in this sort of gig work economy. So as we listen to these presentations, let's really think about how to design this new economy to close these gender gaps and use the opportunities that the digital economy really brings, and convert our challenges in climate adaptation to create the jobs of tomorrow, and do this in a way that actually aligns incentives with the private sector so that the work is extremely productive for the companies as well as for the women. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to the incredible set of presentations by some incredible women.
The first presentation of this session will be by Dr. Saudamini Das, professor in the Indian Economic Services section of the Institute of Economic Growth and a former NABARD chair professor. Her research spans climate change adaptation, the assessment of loss and damage to livelihoods due to climate change, and the valuation of ecosystem services. She will present her paper, Job Reservation Increases Women's Empowerment, Evidence from Externally Funded Climate Adaptation Projects in India and Tanzania. I invite Professor Das to come on stage.
No, I'm going to stand here. That's okay, fine. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure. And also I'm a little nervous because I'm doing a work on women issues for the first time. I work on climate change and environmental issues, but purely on women issues, I'm doing it for the first time. And also because of my own interest, whenever I go to the field, I see women as in the forefront. Whatever they do it with so much of, dedication. And they come out with such successful results that motivated me to do this work. And I must say that I didn't mention it here. This work has been sponsored by EFD, that is Environment for Development Initiative. That is an initiative at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, and they have sponsored this project. And I have a partner who is in Tanzania, Moshi University. So, it's not. That's better. Can you? On. It's okay now. It's working. Yeah. Okay. So this is how I have structured my presentation. So I'll just give a little bit about the background and then come back to the project and some of my results. This work is very preliminary. In fact, last night I finalized my project on my slides, and also today morning I was working on that. It's very preliminary. I'm going to work more on it. So I'm really welcoming and really expecting that I'm going to get a lot of feedbacks from you, and that's going to help me out to do this work more carefully. So coming to why empower women. So I think we all know that, investment in women is called now smart economics, because this is something, which is not going to fail you. And this is going to return forever. When you empower a woman, then you are empowering one generation after generation. That's what people say, that investing in women is a very smart economics. This is how they have been defining. And then say this is one of the most sustainable investment, because this is not going to fail you at all. Okay? And so this is how they say that if you see the contribution of women empowerment, it comes in multiple forums, in multiple folds. So you can see, at that different ways, people have tried to measure the investment in women and the empowerment of women. So I think this is something, which is not going to fail us if we empower the women. Okay, this is what. And when we talk about women and empowerment and development, this is one nexus which has been really been well studied. It started with a Doppler study in 2012. And they try to say whether this is a two-way nexus. If we empower women, that leads to development, and also development leads to empowerment of the women. But the nexus is not that strong. It's not that when you take care of only one particular angle, the other angle is automatically taken care of. So it needs to be, pushed from time to time. And you need different type of interventions from time to time. That's what they say. The nexus is very weak. Pushing just one of these two levels doesn't lead to a virtuous circle in motion. So you really have to work from time to time so that development and empowerment, they really sustain forever. Then where does, how do we empower the women? So now we are all living in area of reservation almost, and reservation for women are coming in two different forums. One is the political reservation. This is a global phenomenon. Women Reservation Bill of 2023 in India, I think the government of India had multiple attempts and ultimately they have passed this particular reservation bill, but this is just going to be implemented. It is yet to be implemented. And at the state level and at the panchayat level, we have had multiple reservations, and in many forums, I think 21 states in India have reservation at 50% reservation of the job in government jobs, and that's at the panchayat level and also at different levels. So political reservation and job reservation is a very wide phenomenon now in India. And when you come to other type of reservations, we have, along with the job reservation, we also have reservation for women in opening bank account, in giving different type of quotas for women, and also saying that I think somewhere the percentage increases to 50%, somewhere it's around 30%, somewhere 33%. So that means the government in both state governments and also central government in India are trying to help the women to get jobs in different ways. Now, whether this type of reservation for women in job and also in the political decision-making process is empowering the women or not is less studied. There are some studies, but it's really not so well researched so far. That's what I feel. So when you see this litany, reservation for women, economic development, and women empowerment, so development and empowerment more or less studied, but reservation and empowerment, this particular angle is not so well studied. So my study really fits into this issue, that whether reserving some job for women is leading to empowerment or not. Okay, and if it is leading to empowerment, definitely that's also helping in the process of development. Now, so these are some of the few literature that I cite over here, how reservation and empowerment are linked to each other. So, so many people have reservation, it's a little bit difficult to see. So gender reservation offers, it alters social norm and stereotypes and increases women participation in decision making. Some people say if you give reservation to the women, that leads to empowerment in this way. So there are multiple studies, and I also try to quote some of the very recent studies over there. It promotes women-centric policies, because once the woman is there in the decision-making process, then she is going to pass all these regulations and rules that's going to help women to make decisions, make their life easy. So as a result, women also becomes more empowered. So that means giving empowerment to one woman at a central position is also going to help other women in the process, right? And separate provisioning of women, say opening separate bank account, cash transfers to them, not to the family, also is enhancing their empowerment through better decision making and resource availability. So that is another way that some people have studied this issue, that okay, when the bank accounts are open only in the women's name, that's also making them to exercise their power, exercise their decision making more carefully. Other form of economic provisions like membership of SSG, credit access have positive impact on empowerment of the women. So these are some of the studies which says that giving empowerment to women in different forms does lead to empowerment, and also better lifestyle and well-being of the family as such. Now, in my study, I try to measure women empowerment. So coming to measurement of the women empowerment, this is actually a little critical issue. So here, this is a lot of sociology, a lot of interdisciplinary issue comes over here, the way you want to measure empowerment. So I think the first study, that is Kabir's work in 1999, that set the tone for giving a particular specific methodology how to measure the empowerment of women. So what he says that women empowerment is a dynamic and interdependent process involving access to resources, the exercise of agency, and the attainment of the achievement. That means it's not a one-time process. So you do some activities, and whether that activity is leading to empowerment not has to be observed in course of time. So you have to have an intertemporal or a dynamic process to measure empowerment, okay? And going beyond that, So other people also say women empowerment is multidimensional and context specific, needs to be measured across context and over time, keeping the multidimensionality in mind. So keeping this, this is the particular framework people have been using. So they say that is resources, the women should have access to the resources, and they should have agency, they should have the power to exercise the agency, and then they should be, and the achievement, the empowerment should be measured in terms of achievement. So now how do you measure these things? So there are different ways that you can measure the access, access to the resources, how do they exercise the agency. So these are also different indicators through which you can measure the agency, and there are other indicators through which you can also measure the achievement. Now this is the methodology, the specific terms that I am using over here. This can be done, I think, in the course of time. This is dynamic data, intertemporal data you need if you want to follow this particular specific methodology. So what I have, there are also other issues like NGOs, different multi-developmental agencies, they also measure women empowerment, and they do it slightly differently by collecting information on multiple other angles. So here what I am following is an NGO approach. So in this approach, so what they do, they need to interactive and multidimensional, including economic, social, cultural, legal, political, and psychological empowerment. So these are the different processes, and for which you collect information on those processes and you try to measure the women empowerment. Okay. So now, if you see the last point, what I see here, I measure women empowerment index, which was developed by Oxfam. So the NGO and Oxfam use this particular approach to measure the women empowerment wherever their projects have been implemented. They also have a similar approach that they give some amount of job reservation to women in most of their projects, and then they try to see whether women are actually being empowered or not. So I try to follow their particular methodology, and also because I was like a beginner in this area, I thought, okay, this is one of the tested way to measure women empowerment in my project. So I have been following the Oxfam methodology in my work. Okay, so here, so what we do is we say women empowerment is basically depending on 3 different features at the personal level, at the relational level, and at the environmental level. So these are the 3 different levels I am also trying to measure women empowerment in my study area. When I talk about the personal level, so there are multiple indicators that says whether the women empowerment is actually been attained at the personal level. So that is self-confidence, individual knowledge, opinion and attitude towards other women in your area, in your relation. Now the non-acceptance of gender-based violence, personal autonomy. So like to measure this type of women empowerment, so we try to collect information on all of these issues. When you say self-confidence, then like we have number of questions, we ask the women, and then you collect information, answers from them, and then you code those answers. Some answers which are indicating empowerment, you give them 1. Some answers which are not indicating women empowerment, you give them 0. So likewise, we try to do this. For each of these indicators, we had number of questions, and for each questions, we try to follow a Likert scale to score those answers. And similarly, we collected information at the relational level that tells the women empowerment vis-a-vis others. The first one, the personal level is, how confident is the person about herself, okay? And at the environmental level, so what is happening in the society? Okay, so these are the 3 levels also I try to measure empowerment in my study, okay? So now, at the personal level, I have self-esteem index, opinion on women's economic role, acceptance of gender-based violence, individual knowledge, individual capability, and personal autonomy. At the relational level, I have group participation, control over household assets, household decision-making, and contribution to household income. And then the third one, I have taken on the time and the workload, time spent, change in the allocation of time over time, so double burden, and change in time allocation of a husband. Though I have information on all these different indexes, some of them I'm going to present here, some of them haven't really finalized the index calculation. So these are the different indexes. Like when I say self-esteem, so like we have the questions to the women, do you think you are a person of worth? So do you think, a woman can be as good a leader as a man? Or men are a better leader than women? So we ask them, multiple questions like this, and for each questions we have we have multiple choice answers, and see which one are being ticked by the women. Right? So this is how I collected information. I have tried to measure the women empowerment index, and for each of these, and also one composite women empowerment index. Okay. So now coming to now where I did it. So I did this for this UNFCCC Adaptation Fund Board Climate Change Adaptation Project. When I was working for NABARD, NABARD gave me the responsibility to evaluate most of their climate change adaptation project. So I was visiting different parts of India to find out how these projects are going. And almost everywhere, the phenomenon was that most of this work were done by the women, and they did it so passionately that almost the entire area, they say, okay, we are now climate smart. We don't really have any issue from climate change for the next 10 years, because everything, whatever the resource deficiencies we had has been taken care by women. So that was one thing that motivated me, that why shouldn't I study whether really women being empowered over here or not. So and we had, because I also wanted to see the role of the institutions, I thought, okay, let me do a cross-country study. So this project I did in India was conservation and management of coastal resources as a potential adaptation strategy for sea level rise. This was in Krishna district in Andhra Pradesh. And the other one in Tanzania, it was implementation of concrete adaptation measures to reduce vulnerability of livelihood and economy of coastal communities in Tanzania. Projects are very similar interventions, mangrove plantation, committees giving different type of knowledge to the women, very similar, but the scale of the project was very small in India, it was very large in Tanzania. That was the only difference. Okay. And then the project, as I said here, the project site Krishna district in Andhra Pradesh, only 3 villages were given this project in Andhra, whereas multiple villages were given in this project in Tanzania. And this is Ila and Temeke Taluke in Kingamani district in Dar es Salaam region in Tanzania, which is very similar to Krishna district and very close to Dar es Salaam city. So these are the study areas. As you can see here, both are very coastal and having issues from there. Okay, so these are our project partners, Tanzania, and you can see here, this lady is, so to implement this study, what you do precaution, we studied, we asked the questionnaire was implemented only to women. And we had only women enumerators, both in Tanzania and also in India, so that when they will be able to ask them questions, and the women also will be comfortably answering them. We had male helpers to help us out in other things, but basically almost all the questions and the enumerators were all women in the different sites. So if you see here that, in my study area, say 61% of the households were non-beneficiaries and rest were the beneficiaries. So the non-beneficiaries were higher than the beneficiaries. And you can see, and this is how the distribution of the beneficiaries varied from here to here. And the left-hand side, you have some sample, some averages that tells you that, okay, 90% of our respondents were women. And I have mostly information on India, because the Tanzania data is to be analyzed very carefully. So most of the information that I'm going to share with you is from India. And so if you, then some of these results, so the first one tells you the beneficiary versus non-beneficiaries. You can see there, the beneficiary and non-beneficiary households are very similar. If you see the t-test, almost every parameter is insignificant. So whether it is a household age, family size, number of illiterates, number of the members, the household size, or educated who have completed the school, number of earning members, number of earning women. So there is no statistically significant difference. The control and the treatment households were the same. And this is something, on the below table is some income related information. You can see here that, okay, we have self-reported income in the present and also self-reported income 5 years back. Only the 5 years back income was 5% difference, but the rest of them are very similar. So the control and the treatment households are very similar. And then when you come to the index, so here I am not giving you some different indexes. You can see here in India, so most of these indexes are having a very high value for the treatment household compared to the control household. So no is the control and yes is the treatment. You can see there is a difference. So but that is all in the self-esteem, something at the personal level. The moment you go to economic level and the relational level, there is no difference. So even if the job reservation was given, women are doing almost all the work, so they have also become very self-confident and they have become empowered, but that empowered seems to be limited only to the personal level. the other two angles has really not changed over time. Okay. So this is the result, and also here I have another index. I can see here the ones which are highlighted in yellow. That also tells you that economic empowerment has really not happened in that area. Whatever empowerment there has been, in some cases, there has been a significant change in the women who were given the project, but that is only related to the personal level empowerment, self-esteem, individual knowledge, whether they help with each other or not. But when it comes to household decision making, ownership of the household asset, doesn't seem to be any change. Rather, the control household have more economic power compared to the treatment households. Okay, so the results are still very preliminary. I'm still working on it, but at least the initial result tells us that, okay, the job reservation has led to some form of empowerment, but that's only at personal level, not at the economic and not at the relational level. Okay, and similarly, when then I take the average empowerment, you can see here also in the average empowerment there are some changes, but again at the personal level when you aggregate all of them, right? And these are some data on Tanzania, and you can see except self-esteem, nowhere else there is any difference in Tanzania. So the first line is for the confidence intervals plot. The first line is for the control household. Second line is for the treatment household. Only in one issue there has been some improvement in the empowerment, but in the rest of them there has been no improvement in the empowerment values in Tanzania. But again, I need to check it further. So then I did a PSM. I did it last night. So very hurriedly done. You can see here this is the PSM result for India. You can see that's a good matching. Control and treatment are very well matched. So this is the score matching, and here is the kernel density, very well matched. And then I try to see whether this is giving a result or not. So, but when you see and also the common support is very much there, except one household, almost all the treatment household had a good match. There was support, but no impact. The average treatment effect is almost insignificant. Only in case of time allocation there is some difference, but otherwise in most of the indicators there has been no that's the last slide. So in most of the indicators there has been no improvement at all. So maybe I need to recheck, and again here I tell you that I have done a very conservative estimate of the measurement. I have given only two, that there are 5 answers: strongly agree, neutral, strongly disagree, and disagree. So only strongly agree I have given 1, and partial agree I have given 0.5. The rest I have given 0. Whereas Oxfam and others, they give actually strongly agree, and neutral 1. See, if I use their formulas, so probably my results will change, because I have done a very conservative estimate of the measurement. So here I am not getting such strong result, but probably I can also replicate their formula and see whether I am still getting a stronger result. Okay. And also more carefully the PSM and some other econometrics I am going to use. Okay. So that's what is my study, first study, and very happy to share with you, and really wanting to get some feedback. Thank you. Yeah. Right. Okay. Sit there. Yes, thank you. So there any questions for Salami?
I was wondering if you have some reasons to offer as to why, for example, things improved in the personal dimension but not in the economic dimension.
So I think maybe also it has to do a lot with the regional dynamics of the region. The data I collected is from a very coastal, very backward region in Andhra Pradesh, that next to the sea coast in Krishna estuary region. And there again the family is a very traditional families. So usually men they take all the decisions. So maybe when you have this process is changing, immediately probably they are not ready to give up everything. So at the personal level, the women are able to have some amount of autonomy because they have worked, they are earning, so they're also going out for work. But when it comes to household decision making, household assets, and whether and even the marriage of their children, the men are not ready to give up. And maybe they feel threatened. So that may be the reason why in case of control households, the relational index is higher compared to the treatment households. Because in the control household, the women, they don't, exercise their power. They just listen to the husband, whatever he says. And it's a very small family sizes, not very big. Okay, so that may be the reason, the social dynamics takes time to change. Maybe a few years down the line, we see a different story.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Narendra from IG. Thank you for emphasizing on women empowerment. Ma'am, nutrition is a need to be angle on gender and growth related part also. Is there any study in this, have a woman taking that plate in a last and least? Is there any possibility to see in these studies?
Nutrition was really not a single component in this study, but in some of these questions, that the time allocation to housework, cooking, and taking care of, children's food, schooling. So we had some questions on that, which are clubbed with other questions, under one particular index. So it was there, but openly we did not, had a nutrition index, or whether women are more concerned about that or not, because here the intention was something completely different. And also I try to follow the norm, how women empowerment is being measured globally. So that is why all my indexes, all the different parameters were all taken from different areas. So the food was there in some of the components, but not explicitly measured as a separate component. Yeah, but it's there in some of the questions.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about how men reacted to the job reservation.
When we were going to the field, the men seem to be very happy, that their women are being asked questions, and they are being, made to sit side, and women are being asked questions. They all seem to be very happy, they are not feeling threatened at all. So there was no negative reaction from the men. But when you see the values, it tells a different story. So probably the men are happy, that their women are doing something and they are being recognized. But at the same time, they are also wanting to observe that, they don't outpass them. They still remain under their control. So probably, the psychology, the mentality, is not changing very quickly. Ultimately, it's a very traditional society, where these projects were implemented. And also, there is no market, very, everything is rural, so they have to depend on men for everything. So, and whenever you went, we have to take permission from the man, if you want to interview the woman. It's not that you can just directly go. And you see, there is an old guy who was in that team. He was the one, who was going and talking to the men. There is a madam who's come from Delhi and she wants to study, and please allow them to answer. So otherwise, if you just go there, nobody is bothering to answer you. They don't even allow you to sit inside their house. So we had to hire the local enumerators, somebody who knows the family personally. So that way, men are really not giving up. So they're there, sitting at the door. But at least, women are able to exercise their own autonomy, self-esteem. They think, they are equal to men. That's, I think, one step up. Yeah, but long way to go.
Ma'am, how do you think you have accounted for the bias when you were collecting data? Because some of the questions when you ask the respondent about their self-confidence or empowerment, they are likely to report the biased answer for, say, the social status. So how did you account for those kind of biases across the different questions and the measures of empowerment categories, the 3 categories that you have created?
This is something, I think a very, very strong and very important question that when you do any statistical work, there should really not be any bias. So we are trying to control it at multiple levels. The first level was that the way we designed the questionnaire. So we had number of choice answers. We had for each questions, we had multiple answers. And the framing of the question was also taken, done in a very way so that it doesn't create any alertness for the women. This is being asked, just, as if we're just talking to somebody, I'm just talking to you. So the questions are framed in that way. And then we had so many different type of answers, so that she has a choice to say which one is right for her. Okay, this is one. And we had only women who are going to ask them those questions. We're asking women, and also there is a girl, who is learning the local language, and she knows the context. She's from the same cultural background. And she's going to ask them. Nobody from North India is not going to ask a woman in the South India because there's a cultural difference. So then that also was taken into account when the answer was the interview was done. And then we have these control households and the treatment household. The choice of the control households was also very carefully done so that you get similar women in other households. So if there is any bias here, the same bias also should be there. Right? And you are not taking the average response, you are taking the difference of the average response. So if there is a bias in the treatment group, there is also a bias in the control group. So that's getting cancelled. But in spite of that, I just cannot say this is perfect answer. And that's one way. We have done a lot of controls and lot of caution so that we get some result which is very attributable, at least partially attributable to the study. But that's still, and so that's why we are doing PSM. I think I'm also going to do few other rigorous econometric exercise. So multiple ways, of trying to find out. You see, the t-test is giving a result, but PSM is not giving those results. So in multiple ways of finding out that, okay, we come out with some very concrete result which can really be attributed to this project.
Thank you, Professor Das, for your presentation. I now invite Dr. Simon Shaner, Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Southern California, Scientific Director for Gender at Inclusion Economics Research Initiative, and affiliate of the Bureau for Research and Economic Analysis of Development, JPAL. Her work explores mechanisms that contribute to inefficiency and misallocation in low-income settings, with a focus on labor, financial, and healthcare markets. She will be presenting her paper, Opportunities and Barriers to Empowering Women Through Digital Technology. Dr. Shaner.
Okay, great, thanks. Thanks so much for having me on this panel. So this is, I should say, I'm going to present some work that is really tying together, three different projects that I've been working on with a number of inclusion economics affiliated researchers at Warwick, Duke, Harvard, Yale, as well as, obviously our learning partners, Inclusion Economics India Center, and a large number of funders, trying to bring together some of these insights into kind of a cogent narrative about understanding both opportunities and risks, vis-a-vis the growing role of the digital economy, both in India and elsewhere in the world. So, the opportunity here, of course, is that mobile phones and the rise of digitization is really reshaping the economic lives of the poor, and uptake of these technologies are growing incredibly rapidly in low and middle income countries. We now have over 5 billion people subscribed to mobile phones, over 4 billion people using mobile internet, and this is something that's really exciting because it offers countries that have lagged in terms of many types of physical infrastructure to sort of leapfrog in terms of access to digital infrastructure, especially vis-a-vis access to information, which is often very important for facilitating market functioning. It also opens up value-added services that have been shown in the literature to reduce poverty, in terms of, think about like payment services, many of the sort of rails of India's digital public infrastructure are enabled by this digital revolution. So this is very, very exciting. and has created a lot of enthusiasm in terms of what this might be able to do to close gender gaps, particularly with the idea that, in settings where women are excluded from traditional economic structures, well, if you can bring the entire economy into the palm of one's hand through a mobile phone, this could be a real game changer, right? So this is exciting, but it's not at all obvious that this technology is going to do good in terms of closing gender gaps. First I should say that gender gaps in access to digital technologies are large in many low and middle income countries, and particularly large in South Asia. You can kind of see on the slide that India is kind of in the red here, and this is important that there's a large literature on technological change in general, kind of thinking about what technological change historically has done to inequality, largely focusing on you could think about it as a cross-household inequality in terms of education. Often what you see is that access to new technologies is going to make inequality worse, not better. And so coming from a situation in which women already have less access to these new technologies, it's not clear that this is going to be something that helps women close gaps with men. It may actually make some of these gaps larger. And what we see in cross-country data is evidence consistent with that notion, in that kind of digital gaps, which in here, in contrast to Rohini's presentation, we're defining a gap as kind of the percent, it's a percent difference between men and women, kind of normalized to the man's rate. So, a gap of 60 would say that the difference between men and women is 60% of the male base. On the y-axis here is a digital gap measured by the gap in smartphone ownership against the secondary education gap. And this is just a scatter plot of countries across the world. And what you can see is that when there are larger gender gaps in education, there are larger gender gaps in access to smartphones. You can see India marked with the pink star on this slide. Gaps are also larger when women are less economically engaged. So still we're keeping the smartphone gap on the y-axis, and now on the x-axis is the labor force participation gap. And you can see that when women are less connected to the economy, women have less digital access across the world. And gaps are larger when gender norms are more conservative. So measuring this is just looking at the percent of individuals in the Gallup World Poll who agree with the notion that men and women should have equal rights. So a lower percentage is more conservative. And again, you can kind of see that at sort of lower rates of agreement with equal rights in principle, we see larger smartphone gaps. So I think there's a question that has sort of underpinned a number of the recent digital projects that we've done at Inclusion Economics, and is also just generally really important to be thinking of as a policy analyst or a policymaker, which is how should we be thinking about these digital inclusion policies in an environment or in a country or social setting in which there are a lot of pre-existing gender inequities to begin with, and how can we structure that policy so that policy becomes something that closes gaps and elevates women. And so I'm presenting, this is something that I sort of put together recently with some colleagues in the room as part of sort of new research situated in Kenya, which is really to sort of think about a framework that might help policymakers and analysts think systematically about potential policy solutions in a somewhat flexible way. And so what I'm going to try to do here is essentially you could think about this as a inter-household decision-making model, presented in words and with some diagrams. And so there's sort of 5 principles that are underlying this framework for thinking about the likely effects of digital policy. The first is that we're really kind of centering decision-making or response to policies within families. And so choices are often not, women don't make choices in a vacuum. Choices are often an outcome of a family decision-making process in which a woman's influence over the outcome or the final choice is going to be determined by her bargaining power and her agency. And in tandem, especially in low and middle income country settings, households have limited resources and in general are going to strive to make choices that put those resources to their perceived highest return use. Right? So, people kind of try to do the best they can with what they have. And when thinking about returns, we typically think of the difference between the benefit of taking an action minus the cost. And the costs and benefits of different actions may be both economic in terms of something that generates income as well as social, right? In terms of an action that perhaps generates social status, or when we think about social norms, you know, violating a norm could cause social costs. And when we think about the returns to digital engagement, you know, of course, when you're thinking about a technology adoption problem, you may not know the return, you may not know what the benefits and the costs are, you know, before you start engaging. And so there's a sense in which perceived and actual returns to digital engagement may not be the same. And finally, of course, while we're kind of situating our framework in the notion of the household as the primary decision-making unit, households are not making these choices in a vacuum. There's an entire enabling environment that wraps around the household that's going to shape the costs, benefits, and the nature of the decision-making process. So with those sort of principles in mind, we can kind of show you a visual representation of the framework. And so first, you know, in terms of the enabling environment, we've pulled out a few things that we think are really important. You could think of that as being things like social norms, you know, household decision-making dynamics, sort of, you know, typical ways in which households make decisions, kind of digital skills and human capital of both the woman and other members of her household. One thing that's come up a number of times inside conversations is, you know, kind of physical safety or perceived safety of being out in the general economy, and then also the economic and connectivity environment. So within that context, you could think of or imagine a woman who is unconnected to digital technology deciding whether or not to engage. And that's sort of the point at which a household and a woman has to make an adoption decision, where they're going to weigh the perceived benefits, you know, less the perceived costs. That'll be the perceived return to engagement. And as the household makes its decision, it's going to not just ask whether or not that perceived return is positive, but also does this you know, sort of perceived return of taking this action, this adoption action, exceed the return to doing something else? You know, sort of imagine thinking about using a smartphone. Well, it's like I could use a smartphone or my husband could use a smartphone, right? And both of those might be net benefits, but if the benefit to him using it is higher, we're going to prioritize his use. So, you know, if the perceived return does not exceed alternatives, then the woman will not adopt and she goes back to the unconnected state. If it does exceed the alternatives, she is going to engage with phones. There's going to be this utilization and engagement that, you know, lets a woman and her family learn about the actual return, the actual benefits, actual costs. You know, and kind of through this process, it can also shape the enabling environment, right? As you engage, you may sort of learn new skills, which increases your digital skills and human capital, which I think Lisa will talk about in her next slide. And so that may, you know, further kind of shape the actual return. And again, there's sort of this continuous decision making, right? So as the returns are realized, you again ask, are actual returns larger than, you know, alternatives? If the answer is yes, you could think about a woman kind of just continue to become more and more digitally included over time. If the answer is no, she may actually, you know, sort of cease adoption and return to an unconnected state. So that's kind of just like a very broad way of thinking about how people might make decisions in a household setting about using digital technology. And what I wanted to walk you through really quickly is, you know, maybe how to use this framework in action. You know, in particular, like pulling out, thinking about the impact of approved affordability in a general gender unequal setting. I think this is a pretty important one because if you read, GSMA has a lot of really wonderful reports on both, you know, kind of overall access to the digital economy as well as digital gender gaps. And one of the things that comes up over and over again in those reports is, you know, bringing cost barriers down, right? Which is of course very important. But if you think through the lens of the framework, the outcome of reducing costs does not have an obvious, or the effect on gendered outcomes is not obvious, and that, you know, how would we think about this? So like the first thing I would say is like, let's assess the baseline enabling environment. Where I'm going to talk to you in a moment about research from Chhattisgarh, you know, where men are going to have greater economic returns to using the phone by virtue of pre-existing gender inequities in terms of labor market participation, as well as differences in access to human capital. They also have greater decision-making power within the household. Okay, so that's sort of the base from which we're starting. You know, now what we want to do is think about the likely effect of the policy on both absolute and I think this is really important, relative returns, because the relative return is going to be what matters for what the household does. So of course, a lower cost of phone ownership is going to increase the net return for both women and men, but men's returns will likely be higher in part because we're thinking about this policy in a context in which the baseline enabling environment is favoring men. And so then what are the likely implications for adoption? Well, if men are not yet digitally connected, if you're thinking about this in a setting, like a low connectivity setting, it would make sense that the first device would be prioritized for men. What this means is the digital gender gaps would get bigger. Now, if men are already digitally connected, maybe you're at sort of a moderate adoption setting, you know, gender gaps may close as women start using phones more as, say, a secondary user. So that's kind of a prediction that comes out of this framework. I quickly wanted to show you sort of just some cross-country evidence, you know, that is indeed consistent with this. So what we have now on the x-axis is kind of the overall rate of smartphone ownership within economies across the world against the gender gap in smartphone ownership. And what you can kind of see is that that gender gap at first gets a little bit bigger. You know, then once we reach around 40% of adoption, gender gaps start to shrink over time. Again, you can see India marked as a star there, kind of right around that peak in the axis gap. So this, of course, is just cross-country correlational evidence. There's a question of, you know, what is this, you know, is any of this sort of borne out in policy? And to get to that, I wanted to talk to you about understanding the short and long-term effects of a free smartphone distribution program that we've been studying in the state of Chhattisgarh. And so, you know, many of you are probably familiar with Chhattisgarh. You know, I would think of it as sort of a lower income state that's seen a lot of really solid economic growth in recent years. When we started this work around 2019, female phone ownership was about 41%. Female labor force participation was around 54%, so kind of above average in India, but still quite low income. And the policy that we study is this smartphone distribution scheme, where smartphones were distributed to female household heads free of charge, alongside 6 months of free data. And then the government also mapped out uncovered areas and built LTE towers in areas where there was not pre-existing 4G coverage. Distribution took place between August and September of 2018. The government distributed almost 3 million smartphones, largely to women. And I'll tell you about some features of the program that we sort of designed multiple strategies to evaluate its impact. And the way that we did this is, you know, first to measure the short-run effect. We're going to take a sample of 212 program-eligible villages in Raipur district. And what we simply did was randomly assign villages to being interviewed either 2 to 3 weeks before phone distribution or 2 to 3 weeks after. So under the assumption that there are no kind of major time effects that would move outcomes other than the arrival of this program in this sort of 4-week window, we can measure the short-run effect of the distribution. We're also interested in understanding what happens over the much longer term when you make a large, very large policy investment like this. And to do that, we're going to rely on original survey data that we collected in nearly 700 GPs across 13 districts in Chhattisgarh using a regression discontinuity approach that exploits the fact that in order to be eligible for this program, the largest village in the GP had to have a population of 1,000 or more per the 2011 census. And so effectively what we're doing is kind of comparing GPs where the 2011 population was between 1,000 and 1,100 to those where it was between 900 and 999 to infer the impact of the program. Again, the key assumption being here that there's sort of no systematic differences between communities on either side of this discontinuity. Okay, and so what do we see? Well, we see that in the short run, free distribution increases access to smartphones. You can see that at the household level, prior to distribution, this is from our short run survey, about 44% of households had a smartphone. The government did a very good job of implementing this program. It takes household level ownership basically up to 100% in the aftermath of the program. When you decompose this by individual ownership, what you see is that it's increasing the share of women who say that they own their own smartphone by 56 percentage points, but it's also increasing stated male ownership by 17 percentage points, even in the sort of very few weeks right after the program. And if you instead ask about, okay, well, like, what are you doing with this phone? what you see is the program actually made gender gaps larger. And we see this both in terms of the percent of, or here on the slide, we're talking about the percent of advanced tasks. So you could think of things like sending a WhatsApp, doing an internet search, checking financial information online. You can see that the program's impact on men's engagement is 12 percentage points, where it's only 6.5 percentage points for women. And so this program is actually connecting men more to the internet, even though nominally it's transferring the phones into the hands of the women because of this inter-household decision-making that's happening in the background. In the long run, what we see is actually very limited impacts of the program. I think one of the most striking things in this part of Chhattisgarh was very, very rapid household level adoption of smartphones. In the short run, about 44% of households in Raipur had a smartphone. When we do our statewide survey in 2023, this goes up to 84%. And sort of no difference between program and non-program villages. And I think the policy lesson here is that reducing costs, especially temporarily, it's probably not going to be enough to close gender gaps, especially when women have lower returns to phone use in these settings where baseline adoption is low. So, well, that's all well and good, but so what might we be able to do? Well, I think a key thing that the framework points to is investing in women's returns to digital technology and really hitting the relative returns that women might have relative to men. And so in the context of this research program, we studied a second solution, which was a woman-centered digital capability training, which really focused on teaching women basic skills, in program villages for their new smartphones. It was sort of meant to engage women in groups, short duration, take-home brochure to reinforce learning. We assess impact through a randomized trial, again in these 212 villages in Raipur district. And 180 of those were randomly selected to receive training, and then we have 32 who were control villages and just had the status quo. All the results I'm going to show you are kind of about follow-up taking place 2.5 years after this initial training, which really lasted about 45 minutes. Training was pretty popular. 57% of women shortlisted, a teen ended up attending. And because we have this partial compliance issue, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you two impact estimates. One is the effect of being offered training, which we would call intent to treat. I'll also use a technique called instrumental variables analysis to measure the effect of actually attending training, but this requires assuming that there's sort of no spillover effects on women who did not show up in treatment villages, which is like an important assumption, one I'm not quite sure is satisfied in the setting, but I think it's a useful thought experiment to kind of look at that number as well, to think about like what's the actual effect of attending. And what we see is that training increased women's phone use, both in terms of basic tasks, advanced tasks, and autonomy in terms of using the phone outside the household. You can see for advanced tasks, sort of absent any training, about 21% of women or women on average are able to do 21% of advanced tasks we ask about. This goes up by about 6 percentage points with training, which I think is pretty remarkable 2.5 years later with something so short. So it does seem that there are, kind of meaningful effects of investing in women's skills on digital uptake. And we also find some evidence that this training improved both social connectedness and women's mental health, with the hypothesis that stronger social connections may have improved mental health. This program took place right before the pandemic started, and you can imagine how being more connected to your family, more connected to the world through the internet might have actually had some real mental health dividends, especially in this context. So I think I'm probably running out of time, and so we've kind of gone through these results, but maybe what I'll do is just a little bit of plug for where do we go from here? And I think at Inclusion Economics, we're really excited to start a second generation of work that kind of takes these learnings and says, okay, well, what can we really do to make the new digital economy work for women? Because this requires sort of very careful and strategic thought. And so, ideas, things that we're eager to think about going ahead are really trying to find ways to amplify women's relative returns to advanced phone use by offering gender-targeted digital work opportunities, which I'll just turn that over for Lisa to tell you more about some early evidence on that. Think about ways of also addressing the enabling environment, which is those sort of pre-existing inequities by challenging norms and building skills. by engaging women's collectives as a platform for learning and exploration, and ensuring that innovation delivers high-value tools that support women's control and women's standing in the household through gender-sensitive digital public infrastructure. We'd love to talk with all of you more about these ideas and others you may have on the sidelines, and I will stop there, and thank you.
Do we have any questions for Simone?
Yeah, hi, sorry, I'm right at the back. Thank you very much. I had, this is during the COVID period, right? So you distributed the phones just pre-COVID and you did the evaluation post-COVID?
Yeah, so the distribution took place before COVID. The long one was also after COVID.
So the couple of questions. One is that, there was an attempt to tackle issues of domestic violence, the increase in domestic violence during lockdown and general restriction of mobility for women outside the household during COVID. And it was dependent on women reporting it via using cell phones. But the problem is, of course, that if you're restricted mobility, you're not going to report domestic violence from within the home because you don't have the privacy. So have you had any kind of measure of that? And how do you measure mental health, for instance? And a little more of the profile of the women that you trained. What kinds of households? Did the spouses have phones or not? If you could share that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and sorry, I had a little bit of a hard time hearing you, so I hope I do justice to your question, and if not, just ask a follow-up. So I think the first question was asking about domestic violence and IPV issues, especially vis-a-vis having the phone be a portal for reporting, which I think that's a great question. I think certainly in the training intervention, we ask about forms of emotional control. We did not ask about physical violence in that particular study. So I think we don't find any evidence of changes in terms of controlling behavior or emotional violence, but I do think sometimes you don't always see those two things moving in tandem. So I think we can say a little bit about it, but not perhaps as complete an answer as I would like. How do we measure mental health? We use the PHQ-4, which is a short form, kind of pretty validated four-item survey to measure mental health. And then in terms of the profile, I guess this is the cost of trying to combine like 3 projects into a single 20-minute talk. Essentially what we did is we took a random sampling from the SECC, stratifying by literacy. So I think like 2/3 of women were literate and 1/3 were not. We see benefits for both groups of women. So I do think it's a reasonably representative sample and not, kind of like really skewed towards, for example, women that would be coming with a lot of kind of pre-existing human capital.
So you said I could have a small follow-up because you couldn't hear me, which is on the domestic violence. Did you ask what they use the phone for and whether this was something that empowered them to be able to report that or any other forms of, when you ask for support from social networks, presumably that's more than just chit-chatting, that they could have some instrumental value.
Yeah, I think that it's a really interesting question. We did not ask about reporting of IPV through the phone, but I agree it would have been really interesting to kind of think of that. I can tell you that the vast majority of, like we asked in the social network section, we asked kind of like, who are you talking to on the phone? And I think the vast majority of contacts are family members. And so my hunch is that, it's a hunch, is that a big thing that this facilitated was just being in touch with loved ones, especially at a time when doing that in other ways was harder.
Hi. Really interesting work. Probably missed it, but
was there a mention of children, whether children in the household, did they have a phone, and or the household size, that kind of a thing, especially because have to control for the age, I think, and slightly related, but so the framework is the framework you proposed is, I think the underlying model is the rational choice model. So have you explored alternative models? Just wanted to know your thoughts.
Okay, sorry. Maybe it's me. I'm having a horrible time hearing people. So the first question is kids. I'm trying to remember. So I can tell you that in the long run survey, we definitely did a full household roster to kind of be able to understand we did a full household roster in both surveys. So the kind of follow-up survey for training and then the follow-up survey for the phone distribution program, which were separate surveys. In both cases, there's a household roster. I remember for sure we mapped out ownership at the individual level in the long-run survey for the distribution program, but there's sort of no effects on that because there's no effects on sort of phone ownership or adoption of any kind in the long run. It was sort of a shot in the arm that dissipated over time. I think we may have done that same roster for the training survey, but I can't remember offhand. It would be interesting to look at. Certainly, one of the things that we were curious about was the extent to which these phones were being used by children, especially during COVID, as a way of learning. But we don't see an impact on that, certainly of the distribution program. But again, I think there's just no first stage there. I think in the framework, you sort of referenced a specific paper whose name I didn't catch. I would think of this as sort of like an informal tweak on, sort of a baseline collective model kind of going back to Browning and Chipori, but, enhanced with some insights from other literature that thinks about non-cooperative models of household decision making.
Just before we take more questions, please identify yourselves if you can. It would be great, and the organization that you're affiliated with. And I think we have a lot of questions.
Hi, I'm Manvi. I'm from Seva Bharat. We also work with grassroots women and help them in building up their capacity around technology. I wanted to understand that when you were providing that capacity in using those mobile phones, there's usually a lot of resistance in people because it's a behavior change and which is very slow, and sometimes they don't want to use it. Did you face any challenges, and if yes, then how did you overcome them?
Yeah, that's a great question of sort of a kind of community entry and acceptability. And I'm looking at Harsh because I should say this great training. Harsh was a key person who helped make some of this happen. So if you have nitty-gritties of how things work on the ground, you can always find him on the sidelines. I think in some ways, I think it's a really interesting, important question. I think one thing that is important to keep in mind for this particular project is we were coming on the heels of this government distribution program that was already targeting women. And what we see from that distribution program is in the short run, it actually increased stated acceptability of community members, both men and women, of women using phones. And so I think that helped us in some ways in that, already the state is making a push to connect women, and then we're coming on the heels of that. I don't think we had too much resistance, kind of in terms of holding these events or entering communities, which of course was part of the process. But, I could imagine that those challenges would look very different in a setting where you're not, maybe linked to a state program.
Hi.
We have time for one question.
Hi. My name is Bhaskar Pant. I'm from Sambodhi Research. I wanted to ask, were there any insights on intra-household dynamics in your research? Because, under the SKY program, the smartphones were distributed, but we have also often seen that women have limited accessibility to smartphones. And were there any certain features that they were using more and some features that maybe they were not using at all?
Yeah, great question. So starting with the intra-household, kind of intra-household aspect of this is 100%. We're very, very interested in this. You're always interested in these settings in which you're kind of trying to change control over an asset. For Sky particular, we don't. we don't see substantial impacts on that, nor do we really see impacts on inter-household decision-making power or women's mobility in the training. My hunch is that, one thing that we don't see the training doing in this setting is substantially increasing women's income. And I think often, I'm an economist, so I guess this is like it's just a habit, but in many ways money is power. And in this setting, I think women were using the phones more. They're kind of getting tangible benefits from the phones, but that wasn't kind of translating into a shift in economic fundamentals. And I would conjecture that that may have been important for mediating some of the like if you think about this theory of change of how inter-household decision making changes, that may well have been like kind of an important part of it. And I think is a great question for future research is it's great to connect women to phones, but like in the context of that framework, or just thinking about these digital gaps, like making sure that that is not just something that is providing like maybe social or utility benefits, which of course is really important, but also kind of leading to tangible economic gain, I think is a really important question, and one that we want to think about in future work.
Hi, do you have any like employment related results in your work? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's tied there. We really don't see substantial impacts on economic outcomes of either the training or Sky in the long run.
Thank you, Dr. Shaner. We'll now move on to the final presentation of this session by Dr. Lisa Ho, a postdoctoral associate at the Inclusion Economics Research Initiative at the Yale Economic Growth Center and Macmillan Center. Her research explores development and labor economics with a focus on female labor force participation, digital work, and the evolution of gender norms. She will present her paper, Bringing Work Home: Flexible Work Arrangements as Gateway Jobs for Women in West Bengal.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I guess my slides are in progress. So I'm excited to share with you Bringing Work Home: Flexible Work Arrangements as Gateway Jobs for Women in West Bengal. And this kind of tongue twister of a project is one that I've been working on with Suhani, who so thoughtfully introduced our panel, and Anahita Karandikar, who's a PhD student at the University of British Columbia. Great, awesome, thank you. Okay, as we all know, there's a large latent workforce of women who want paid work and yet are out of the labor force. That's true across the world, but especially in lower middle income countries, such as India, where surveys show that there are hundreds of millions of women who say that they would prefer to have paid work instead of or in addition to any domestic responsibilities, and yet are not currently in the labor force. So why are these women not working? One important reason is that there's a mismatch between the jobs that are available and the jobs that women can or want to do given current norms of appropriate behavior for women. So this mismatch between jobs and norms suggests two strategies. One is to change the norms, and the second is to change the jobs. In our study, we'll start with changing jobs, the idea being that women working might then in turn change norms, and so we could end up changing both in the process. So in this study, we run a randomized field experiment in West Bengal, and we introduce a type of job, digital gig work, which is particularly amenable to kind of home-based flexible work arrangements, and we find three main results. The first is that these jobs are highly effective at bringing women who were previously out of the labor force into paid work. The second is that these jobs don't only bring women into the labor force, but are also effective at acting as a stepping stone to less flexible outside the home jobs. Third, we do find a trade-off when we try to look at the labor demand side. So what happens in terms of workers' performance when they're working from home versus from an office? And we do find that workers working from home do their work more slowly, and they also make more mistakes. So I'm going to tell you more about the setting of the study before going through those three main results. We conduct our study in urban, peri-urban, and rural West Bengal, so kind of a range of places across lower middle income households. To be eligible for the study, women needed to not be in the labor force or in education, and that meant we had a sample of women who had very little previous work experience. So more than 2/3 said that they had never previously earned income before participating in the study. Also, despite this being West Bengal, there were still pretty widespread traditional norms about family gender roles. So for example, that women's most important role is to be a good homemaker, or that a man should have the final word about decisions in his home. And we found that these attitudes, agreement with these attitudes, were very predictive of other outcomes that we cared about in our study. So we'll combine them into an index that we call a Gender Attitudes Index, and say that women who have kind of more higher levels of agreement with these statements are more traditional or less traditional. The jobs we implement were done in collaboration with Microsoft Research, or CARIA, and they involved speech recording tasks to contribute to either Bangla or Hindi speech data sets that were used to train speech recognition algorithms. These are real job tasks that previous clients of theirs had asked and paid them to carry out. All of the jobs lasted for 1 month, and we had a separate team of validators we hired listen to every job task and rate how well women had completed them. Finally, the pay for this job was piece rate, with a maximum possible earnings of around 50 USD. And on average, women earned about 20% of their monthly household income, so a pretty substantial substantial boost to household income. Okay, so now I'll tell you about the first result, which was about the elasticity of labor supply with respect to job flexibility and how the extensive margin of labor force participation responded. So we randomly assign households to either a control group that receives no job offer, or to a treatment group that receives 1 of 5 job offers. So the first is the most flexible job, and that allowed women to work from home while multitasking work with childcare and at any time that they wished. Our second job variation, the time inflexible one, meant that women needed to sign up for a particular work shift at the beginning of the month, and then they couldn't change that throughout the job. Our third variation was a child inflexible job, where we told women that they could not have their children next to them while they worked, and they weren't paid if we heard children's voices in the background of the tasks that they submitted to the employer. In our fourth variation, we just combined the time inflexible and child inflexible variations, and then we had a last fifth job, an office job, where women were required to go to a nearby office to complete all of their tasks there. Okay, so we found that around 15% of women showed up to the office job if they were randomly assigned to receive a job offer that required them to go to this nearby office. In comparison, more than 45% of women showed up to the most flexible job. So that means that job flexibility more than tripled job take-up from 15% to 48%. So that's a really large effect on women's job take-up, which is an outcome that is not easy to move compared to a lot of other levers that have been tested. And that includes, Suhani and I ran another experiment in Mumbai where we tried to vary wages as well as the ability to work from home to understand how much you would have to increase wages in order to get women to work from an office. And what we found is that even increasing wages by over 400% only increased women's labor supply by like a quarter of the effect that we find just by allowing women to work from home. So job flexibility has a tremendously large effect as compared to other levers that have been tested. I think that's one of the main takeaways from our work. Okay, so given that there's this very large effect, we wanted to understand what features of flexible home-based jobs are so important to women's labor supply. To do that, we toggle on and off different aspects of job flexibility to kind of unpack the exact mechanisms driving the effect. And what we find is that, one, work from home, even without multitasking with childcare, doubles job take-up from 15% to 30%. Second, we find that work hours flexibility on its own actually made very little difference to job take-up. So what that means is that for these out-of-labor force women, they could and they would choose to set aside a couple hours a day to do work, and it wasn't time. That's the binding constraint on why they're not working. Lastly, the ability to multitask work with childcare was also very important and increased job take-up by about 60%. So the main takeaways on this extensive margin of labor supply are that these flexible home-based jobs are highly effective at increasing women's job take-up, and that when we decompose the overall 33 percentage point effect of women's job take-up, we find that half comes from the ability to work from home and half from the ability to multitask work with childcare. Okay, so second, I'm going to talk about how flexible work arrangements were not only effective at bringing women into the labor force, but were also effective at acting as a stepping stone to outside the home work. Okay, so the channels that we had in mind here were that the demonstration of women earning income might result in the woman herself or her family members learning about the costs and benefits of women working, and they might learn that the returns are higher than they had previously believed. In addition, the demonstration of women earning income might just change gender attitudes and norms over time. We particularly wanted to understand the effects of working on labor supply outside the home, because most jobs are just infeasible to do remotely still, and work outside the home might have other effects in terms of women being able to have an equal role in public life. The way we test this is that we return to all of our study participants 2 to 3 months after our initial RCT, and we offer them another set of jobs. In that second set of jobs, women were randomly selected to either receive the same set of digital jobs that varied in flexibility, or to receive one of 2 non-digital jobs in order to see whether effects on their interest in work was about interest in earning income more generally, or if it was something specific to learning about digital jobs. In terms of how we actually test this empirically, we regress women's round 2 job take-up, so whether or not they actually start the job that they were randomly assigned to receive in the second round of job offers on the relative flexibility of their round 1 versus round 2 job assignment. So we say that a woman was assigned a gateway job sequence if her first job was more flexible than her second job. The idea being that she was given an opportunity to have a gradual approach to her second job, rather than having to just immediately jump into a less flexible job. What we find is that being assigned to a gateway job increases women's job take-up by 5 percentage points, and this effect is particularly concentrated on women who had no previous work experience, which is what's in the second column. So it does seem that there's something about the experience of earning income for the first time, which is important for explaining this gateway job effect. We also look specifically at how the effect varies by what the round 2 job offer was. And so the particular row that I've highlighted is the effect on women's job take-up of office jobs in the second round. And what you can see is that being assigned a gateway job sequence kind of results in positive coefficients across all types of second round jobs, but we put more women in the bucket to receive office jobs later in order to be better powered, and we do find that being assigned a gateway job increases their take-up of the office job by 8 percentage points. And to give you a sense of the magnitude of that, we think that that's a really large effect. So that's the same effect that in another context, Suhani and I found resulted from a more than 400% wage increase. So what that means is that it would actually be more cost effective to run the entire month-long job at home first and then offer the job from the office than it would be to try to immediately just pay women more to come to the office. Okay, so now I want to tell you about why we think that there is evidence for employment also in turn changing norms. Okay, so this is showing job take-up in the most flexible job versus the office-based job for women from households that were more traditional versus less traditional at baseline. And what you can see is that households that held less traditional attitudes were more likely to take up jobs overall, and they were also less affected by the ability to work from home. So women from more traditional households are less likely to work, and their labor supply is more responsive to work from home. In turn, we find that work experience shifts women's gender attitudes. So on average, participants who were assigned to a job became 0.05 standard deviations less traditional on average, and that effect was entirely concentrated on women who held more traditional views at baseline. So a lot of the action is taking place in these households that are more traditional. It's women with more traditional attitudes who are most affected, whose labor supply is most responsive to work from home, and it's also their attitudes which change most in response to work experience. So what we take away from this is that when women are faced with an office job, being first offered a home-based kind of gateway job makes women substantially more likely to take up work than if they were given no chance at a gradual approach. And we find evidence that pro-work attitudes and actual labor supply are mutually reinforcing. Okay, so in my last 5 minutes or so, I wanted to talk about the employer's perspective in terms of how introducing flexible work arrangements affects job performance. Observationally, we see that women are less productive when working from home versus the office, but without additional information, we don't know whether that's because of treatment effects or because of selection, as in the women who are only willing to do work when it's from home might be systematically different. To specifically look at the treatment effects of job flexibility on inframarginal workers, so that is women who are willing to do the job with or without a given dimension of flexibility, we compare participants who were randomly assigned to a less flexible job and were randomly assigned to receive an upgrade to the most flexible job with women who were not randomly selected for that upgrade. So what this allows us to do is to hold worker type constant, so to take women who would have the same productivity on average and then compare their performance between women who were randomly assigned to work from home versus not. On the selection margin, in order to characterize what we call flexibility compliers, who are willing to do the job only if it's flexible along a relevant dimension, we compare participants who were initially offered and accepted the most flexible job with those who were initially offered an inflexible job but were then randomly selected for an upgrade. So what we're doing here is holding the work arrangement itself constant and comparing across worker types. To summarize what we find that work from home affects worker productivity through both treatment and selection. So work from home causes workers to complete tasks more slowly and with more errors, and workers whose labor supply is marginal to work from home complete their tasks more slowly. Why is that? When we look at task-specific data, we find that work arrangements have a big effect on work session length. And we're defining work session length as the time that you spend working without taking a break. And what we find is that women who are assigned to work from home have 25% shorter work sessions, and work from home compliers have shorter work sessions on average. So that means that the women who are working from home are more likely to be interrupted or to take breaks throughout a session of work rather than just completing tasks consecutively. Why is it important whether or not women are taking breaks? We find evidence of flow effects. So as workers get into a flow, they tend to complete tasks more quickly. So this figure shows on the x-axis the task within a work session. So on the left-hand side is the very first task that you might sit down and do after starting to work, whereas on the right-hand side is the 200th task that you've sat down to do without taking a break. On the y-axis is the time spent on a given task. So what you can see is that when you first sit down to work, the first few tasks you do take a very long time, but over time, you're able to speed up because of these kind of flow effects. We find similar effects in terms of accuracy. So now the x-axis is exactly the same. It's the task within the work session. So on the left-hand side is the first task that you do after sitting down to start work. The right-hand side is like the 200th task that you're doing after starting work without taking a break. And the y-axis is the accuracy score on a given task. So what we find is that the first few tasks that you complete, you tend to do less accurately. But as you get into the flow of the work session, you're more likely to complete tasks well, at least until you're about to take a break, at which point, like, accuracy plummets. Okay, so I just want to conclude, but one thing I wanted to say on this slide is we do find that work from home has negative effects on performance overall. That's holding wage rates constant, though. And in our complementary work, we find that women's reservation wages are much lower from home. So this doesn't mean that in the grand scheme of things, employers shouldn't offer work from home. It can still be a good value proposition because workers are much more willing to work at lower wages from home than they are if you require them to work in an office. Okay, so just to conclude, the main takeaway from our study is that flexible work arrangements are highly effective at increasing women's labor supply, And that's because there are some women who can only participate in paid work when it's from home. But there are also other women who would really like to do work and would potentially do work outside the home, but they're currently not given the chance to take a gradual approach to that job. In terms of implications for policy, we think that flexible work arrangements might be underprovided for at least a couple reasons. So one is that employers might underestimate the potential workforce that they're losing out on by not offering work from home, both in terms of the number of workers or in terms of the quality of workers. And then second, there's no reason for employers to internalize the benefit of offering this kind of gradual on-ramp to the labor force for women who could then use that on-ramp to take jobs outside of that specific employer. So that's all from me. Thanks so much. Happy to take questions.
Hi, sorry, this is really loud. I think Simone's feedback has been taken into account. Hi, I'm Girija Borkar. I'm at the World Bank. Great presentation, Lisa. So just one thing. So we are making women do more at home, which clearly benefits them in terms of working more. But are they doing better? I mean, this sounds like a very stressful situation for me, and imagining me working at home with my kids running around, and obviously being with them helps me provide childcare. But just like, did you measure that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and it's something that we were kind of concerned about, that overall women's welfare might not actually be improved. We measure mental health, and we don't find any effect on mental health overall, so just a zero effect. We do find a positive effect on whether women say that their talent and potential are put to good use. So before that, a quarter of women said that their potential and talents were put to good use, not at all. And we found that being assigned to treatment and working does increase the sense that women have that their potential and talents are being put to good use. So that's potentially one measure of welfare.
Is it my turn? Thanks for that. That was super rich and interesting. Can you say a little bit more about the kind of composition of these households? Because there is a certain age bracket when children are particularly in your way or around you versus others. So can you say a little bit about the...
Yeah, absolutely. So around half of our households, there were women who had children under the age of 8, but almost all women had a child, and the women were on average 30 years old. But we did look at differences kind of by age of children, and it was certainly the case that working from home is more important for women who have young children. But we found even conditional on children, women with more kind of gender equal attitudes had were less responsive to the work from home treatment than women who had less traditional attitudes. Women with less traditional attitudes, but the same children, same age children, were more willing to work from the office. So it seems like children matter, but attitudes kind of mediate the importance of children to labor supply.
Hi. Hi, I'm Akash. I'm a PhD student at UCSD. I was wondering how you think about the magnitude of the gateway effect. I think you provided like a very helpful benchmark with the wage comparison where you could have done the whole exercise. I was wondering if you have maybe like more qualitative thoughts about like if the second job was in manufacturing or something like that, like how strong do you think the gateway effect might be there in terms of norms? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really great question and is super policy relevant for what this would actually look like if we wanted to do it at scale. I feel like any answer I would give you right now would basically just be a guess. What I think would be really interesting would be to test, say, for a manufacturing firm to say, can you offer trainings for the job that are from home and have women start off just doing those at-home trainings and then ask them to come to the factory to work. I don't know what would happen, but I think our study provides some evidence that those women might be more likely to be willing to come to the factory after this initial training period.
Hi. So Ria from ISI Delhi, PhD student this side. So my question is mainly regarding your third finding. So when working from home, there is productivity loss as well as lesser reservation wages required for women to work. So I'm just comparing from employer's viewpoint, what would be better to let them work from home or to call them to office, because there are like both costs and benefits involved into that.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And at least in our context, with our kind of back of the envelope calculations based on the costs of having an office, for example, it would still be worthwhile for an employer to allow work from home. But that's probably going to depend a lot on the specific type of tasks, which would determine kind of the exact productivity difference. But at least for this type of task, it's worthwhile.
Hi, I'm a master's student from JNU. I'm studying economics. My question is again regarding the composition. What is the income range that you used for the purpose of this analysis? And secondly, if you were to take a different income range, how do you think the results would be different? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So our income was pretty different across urban versus rural areas. The income in urban areas, which was much significantly higher than in rural areas. So on average, income was around 11,000 rupees per month, but in rural areas, that was closer to like 8,000. I suspect job take-up was higher in this sample than if we went to kind of higher income households where this potential of 50 USD was less attractive, but I guess we didn't work with like much higher income households.
Hi, I'm Garyasi from IEIC. I found it really interesting that the norms would change with regard to going to an office to work. So I have two questions. The first one being, did you ask initially why women didn't want to go to the office? And then when they did want to go to the office after having worked for a bit, did you ask them why that changed? Just trying to understand that mechanism.
Yeah, so we actually only gave them each person only received one job offer. So we didn't, for women who we're kind of inferring that there is a certain fraction of women who are not willing to go to the going to go to the office for their job, but we don't actually ask each woman with multiple job offers, if that makes sense. But that would have been an interesting thing to at least look at qualitatively.
Qualitatively, we found that it was basically because of identity shifts, and the women were been taken more seriously by the household members. When they were working at home, she continued to remain a housewife. So essentially, women said that if they were invited to the office, the mother-in-laws, everybody took their work much more seriously. So they would prefer to do that in that case for some such women. In some cases.
So I wanted to know, were these women already familiar with this kind of work that they were offered, and how much would you say that because now they have worked at home, they are super familiar with the kind of work they are going to do, and that's motivating them to go to the office, versus just because it was like work at home, that's motivating them to go to the office?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So the women in our study were not familiar with this type of task before. This was their first time doing this kind of digital work. And in terms of whether the effect has to do with familiarity with the type of work versus just desire to earn income more generally. So that was part of why we introduced in the second round of jobs different types of jobs that involved like sewing masks or making jewelry, or where the actual skills involved were very different from the initial job. And we don't find any difference in the treatment effects between different job types. So it doesn't seem like it is something specific about the tasks, but that would have been a very reasonable hypothesis and one that we had as well.
I'm Mubashira from ISST. I wanted to know your observations on issues of time poverty and work at office and flexibility and home-based work. Were there any differences in that? And if there were implications on the organization of care within the household or in the community as a result of the new work that women were doing?
Yeah, that's a really great question. We wanted to understand kind of whether there was a reorganization of home production, for example. And something that we found a bit puzzling, and I don't think we've totally resolved, is that when we ask women, they don't say that they're doing any less home productions, they say that they're still doing the same amount of childcare, the same amount of cooking, the same amount of cleaning, but we do find that children report that their fathers are also doing more. So it's possible that maybe both parents are, or like fathers are doing a bit more, but then women are still doing the same amount. But it's a little bit hard to say, to square those two facts.
Hi, I'm Chetna from Delhi School of Economics. So I was thinking along these lines, as more urbanization is happening in every economy almost, and whole families are migrating to the geographical location where more jobs are concentrated, and to gain advantage from the economic opportunities. So in that sense, women are more autonomous as they are running in nuclear family structures and not joint family, but they're also more responsible for the grand scheme of things when it comes to managing a family. So how do you think that more urbanization would allow women to take up more flexible work arrangements, or does it lead to them being less flexible with the work arrangements?
So let me know if I'm not answering your question correctly. I think you were asking about how the overall family arrangement affects the importance of flexibility, like whether they live in a joint household, whether they live with in-laws. Is that right? Okay, so we do look, around 40% of the women in our study live with at least one parent in law, and we don't actually find any difference in job take-up among women who live with their in-laws versus not. But that was certainly a dimension of heterogeneity that we thought might produce some differences in take-up, but it looked like, but overall we actually don't find any.
Hi Lisa, really enjoyed your presentation. I had a question on what was the mechanism for which drove the getaway effect. Is it that the households saw that there's a benefit, they realized an economic benefit from the woman working, and did the household learn about the woman working and then it worked out, or is it kind of the woman gained confidence, or a bit of both? Were you able to tease out any of that?
Yeah, we're not able to tease it apart perfectly, but we do measure agency, and we don't find any changes in women's agency. So women still, only around a third of women report that they make the decision about whether or not they take the job. And that stays the same before and after the study. We do find this change in attitudes about what appropriate behavior for women looks like. And we're not actually giving them any new information about what the wages would be. So they knew what the wages would be going in. So it's something about experiencing those wages rather than just knowing what they're going to be that seems to change the jobs that women are willing to do in the future.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, everyone. So just to close this session, just want to leave you with 3 takeaways that I hope that you've been able to capture from the presentations. So first is that we know that gender gaps are still quite persistent in the labor markets for women, and that there are certain interventions that we might need to additionally do in addition to any of the policies that currently exist that might actually specifically target women, such as the reservations, as Sodamini mentioned, and as Simone was talking about the capacity building, the training programs, as Lisa was mentioning, the digital gig work sorts of opportunities that women can do over their smartphones. The second takeaway is that some of these opportunities can really serve as gateways and as stepping stones for future employment opportunities, and they it might be better perceived as a stepping stone and not necessarily as an end goal. As often these are underpaid sort of sites of jobs that might in fact exacerbate the gender gaps in the future. And the third is that the digital economy, while we've discussed that quite a bit, we weren't actually able to discuss the climate adaptation piece as much, even though we wanted to discuss more on that. So this just highlights how much more research there is that needs to be done in understanding how that space can actually also offer opportunities for women's work. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the speakers for those insightful and thought-provoking presentations. May I please request Dr. Urmi Bhattacharya, Associate Professor of Research at Inclusion Economics India Center, to present a token of appreciation to the speakers. Yeah, may I please request the speakers and Urmi to step forward for a group photo, and Dr. Jalota as well. Thank you, everyone. We will now break for some tea, coffee, and snacks served outside and reconvene here at 4 p.m. for our fourth session. Thank you. policy roundtable on jobs and gendered gaps in India. It's my pleasure to invite Aishwarya Lakshmi Ratan, the moderator of this session, to the stage to welcome and introduce the panelists. She is the Deputy Director of the Yale Economic Growth Center. Previously, she managed research and evaluation investments for the Women's Economic Empowerment Strategy at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, led a financial inclusion research initiative at EGC and IPA, and led research projects at Microsoft Research India.
Thank you so much, Archana. No, he's going to turn it. Yes? Great. Great. Thanks, Archana. Welcome, everyone. We have an absolutely illustrious panel here with us today to talk about jobs and gendered gaps in India. I'd like to, at the outset, offer my very sincere thanks to our policymaker panelists for making time from your packed schedules to come and join us and be part of this discussion and share your insights. I will welcome each of you up to the stage. First, we have Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Before his current appointment, Dr. Nageshwaran had a distinguished career as a writer, author, teacher, and consultant. He has taught at various business schools and management institutes in India and Singapore and has a very strong publication record. He previously served as the Dean of the IFMR Graduate School of Business and as a distinguished visiting professor of economics at Kriya University. Additionally, Dr. Nageshwaran was a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India from 2019 to 2021 before his current role. Welcome, Anand. I'd like to next invite Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Union Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He has held key roles including Additional Chief Secretary in Finance, Principal Secretary in Housing and Urban Development, and Founder CEO of the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Development Board. He has also been a Senior Advisor at the IMF and represented India in G20 financial groups. His earlier roles include the Deputy Director at the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration and as Private Secretary to the Union Finance Minister. Welcome. I'd like to next invite Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India, who previously served as Secretary of Social Justice and Empowerment. He was the CEO of the Unique Identification Authority of India and Principal Secretary of Agriculture in Orissa. At the Ministry of Finance, he led initiatives on the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, FDI policies, and digital payments. He has also been involved in expert committees on social stock exchanges, digital payments, and virtual currencies. Welcome, Dr. Garg. It is possible that we will have a fourth panelist join us sometime during the discussion, so I will introduce Shailesh now in case he is able to come. We will potentially have Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India here, with the responsibility for shaping policies in rural areas and a focus on poverty alleviation and sustainable employment. With over 30 years in the Indian Administrative Service, Shailesh has broad experience in sectors such as rural development, industry, transport, and education. And let me welcome now our next panelist, Rohini Pandey, Professor of Economics at Yale, and Director of the Economic Growth Center, to come and join us. I'm going to pass this mic, so there are two. Is there one per? Okay, great. I have my own mic. Great. So
I'd like to use a couple of minutes primarily for the audience, because this is the set of policies I will talk through are all things you have authored and co-authored, so it will not be of interest, but I think for the audience it might be useful to have a little bit of framing on how we are going to go about this discussion and some recent developments and ideas. So first, one sort of anchoring idea is to think about some of the insights presented in the recent World Development Report 2024, which focuses on the middle income trap. And so the focus here is to look, they have looked more intensively at the 108 countries that house 75% of the world's population that are classified as middle income, whether lower or upper. And so that's a range, per capita GDP range of $1,100 US dollars in purchasing power parity to about 14,000 US dollars. And this is sort of, the majority of the world by numbers, but also generates more than 40% of global GDP and is home also to the large share, 2 out of 3 people in poverty. And so they focus on middle income countries, and I'm just going to note a couple of sort of points they highlight. One is to say that middle income countries in their assessment are still using a playbook from the last century, relying on policies that are primarily designed to expand investment. And the chief economist makes a kind of analogy to saying this is like driving a car just in first gear and trying to make it go faster. And so their focus is to say this new approach, one that is suited for the current time, would focus on a balance of investment, infusion, and innovation. And with growing demographic, ecological, and geopolitical pressures, there isn't any room for error. So one part of our discussion today is to think about what does it mean to have no room for error when we think about gender gaps and their persistence in our economy, and how we might address them through these levers. And the second is, of course, our own union budget. And there I'd like to highlight the emphasis on employment. There are a number of very specific targeted schemes. This includes wage support to employees who are entering the formal economy, support for employers to encourage participation in the formal economy, and a specific focus for both employees and employers in the manufacturing sector. There's a large focus on skilling, a scheme to upskill 20 lakh youth over 5 years, and interestingly, a very strong internship focus, which is, I think, a very interesting avenue for upskilling in India's 500 top companies. The gender budget is interestingly, it's a significant increase from past years, so about a 37% increase from last year, with nearly 3/4 of the gender budget allocated to rural employment through the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme and related rural infrastructural, human capital, and other capital investments, and a specific focus on skill training for women in non-traditional areas. So that's sort of comes in through the gender aspects of the budget as well. So that is to provide a framing for what the government is already moving, and now I think today, in the focus on employment in the current budget, I'm hoping we can dig into what does that mean and how effective do we see the path forward in terms of closing gender gaps. So to open with, I would love each of our panelists to spend 5 minutes reflecting on what you see as the major challenges affecting women's entry and advancement in both India's urban and rural labor markets today. You can take a pick or cover it more broadly. Start with Dr. Garg.
Thank you. Great to be here on this panel. I'll speak on a couple of points, and I'll speak from the point of view of the Ministry of Statistics, since a lot of these surveys we bring out, and maybe 1 or 2 on the positive side and 1 or 2 on the challenges. So if you look at, on the positive side, if you look at economic participation of women, and I'm talking from the periodic labor force survey over the past 5 years, from 2017-18 to now, the gap, the gender gap has reduced from somewhere around 52.5% to 41%. But the flip side obviously is there's still a gender gap of 41.5%, but it's on the downward trend. The other is if you look at the occupation in terms of the ratio of female to male workers in professionals and technical workers, because that's an area where often there is anecdotally an area which is of concern. It's now at 49.4%, that means nearly 50 of professionals and technical workers, the ratio between females. Rural is 53.2 and urban is 46.49. That just reflects maybe the level of working. And the other positive is in terms of, if you look at from the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises, the latest one just came out a couple of months back and we had released the unit level data. More than 50% of the proprietary establishments are owned by women. And this is also shown up in the programs that the government is running, like PM Mudra, where 69% of the loans are to women. Stand Up India, where 84% of the beneficiaries are women. And the other advantageous point is that it's been seen, which is also there in the PLFS report, that those enterprises which are owned by women employ a higher number of women. So it's like a virtuous cycle. So these were some on the positive side from I've just picked out some data and I've mentioned. On the challenges side, which is again there in the PLFS, if we ask what is the reason why women are not working, and there were 5 options given. One is that you don't have adequate training or qualification, there's non-availability of work at convenient place nearby, for social reasons, that you're financially well off, that you didn't feel like working, and the last being childcare and household responsibilities. 80% of the women who reported they're not working, it was related to childcare and household responsibilities, and only 5% mentioned social reasons. Just two or three more before I close. One is that women with diploma courses have a higher probability of joining the labor force than women with degree courses. So that obviously gives an idea, which is also in the skilling area which the finance minister has mentioned. And the second area, which again the finance minister has mentioned in this budget, is improving the ecosystem of childcare by having creches. And already the Palna scheme, which is part of Saksham Anganwadis, that is there. There's that Sakhi Nivas, which is for working women hostels. And of course, the skilling area, where skilling in non-traditional agriculture, which is there. And again, the data shows that among the women who are working, only 18% had received vocational education compared to more than 36% of the males. So I think the data shows the areas that need to be focused upon, and in the budget, some of these areas have been addressed. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yes, let's go.
So I'm definitely the interloper on this panel. So maybe what I'll just do is talk about some of what I see as the puzzles in the data, and I'd love to hear from people on this panel sort of thoughts on it. So, you know, I think as someone who did development economics, perhaps one of the things that didn't work out as many of us thought 20 years ago was really the promise of education, and I think that was highlighted a bit here. I think, you know, obviously, women having education is a right that they should have, but there was also a belief that if we got women education, it would resolve a lot of the other barriers to work. And I think we haven't seen that realized. I think now in India, I think educational barriers are largely closed. I think there may be some in types of education, as you pointed out, especially at tertiary. But you know, we know primary education, secondary education, there's largely no gender gap, and women are often outperforming girls outperforming boys, but we're not seeing that translate the way we thought it would into labor markets. Similarly, I think the last few years has seen an incredibly impressive closing of the financial inclusion gap. I think now if we look at accounts, we again see what was true 5 or 10 years ago in terms of the inclusion gap. We're no longer seeing that. But yet at the same time, we know that's probably had some marginal effects, but we're not seeing it have an incredibly large effect. As we think of now the digital economy, we know there the gaps are still large. So in smartphone ownership, the gap is around 40%. It's reducing. I think the latest survey suggests it's gone down by something like 5 or 10 percentage points. So it's possible that over the next few years, we will see maybe smartphones expand. I think Simone put up this graph that was very striking, that once smartphone ownership goes above a certain number, gaps start reducing. But in terms of using smartphones for certainly what we call advanced use purposes, we're not seeing those gaps reduce. So I think there's a question of, as long as I think policy focuses a lot on what we think about the enabling blocks, I think policy is making a lot of progress there, but we're not seeing that translate as much as we would have liked to into labor force participation. So I think that's one set of observations. The other place where I think India looks different than a lot of other countries is the life cycle pattern of female labor force participation. So typically what we see in richer countries, in East Asia and others, is what we would call an M shape. So now that education is similar, men and women enter the labor market at the same rate. Women take time off when they have kids, and then they come back to some level, and the extent to which they come back determines the second part of the M. So for instance, in East Asia, a lot of people say it looks more like a weird L than an M, while in Scandinavia, the M goes back almost all the way. India, what's different is the issue doesn't seem to be so much women dropping out at childbirth, rather they're not entering. So what you're seeing a lot is we have, now I think it's ubiquitous that till age of 18 at least, even in rural areas, girls are getting educated. They may go for further education, but very often they're not getting the first job, rather they're migrating at the point of marriage. And especially I think in rural India, they're migrating at the point of marriage. In a lot of ways, their education levels are too high for them to want to work in agriculture. But they somehow are not managing to enter the other labor markets either before or after marriage. And that just seems to be a pattern where we're not managing to break it. And then I'll just make one last point, which I think is about implementation. I think a lot of us are very heartened by this time's increased investments in the budget. But as something that I'm sure the panelists are very aware of, a lot of it is the question of how will the implementers be given the incentives. And at least in previous work that researchers have done on these kind of schemes that were not just giving skilling, but then going with the private sector and saying you're going to get your final set of incentives when people are placed in jobs, especially in areas like textiles. We saw that leading to an increase, but the problem was the incentives ended after the employee had been in work for 3 months. And a lot of what we saw is women actually coming back home, typically they'd say for family reasons, quite soon after the implementer of the vocational skilling and job placement scheme had the incentives have ended. So again, I think a lot of the schemes right now are going to require some kind of private-public partnership to implement. And the question is, how are we going to get the incentives right for the private sector, who may or may not, they may care about just getting their contract completed and may not care so much about closing gender gaps. So I'll stop there.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I think, let me just start from where you left off on the World Development Report and what it means to be in a middle income trap. And I think demographically, India itself is such a diverse country that, very often where I come from in the southern part, one thing that we were worrying about almost a decade ago was that you might grow old before you grow rich. Simply because if you don't grow fast enough at that time, and the percentage of population above the age of 60 in a state like Tamil Nadu or Kerala is about, at that stage, about 7-8% higher than in the rest of the country. And the one obvious solution to actually improve growth was, of course, clearly higher work participation and fundamentally work participation by women. So many programmatic interventions of the government were primarily to push work participation by women simply because you're leaving out a very large chunk of possible workers who could contribute to growth and who don't. There is a paper by, I think, Ashoka Modi of the IMF, this must be at least about 10, 12 years old, which clearly shows amongst Indian states, those which had a higher population in the working age group and those which had a higher work participation rate were clearly growing faster than other states. So, I mean, and the solution to that really is to get more women into work. That's really the solution. And interestingly also that, work participation happens at multiple levels. And I was looking at some data which related to our own, to the IT sector, to MeitY and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. If you look at it, the share of female graduates in STEM is at about 42.7%. That is about 57 is to 43 between men to women, so it's not too adverse. And it's significantly higher than what it was in the United States at about the same time, around 2018, where it was about 34%, Australia 32.1%, Germany at about 27.6%. So women are present in STEM degrees in India significantly higher. But if you look at it, despite that high proportion of STEM graduates, if you looked at the number of them who are actually in work, that falls suddenly to 27%. And if you look at the proportion of female scientists in R&D, that falls to just about 18.6%. So clearly, the persistence in the workforce is clearly a challenge that the other panelists have also pointed to. And there's an interesting, so based on the periodic labor force surveys, there was a researcher in an institution near Chennai who had done a very interesting piece of work, which basically showed that before marriage, the proportion of men and women working was almost the same. I mean, they're pretty close to each other. Then, the best solution to get, and it was well below 100%, right? But the best way to get men to get to work is to get them married, because then it suddenly hit almost 100%. Almost all of them went to work the minute they got married, and the best way to get women out of work is to actually get them married, because it sharply drops because of migration and various other factors. Now, sometimes when you look at it, and this is a solution that has been attempted, and if you look at it even anecdotally, there are certain industries which are increasingly coming up. If you look at garmenting, if you look at footwear, non-leather footwear manufacture, if you look at electronics, large number of women in those professions, and basically they're going up in states where public order is better maintained. And this is what industries also tell you, that you need public safety in order for women to come to work in significantly larger numbers. Saurabh's point on the proportion of women in the workforce going up and how it's impacted is an important issue there. And one other point to all that Saurabh said, the one other thing I would add, if you want to keep women in the workforce on the long term, in addition to creches, which is childcare at the workplace, you really need to address the issue of after-school care for children who grow a little bit older. Then that makes a significant impact to see that they continue in work. And the other point about employability is that clearly, I mean, there is an inverse pyramid. If you look at this issue of those with degrees get fewer jobs than those with diplomas, it's well known. But then we have an inverted pyramid. Normally, in terms of employment ratio, it is 1 engineer to about 8 ITI graduates. But in terms of the number of seats available for education, it gets completely inverted. The number of engineering college seats is much higher than the number of polytechnic seats and the number of ITI graduates. So that is something that we need to think through as to how sociologically we can push this and what can be done even in the training space and even in the vocational education space so that aspirations are preserved, but at the same time you get people into more employable lines right from the beginning. So let me stop there. And
Wonderful, thank you so much.
So thank you for having me here. It's good to be on a panel with two of my colleagues in Government of India whose competence and commitment I greatly admire. So I'm happy to be in the same panel as they are. Aishwarya, in your initial remarks, you cited the World Development Report and the middle income trap, and you said earlier it was investment, now you need investment and innovation. And there was something else you mentioned about
Infusion, that is their framing.
infusion, and there was some phrase about not leaving any stone unturned or something like that?
In the face of rising challenges, I think the comment by Indermit Gill was that you cannot avoid to make too many mistakes because of the shifting environment.
Thank you. So some of these things are in the nature of motherhood statements, and it is very hard to disagree with them.
Yes.
At any point in time, you can't afford to make mistakes, and at any point in time, you need to have investment, innovation, infusion of creativity. I mean, how can you quarrel with these points? But they are practically somewhat useless when it comes to execution. Because most of these things are distilled wisdom with the benefit of hindsight. Because what works always is subject to the context in which economies operate. And no wonder in an earlier era when East Asian countries made progress and went and moved away from being a developing country to developed country in one generation, the world was very different. There was clear two camps. Cold War had two camps, and there was no issue with climate change. Countries could burn fossil fuel as much as they wanted, and the United States provide them both security and economic cover, etc. Transfer of technology, transfer of resources. So I think it is therefore to say that therefore today's middle-income countries lack something which the previous middle-income countries which made the progress were able to deploy. I think that also ignores many other variables that were present. That is one point. And second point, to respond to Rohini's observation about, okay, we said education is something that would help increase women's participation in the labor force, but then now we have women enrollment in secondary and higher secondary education, which is much higher than men. And in tertiary education, it used to be 77 to 100 between women and men. Now it is 96 to 100. Almost that gap is closed as well. And yet the labor force participation rate. So it is not as though, therefore, education is useless. Some are necessary conditions, some are necessary and sufficient conditions. And once that one particular aspect is addressed through policy, there should be other dimensions that we need to look at which need to be fixed. And I'll come to that towards the end of my remarks. And the third point that my colleague Krishnan made about an earlier piece of research some 10, 12 years ago, wherein, women, the stage that showed higher labor force, I have my own calendar as clock as well. The states that had higher women labor force participation had better growth rates. Again, that is empirical research, well founded, but sometimes we need to ask the question, over what horizon we measure the efficacy of policies and certain approaches. Is there, and I'm saying it purely from an academic point of view, not because I have a view against or for women's labor force participation, that is not the issue here. Many a time we judge policies and their efficacy within the horizon over which we evaluate them, and we ignore medium to long-term implications. So are we going to optimize growth over the next 5 years or the next 10 years or the next 15 years? In which case, what is the right way to ensure women's labor force, women's participation in the economy? Is it only through the labor force, or there are other means in which we want to ensure their participation in economic activity? So we need to therefore broaden the horizon over which, and also the angles through which we explore women's participation. I come from the financial industry where I can say very clearly that having more women in the financial industry probably will be an important requirement for global financial markets and financial system stability. because having too many men being there as speculators and traders is a surefire recipe for periodic crisis. So I'm all for increasing women labor force participation, especially in decision-making positions in finance. But that said, I think the important thing is we also tend to focus on what is it that the government or governments can do. But economic activity is predominantly activity of individuals and the private sector institutions. It is not that of only governments. Governments can only be facilitators. So we need to ask ourselves, what is it that the private sector ought to be doing and is not doing, etc. So I will reserve some of the other comments for later interaction. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Just to clarify one factual
Yes.
point, I think I didn't make myself very clear. What I said is that states which had a higher proportion of working age population grew faster. That's just an objective thing. And so where population in the working age group is likely to drop, if you have to expand the number of people who actually work, you have to improve the proportion of work participation by women. That is the point I was making.
Absolutely. And I think one of the themes of today, if you do have the time to stay for the next presentation, I would encourage you, is to kind of map out, the growth story when it comes to, just pure labor force entry, but also to think about talent allocation within the labor market, which is an angle I feel we do not address as much when thinking about who, in which positions, and how will result in the most productive outcomes for an economy, which I think the empirical research is really pushing the boundaries there to give us those estimates now versus 20 years ago. Let me come to Krishnan. I have one round of questions for each of you, and again, something like 5 minutes. Just in the previous presentation, one of the tricky aspects, in India is thinking about this on-ramp into the economy, right? Rohini mentioned as well, so marriage being this critical moment. And so in a paper that was just presented, they talked about the digital economy with its kind of very high flexibility, possibilities of balancing various kinds of obligations. There's some evidence that it seems to provide this on-ramp, not just to the digital economy, but to the broader economy. So I'd love to hear another aspect of India's kind of service-led growth has been, there's a good paper on how it has been disequalizing urban bias. So in thinking about women in the digital economy at all levels and it being possibly like an on-ramp into the broader economy once you get used to working and see the benefits for everybody to see, what kinds of policies do you think you have sort of considered in enabling the digital economy to be this kind of gateway to the broader economy for women?
I think the most critical thing on the digital economy, and digital economy includes both IT and IT services, as also electronics and the manufacturing related. I mean, if you look at that overall segment, I think what it offers in a sense is employment at multiple levels of talent and multiple levels of ability. For instance, if you're looking at a shop floor worker in electronics, they could be a high school graduate or an ITI pass person. If you're looking at somebody who's working in a BPO kind of function, and which could then again also spread out much more widely to tier 2, tier 3 cities, and now even to rural parts of the country, and there are many states where there are rural BPOs and so on. So when you look at that, you're looking at slightly more educated, maybe a graduate degree or a diploma. Then if you're looking at, slightly higher than that, you're looking at engineers and, technical workforce. And in the R&D side, which is also a very significant part of this, and what are nowadays called global capability centers, engineering R&D centers and so on, you're looking at MTechs, PhDs and so on. So you have this broad range which the digital economy can really cover. So in that sense, for an economy like India, which is like fairly differentiated in terms of talent levels, in terms of, levels at which people are educated and so on, and you have to provide different kinds of employment, not just one kind. The digital economy, I think, has a very important role. And equally, when it comes to women, the kind of flexibility that it offers is sometimes important. We saw as an outcome of the pandemic and continuing still is a fair amount of work from home flexibility, which gives you the ability to work from wherever you are, and in terms of flexi hours. There's another big possibility that, we need to apply labor laws a little more flexibly to these sectors, simply because the conditions of work are different. And this from a perspective of giving flexible working hours to the workers, and not so much from the perspective of the employer alone. Because what it could mean is that you do a 48-hour work week in 4 days and then take a 3-day weekend off. And this is something that is possible in this kind of a setup, and especially in electronics manufacture, where interestingly, the places where you'll work and where you'll need to stay are near large airports, because this is part of a global value chain. But which then means that you have to stay in some sort of single person accommodation, dormitories and so on there. And you'd probably want to go back home for a longish weekend if you have that flexibility. So these are kind of things which you can certainly do in the digital sector far more than you could in a conventional sector. And I think that flexibility is important, but equally this point of what level that women reach in these kind of jobs is interesting, because there was a recent NASSCOM finding which showed that 36% of India's tech workforce, particularly in the IT sector, was made up of women, but only about 7% reached executive level positions. So, and managerial level positions were another 13%. So, which basically means that they don't get represented all the way up the hierarchy, which also possibly means that at entry point there are a large number of women, but then they drop off as time goes on. So,
exactly.
So there is that concern, and how do you keep them in the workforce is a key challenge. And that's where I was talking about the other interventions that government needs to make to see that they are able to continue in the workforces.
Absolutely, fantastic. That's great to hear. I'm going to then pose two questions as kind of taking that thread about this new kind of set of opportunities to Anant, and then Saurabh, to you. One is, Anant, if you could speak a little bit more, you've probably been quite close to this, the development of the incentive schemes, that are part of the union budget. In thinking about how do you expect them to affect the demand and labor, the demand and supply of women's labor in particular? Like currently, it doesn't seem like there are any specific gender-based targets. Is that something you're considering? And also, I think to respond to Rohini's point on, we have a very, the scheme-based approach and the time-bound approach, how does that relate to the sustainability of some of these? So that's a question for you. And then for Saurabh, as a flip of that, how do you see MOSPE's role in dynamically expanding the set of ways of dynamically tracking to this point of time frames, right? Short term, very short term, medium term. There's a whole host of indicators that various countries use to really be agile in thinking about labor market responses. So in India's journey towards having the best tools available to dynamically respond to labor market opportunities and challenges, how, and a broader range of indicators, how do you see, because I think MOSPE will play a key role in assessing the efficacy of these incentive and other programs that are being implemented for women. So I will let each of you answer, again, 5 minutes. If you just press it maybe for a while, it should turn on.
Thank you. So regarding the 3 specific schemes aimed at creating jobs, you are absolutely right that there is no particular gender focus on them. It is more about employment creation in general. And therefore, I think to the extent that the job creation that happens will reflect the existing proportions of men and women in the labor force, particularly in regular jobs, I think that will continue. So there will be a naturally good positive impact on women's employment as well, even though these policies are aimed at boosting employment in general and not specifically directed to one particular gender or the other. Because one of the reasons, and I think Saurabh in his initial remarks alluded to some data from the periodic labor force survey, one of the reasons why urban women's participation rate in regular wage/salaried jobs fell between, let's say, 2021 and 23-24 is mainly because of the lockdown of schools and educational institutions during COVID time. And you can see that the bulk of the reduction in the women's participation in regular salaried or wage jobs happened in that particular year, in 2021, rather than later. So subsequently, in fact, it has stabilized, and if anything, I see signs of recovery in that data. And I think, therefore, to that extent that these schemes incentivize job creation, it may well be the case that because women have a catch-up opportunity here, because their employment was disproportionately affected during the COVID era, the catch-up with respect to women employment may also be greater in these schemes. Now, apart from these schemes, what else can we do? And I think there the answer is, and the economic survey points out, there are many occupations that are closed for women to participate in. And across states, we counted some 100 plus regulations which prohibit the employment of women in certain activities because it is deemed to be unsafe for them, etc. But that is a call that can be taken by the employer and the employee with full information, and the state can provide for certain safety norms and insist on them, etc., but not necessarily make the call in today's age and time as to which ones are safe or unsafe. So those kinds of deregulation, which are specifically preventing women from being considered for certain jobs or positions, if those are addressed, apart from specific incentives and carrots, etc., they would probably make a much more meaningful difference to labor force participation of women.
Great, wonderful. Anything on the sustainability point, or?
No, sustaining these efforts?
The persistence of effects after the incentive stop.
No, I think at some point we need to understand that some of the social and cultural forces that are at work, which for example have plug the gap between men and women in education, in higher secondary or tertiary education. And they will naturally have their own dynamic and momentum in sustaining these. I think we don't have to necessarily rely on policy measures to sustain them. I think we should also give a lot of importance to certain natural forces happening in the society, and they will sustain these. Because eventually, if it has to be purely driven by fiscal or policy-related incentives, then I don't think there is anything inherently sustainable in those efforts.
Fair. Thank you. Thank you. That was great.
Yeah. Just before I respond to your question on the gender disaggregated data, just to add that we already have a provision in the Maternity Benefits Act for a work from home provision, which is that, but of course at the moment it's as it is subject to mutual agreement between the employee and the employer. So I just thought because that, and maybe we need to activate that provision more, much more effectively. On the data availability, a couple of things I would just like to highlight. We do a time use survey. We did the last one in 2019. The next one is going on in 2024. Which examines how people spend their 24 hours. And obviously some of that, the average time, for example, spent in unpaid domestic services, women spend nearly 5 hours in a day, and men spend about an hour and 37 minutes. So all these kind of data comes up in the time use survey, and I would strongly recommend to look at it, and the 24 survey would be out soon, that would come out. The second major area where a lot of the gender disaggregated data is available is of course the PLFS, which up till now used to be yearly. It continues to be yearly for rural, it's quarterly for urban, but we are also introducing the quarterly for rural, and we are soon moving to a monthly, both for urban and rural.
That's amazing.
And that will really ensure that that data would be available on a monthly basis. So that's one area. And the second is that in the ICL, the ILO has also expanded the definition, increased the number of areas of work, for example, volunteer work, unpaid work. So all that is getting added into the PLFS. So we would have much more detailed information available on these new forms of employment. We are working on these, and these should be available. So I think, and of course, the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises and the annual survey of service sector enterprises, which is currently going on, all of these have gender disaggregated data. So I think data availability, fortunately, should not be an issue. Even if you look at a lot of the administrative data that is available, Manrega, that's available on a gender. The self-help group data, that's available on a gender disaggregated basis. So I think data availability hopefully should not be the issue. And if I can put in a plug for, we bring out a Women and Men in India annual. It's on Monday, we are releasing the 25th version of that, which really compiles data across a number of ministries, departments, some of it unpublished and some of it published, and that's available on our websites. So the latest one would be for 2024 would be released on Monday. So I'm sure there'll be enough data for researchers out here to use.
Yes, this group is, I'm sure, already smiling and waiting to get their hands on it. But also to say that several of the databases that you refer to have been extensively studied, thanks to there being, even in this room, people working on it, Manrega
and if I can just add one other thing that we've added in this time's household consumption expenditure survey, that we've also looked at imputed value of some of the goods and services that are provided. So that's an area of also work. We'd be happy to see what further improvements can be done, because that's been done for the first time. Of course, we've valued them very, very conservatively, but household consumption expenditure data would be so much more realistic if some of that imputed value is also added on.
Excellent, thank you so much. Rohini, one quick question for you in the second round before we start to open up. I'd love to hear from you. Your work has extensively investigated the prevalence of norms in all aspects related to women's work in India. So in thinking about, Anant mentioned this time frame of social change, these triggers that come from the economic side, the government side, the market forces, what is your assessment of how this landscape has changed or how it is shifting, and what do you see as the most promising avenues for some acceleration or additional change?
So just before I do that, I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that Dr. Garg said, mostly to say that it's just incredible to hear about all of this. I think ELFS itself, I think, has been a game changer for researchers and what they do. And I just wanted to say one thing on the time use data, which I know people have started using. One statistic in the time use data that I found very striking, and I don't particularly have an explanation for, the time use data not just asks what do you do, but it asks where do you do it. And so if you compare the 1999 to the 2019 time use data, the amount of time women spend in what we would call seclusion at home has actually gone up. And that is somewhat consistent with, even though now we are seeing this uptick in labor force participation, we've not, it's not necessarily been uniform. And there's possibly a view, I don't know if that's a safety view or other view, that there's a view that women in rural areas are perhaps not working that much in agriculture anymore because they're maybe too educated at younger ages, and maybe there are just no other jobs, and that's showing up then as actually not working. But I think the time use data, I think, has been very valuable, not just for what you do, but where you do, which I think is very important, trying to understand patterns for women. I think in terms of, I think there have been clearly places, and as I said, I think I mentioned financial inclusion. I think that has been a very impressive place of change. I think one thing that NREGA did, which it would be good to see happen more, is NREGA really equalized wages for men and women for a certain type of job in rural areas. So agricultural wages for women have always been below those for men. And I think so for men, the NREGA didn't really act as that much of a floor price. People will typically say agricultural wages are much higher than NREGA wages for men. That was not true for women. So I think one of the things that I think the state can do very well often is reduce these kind of disparities. And so one thought I had as we were doing this, I was thinking about that more for the kind of sectors that maybe Mr. Krishnan deals with, is you know, right now in India, a lot of our emphasis has been on differences in labor force participation. But if you look at a lot of the other places, what you really talk about is the earnings gap, right? For the same work, women are getting less, right? So even in the US, the concern is that's flattened to where women get 89 cents on the dollar, and that has not changed much over the last 2 decades. I think we haven't actually started thinking well about how to measure pay for equal, whether you're getting equal pay for equal work for men and women. And I suspect, you know, it's not equalized anywhere in the world, so it's unlikely it's equalized in India. But I think there's some sectors now, enough in the formal sector, where one could imagine tracking that more. And the flip of it is, I know at least in the UK, one of the big pushes that came for equalization is that all corporations above a certain size had to declare wages. And I think one of the most famous examples of this is what happened in the BBC, where it was turned out that male anchors were getting paid a lot more than female anchors, and it led to a bunch of resignations and changes. I think it would be interesting to think about those kind of mandates for large companies. And so I think when you talk about also this dropping out of the pipeline, I wonder whether some of it is women don't see either those promotion possibilities, or they're just frustrated by seeing differences in the responsibilities and the pay they're getting for similar work.
That's fantastic. And I think part of it is that the signals in both directions are so important. So there's a little bit of a coordination game, which perhaps the government is best placed to kind of facilitate. So I want to check how many more minutes we have in the session. We have enough time. Great. So then I will do one quick round, just rapid fire, 2 to 3 minutes from each of you. What have you seen as some of the most, this is a room with many researchers in it, so what have you seen to be some of the most effective ways for researchers to engage in working, you know, with aspects of government and policy in thinking about evidence and data to inform your work as policymakers? Where can researchers be very useful, and how can it be effective to engage in these collaborations? Saurabh and then
No,
Krishna.
this was a question I was waiting for. Because I think that's something that most departments in government, but particularly because we work only for generating data, the ways where researchers can help, I mean, partly they have, but they can. One, what are the data gaps that exist? Because we do surveys every year. We're doing the next round, the 80th now round of the National Sample Survey, and every time we pick different areas. So we have picked up certain areas on tourism, travel, for example, but would be very happy to get from researchers what are the data gaps. Obviously, there have to be something which serves a broader economic purpose, but that's something. We have nearly millions of records of data, right, starting from 1950 on the macroeconomic variables, employment, unemployment, national accounts, growth rates, labor force, household consumption, etc. We've put it in a manner in which people can visualize it, analyze it. So we would be very happy if after that analysis and visualization, if there are certain findings, we would love if they can share it. We would be very happy to create sandboxes if that would help for them to utilize that data and work on it. We've in fact requested, we've written to more than around 40 or 50 institutions having especially departments which are strong in statistics, maths, this. So please ask your researchers if they want to do anything. We would be very happy, and we would be happy to even fund projects if that is something there. And we've started doing these data users conferences. We did the last one about a month back, which was we had released the household consumption expenditure survey. We're doing the next one on the PLFS in Chennai, and we're planning the next round either in Pune or Mumbai. So we would be going around the country with different data that we keep on releasing, and would be looking at that. And last but not the least, that it's at the moment a lot of our data collection is still on a face-to-face basis. We want to move and use much more the web-based telephones, use transactions data, use toll plaza data, use scanner data. So suggestions, innovations on what data we can use and how we can use it. We would be very happy to work with researchers on that.
Fantastic, wonderful.
From my perspective, I guess, from METI's perspective, I think the key thing that we are looking at now in terms of where researchers and, you know, some of it is technical, some of it is across the board, is, you know, primarily the way that various data is offered on platforms, because as part of our India artificial intelligence mission, one of the things that we are seriously looking at is the way that all of this data can be analyzed and taken care of from a overall perspective to yield the kind of insights you need and to tease out the kind of you know, lessons that you want to learn, and also to create models which can actually work for different sectors. So the AI mission really looks at about 25 different use cases that you can create across a variety of spaces: health, education, agriculture, health, you know, MSMEs, industrial applications, and so on. So across the whole range of areas of study, how do we use it is one key element. So that would be a huge opportunity which I think researchers should look at. We are also looking at the way we do it across languages, Indian languages. So that is another big area of work that can happen. Now that is one part of it. The other part of it is that I think, and in other ways in which researchers have helped and continue to help both at state governments and national levels is, you know, actually helping with evidence-based policy in terms of a quick and ready way of reckoning whether your policy is on the right track, trying to do, where possible, an RCT, if not an RCT, then other mechanisms. In one of my previous avatars, we had a very extensive collaboration, and I think Government of Tamil Nadu continues to have an extensive collaboration with JPAL and their RCT mechanism, then CGIS, and a number of other entities who have actually supported with policy dialogues with people in government, and then going out to seed to study the efficacy of various interventions and innovations, and then figuring out which ones to scale up and which ones to abandon. So that's something which has been done with a fair degree of success. The last thing is, of course, you know, research can really inform where you get decisions right and where you get decisions wrong. And I can acknowledge quite honestly that even in sensitive decisions on stuff like whether you should actually impose prohibition or not, the kind of input that you can get from abroad, I mean, somebody who can actually even put together a complete survey of research and survey of literature and tell you that this is what has happened across can be very valuable at times. So, and all of this has been tried, and I'm sure should continue to be tried.
Fantastic. Anand.
Thank you. So very quickly, I think what would be useful from our perspective would be, researchers should start with intellectual openness. And what I mean by that is two things. One is you should not be evaluating public policy through ideological lens. Second requirement is that we should remember that our preconceptions or assumptions are not conclusions. They are at best starting hypotheses to be evaluated empirically. That is one. The second requirement is the best test of public policy is ultimately its empirical success or track record. And it should be evaluated against the objectives that the policy set for itself, not the objective that the researcher is looking for. So therefore, and the third thing I would also request researchers to keep in mind is that governments in general do not have the space and the bandwidth to continue to engage in impact assessment of their policies. So that is the feedback that will be extremely useful. And much of that impact assessment has to have, as far as possible, quantifiable and specific metrics so that the efficacy of the policy and whether changes need to be made or tweaked or mid-course corrections applied would come from such an empirical assessment. So these would be my 3 specific requirements or asks of researchers.
Wonderful. And I think with the collective aim of getting the best possible policies in the fastest amount of time for the benefit of the country. So with that, we open up for questions. We have how many minutes? We have 20, 25 minutes. Fantastic. So I'm sure there's going to be a whole rush. Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tista. I work as a policy analyst at a public policy research and advocacy firm called the Quantum Hub. I have 2 questions. One is for Mr. Krishnan and the other is for Mr. Garg. So, Mr. Krishnan, you mentioned that there is a very high participation of women in STEM. Actually, it's one of the highest in the world at this point. But again, the employment problem is quite sticky. So, I wanted to ask you, like, in your opinion, what are some of the policy solutions, both from the government as well as the private sector side, to address this problem? And for Mr. Garg, my question to you, it's more of a clarificatory question. So, you mentioned a PLFS, I'm not sure which year, but you mentioned that 80% of women reported that childcare responsibilities were, a main reason why they are not in the workforce. But the PLFS of 2021-22 said that 44.5% women reported this. However, the PLFS of 2022-23 did not have this parameter. So I just wanted to understand which data set you were referring to. Thank you.
Do you want us
Should
to
we take a few and then maybe one more round, one other? Can I pass it to this person here? Sorry. Just so that we distribute across. After this person, then we'll come back to Akash for the next one.
Good evening. I'm Abdullah. I'm a master's student at the Delhi School of Economics. My question is to CA Nageswaran. Sir, you said that we have a restricted horizon in thinking about the role of women in growth. Like, there could be other ways other than their participation in the labor force. Could you kindly explain that with an example of what their role could be other than their participation in the labor force? Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's take this round. It's one purpose.
This data which I quoted is from the 22-23 data point. If it's not visible or something, I'll ensure that it's made visible too.
On participation, increasing participation at work, I think we already discussed this and some of the issues I'd already mentioned in terms of what is there in the announcements in the budget, and add to that after school care and so on, so that more of them are enabled to work. But clearly there's also something about the nature of STEM work which should enable more of them to participate in terms of the ability to do it from home in certain cases, especially in the ITES sector, and also the nature of the work environment itself and the flexibility of working hours and so on. So all of those should hopefully contribute to higher participation, both from, though some of the effort is to come from government from a policy angle, and some of it needs to come consciously from employers who should actually, realize the benefit. The CEA already pointed out the importance of having women in senior positions, particularly in things like fintech. So the same is true for a number of other industries, and I think they need to realize that there is a financial or economic benefit from it. So, and that's critical.
So thanks for your question. So I had 2 or 3 things in mind. One is, of course, self-employment. Second is entrepreneurship. And third is also as women collectives and cooperatives. And the third, and budget, in the interim budget also spoke about women, the encouraging the Lakpati Didis, women, etc. So I think these are the multiple ways in which women contribute without necessarily being part of being employed per se. And the last way also we should remember, when women are engaged in caregiving, whether it is child care or elder care, etc., they may not, in the families, they may not be measured in the national accounting sense because they are not paid for, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't count. So what is measured sometimes doesn't count, and what counts may not be measured. So women contribute to, therefore, economic activity through multiple ways. And also, importantly, post-COVID, women have also found it advantageous to become sort of flexible, if you want to use the word gig workers, because that gives them the ability to handle multiple responsibilities. But at the same time, one of the downsides of being a gig worker is that it doesn't come with protection, social security or a gratuity or a health insurance, etc. So that kind of arrangement is also something wherein they contribute, but they may not count towards regular wage or salary worker, because gig workers will be considered as own account workers in the PLFS categorization, etc. But that could be a good arrangement for them. But where the policy needs to ensure is that this does not result in a creeping informalization of the labor force, whether it is men or women, without adequate protection. So these are all the ways which I had in mind when I said you don't only contribute as being a part of the labor force.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful. Next, Akash.
Hi. Thanks for that. My name is Akash. I'm a PhD student at University of California, San Diego. My question was for Mr. Krishnan, actually, and it was actually something that Aishwarya brought up in last year's edition of this conference of, what worked in Tamil Nadu, where I think almost 50% of the manufacturing jobs we see in the country for women are in Tamil Nadu. And I was wondering if there was some sort of systematic approach to maybe fix private sector incentives to align to hire women, say removing the night shift, or was there something else in the way the government approached in sort of thinking about women employment, and especially in manufacturing?
We'll take two more. Simone? Over here, in the front.
Right, hi, I'm Simone from the University of Southern California. I was wondering if I could get the panel to reflect a bit on this notion, like Claudia Golden, who recently won the Nobel Prize, has written a lot about this idea of greedy jobs, which demand, you can think of sustained work, kind of every day of the week with very, very limited flexibility. And I think some of the comments on the panel have sort of danced around this a little bit. And in the previous session, Lisa's paper shows that, kind of quintupling the wage, doesn't do nearly as much to move the needle on women's willingness to work as, kind of increasing work from home flexibility, which I found incredibly, incredibly striking, and seems very relevant for this notion of greedy jobs. And this is, I think, a question for all the panelists. I would be really curious to hear your perspective on the role of policy in kind of encouraging or perhaps reshaping the way in which work is done. Do you think that this is something that the private sector should just sort out, or you could imagine that there's an element of facilitating coordination, and that if you're a law firm and you're the only one who is kind of working on a flexible schedule, it might actually create some issues for firms. And so just I think in general, like your thoughts on kind of this model and the way that policy can or should it encourage kind of rethinking the way that work is done.
Simone, you may want to just describe how a greedy job is usually defined.
Oh, a greedy job. So the way that I'm thinking about it is, a greedy job is one that you sort of have to go to a fixed place of work, requires a very long hour, sustained, basically very limited flexibility. So if you think of, sort of the most competitive...
I think I get the idea.
Okay.
Do you have a greedy job?
Your jobs. How about that? Yes, your jobs would be the greedy jobs.
No, exactly. And I think just to add to that, to thinking about rewards as well in the labor market, there's participation, but I think this issue of what gets rewarded, who's going to level the playing field. So it's not that, all parents want to care for their kids, but why is it that we make it so difficult for this choice to be made when it comes to time use at the cost of whatever we want for the economy?
The gentleman in the green shirt.
Green shirt, yes, at the back.
So my question is for the CA, sir. Sir, in your economic survey, you had mentioned that because of trade protectionism and onshore hoarding and AI, farm sector can appear as a savior. So as we know that even in the labor report, women mostly agriculture has excess labor force participation, women labor force participation in agriculture followed by manufacturing and other things. But as you know, in agriculture, in terms of resource endowments, woman doesn't have that much access to land and other rights, so that they don't get access to loans and other things. But the livestock census said in case of livestock, the livestocks are more equitably distributed among women in terms of ownership. So how do you see increasing, as you are suggesting that farm sector can act as savior, then how do you correlate with this participation in how do you manage this particular policy, the dilemmas, to how to make them more accessible? And yeah.
Wonderful. One more question. Harsh in the front.
Hi, I'm Harsh. I'm a senior manager at Inclusion Economics India. So my question is that when governments are involved, it's generally easier to break gender norms. So in the context of gender gaps that we see, other than structural changes that we are offering, like for instance offering better environment, better safety, etc., are there any thoughts to directly impact the social norms barrier that we see for women to enter into the job market?
Thank you. Yes, we have 4. Tamil Nadu manufacturing, greedy jobs, farm sector savior, and will the government get involved in breaking social norms? Tamil Nadu, you want to start on that question?
Okay, right. I think let me answer that Tamil Nadu question. I think there are a number of things that come together. Number of conditions in terms of what was done for education, women's education, making sure larger. So those were the necessary conditions which got done. Infrastructure in terms of especially road connectivity and everything else into villages, so which enables people to travel in and out quickly. Reasonably efficient public transportation which enables them to travel in and out. So all of those are the basic conditions that you need to fulfill. Subsequently, the manufacturing employment really went up because I think, there are a large number of MSMEs and women tended to work in a lot of them, and a big number of high employment generating industries, garments, non-leather footwear, electronics, stuff like this, which employs a large number. And in fact, to many people who are even industrial employers, the scale of employment in some of these places, which came up probably in the last 7, 8, 9 years, has been quite astounding. I mean, I remember one of his predecessors, Dr. Arvind Subramaniam, once asking me, saying, in China, you have firms or you have factories that employ 2 lakh people. Do you think you'll ever be able to do it? Then I told him that, look, we have factories which employ about 30 to 40,000 people, and I'm happy to leave it at that size. But even that is significantly larger than a typical factory, which probably a big factory would have employed about 1,000 or 2,000. And many large industrialists have kind of said, look, how do you manage 30, 40,000 workers? We struggle to manage 1,000 or 2,000. So, and those workers were mostly women. It was the nature of the industry partly. It is the discipline with which they work, their higher productivity. So most people preferred that it would be women who could, in the case of garmenting or in the case of, footwear, or even in the case of many textile units and so on, would be transported from where they lived to where they needed to work within a range of about 30, 40 kilometers, and that's where good transportation networks really help. So that's one set of things. In the electronics case, it's also a lot about, making sure that there's fairly decent housing and so on. We had a really rude wake-up call when that Foxconn episode took place about 3, 4 years ago, so which meant that very quickly you had to sort of crack down and make sure that the places where they stayed, the conditions in which they stayed, the kind of food they were offered, all of those were, enforced, in the sense some of those things need enforcement to make sure that people stay. And, an interesting aside in terms of dormitory accommodation, the PMAY, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, put in a new component called that affordable rental housing thing for industrial workers. They offered 20,000 rupees per bed. Totally, I think across the country, 78 or 79,000 such beds or accommodation was created for 79,000 people, of which 59,000 was done in just one state, and I won't let you guess which one it is. So those kind of things really helped. Okay, now to the other question which you asked about where can government break norms, and I'll just, anecdotally, I'll tell you one thing which I saw change in my own, over the last 20, 30 years. In the early 90s, the government of Tamil Nadu introduced reservation of women, 30% reservation of women across various jobs. And which meant suddenly you had 30% police women, you had 30% in most other jobs. To the point that I think more of them got into these jobs, it became normalized in public eyes. And I remember in the early 90s, I used to be a budget officer in Tamil Nadu, and when you leave the secretariat late at night at 1 in the morning and 2 in the morning, and the entire budget division would have only men because, late hours and everything else. By the time I came back there, this was in the early 90s, by the time I came back there about 20 years later, 20, 25 years later, behavioral norms had changed quite a bit. We had a larger proportion of women also represented there. They probably had some kind of childcare and various other things because you just had women in the office and you had to work with whoever you had, and they also figured out ways in which they could set their things. So they would also put in the same hours, and there were no special dispensation given to them. And the nicest thing is when you left office late at night, and the security guarding the secretariat would actually be women. So, you could actually see it. So there is ways by which government action can actually change perception on what needs to be done. And on the greedy jobs, well, I really don't. So I guess, yes, you're right. I mean, there are a variety of things that can redefine the work that we do. And now I actually understand what my wife says, that, you guys do crazy kind of hours, but I think, yes, there needs to be a different way in which we define work and different way in which we think about the same thing is achieved. But certain kinds of situations, especially, manufacturing industry, to what extent it's possible, but it could possibly be better defined and the flexibility could come in different ways, is something which is possible. And I think that flexibility is something we need to think about. But very often the fear in giving too much flexibility there are two kinds of fears. One fear is that labor would get exploited. That is one thing that many people talk about. And the second thing is the sort of a clear division between what is a workplace and work time, and what is not will also go away, and that will cause its own set of problems.
Wonderful.
I'll address, a bit on the social norms and a bit on the greedy jobs. On the social norms, I think governments are all the time, that's one of the major activities of the government to modify. On women, you look at the number of programs that have been running, whether starting from Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, Prime Minister's Matritva Vandana Yojana, which talks about giving incentives for the girl child. Ladli Behna scheme, which gives incentives, 30% reservation in political, in the Panchayati Raj institutions to ensure greater participation of women. So I think social engineering, if I can use that word, that is something which is attempted all the time by all governments, state governments, and by various, how effective that is, that varies, depends on each program, the designs of each program, etc., impact, etc. But I think each of them has different desired attempts, and there are changes. But I think on women's participation in the labor force, or women's participation in economic, education for that matter, that's a major focus for the government. And I'm also speaking from my previous assignment, which was as Secretary Social Justice, which was the focus was on women and other groups. On the issue of greedy jobs, I think there will always be, I think the 80-20 rule is what I would look at. There will always be 10-20% of the jobs which you cannot avoid having in-person requirements. They might be at the very top, they might be at the very bottom, or they could be in between. But I think a lot of the jobs, and I think the pandemic has proved it, but that flexibility could be on a day-to-day basis, that you can come in 1 hour late and 2 hours late. And I think a lot of companies have introduced that you need to put in 8 hours, whether you do it from 10 to 6 or 11 to 7, that's up to you, but you put in 8 hours and leave it at that. Second, a lot of have introduced those that up to 2 days in a month you can do work from home or something of that sort. But obviously there will always be jobs where you cannot avoid having that requirement of persistent day after day after day. But my sense would be that would be about 20% of the jobs. So as long as 80% of the jobs are open, depends at various times, depending on when they are required to need that flexibility, I think that issue would, to that extent, get resolved in that manner.
Wonderful, thank you. Rohini, any comment? Anand? Yes.
So regarding your question about the farm sector and the role for women there, so when we wrote that, of course, we were not thinking specifically about women or men, because what we saw was that services sector had the possible impact of artificial intelligence and other technological innovations, taking away low-end IT-enabled services jobs as possibility. And then manufacturing, you face a very big competition from China in order to increase the manufacturing share of labor force or manufacturing share of GDP, etc. So, but you yourself in your question gave the answer that if not in actual land ownership or formal grain production, etc., but in livestock, or whether it is dairy, or whether it is fisheries, or even agricultural allied activities such as cold chain storage or food processing, etc. There are multiple avenues where this particular land ownership constraint can be actually circumvented or is not even a binding constraint. So there are various aspects of agricultural related activities where I think women's participation can be of meaningful proportions. That is what we should strive to encourage through policy interventions wherever possible.
Wonderful. I sincerely cannot thank each of you enough. This has been such a rich and stimulating discussion. And here is my very few top line, a small subset of some of the themes we discussed. I think there's a very strong feeling of a pathway. There is a pathway, there is momentum in thinking about education, this great base that we've built over decades, some of the more recent strides in financial inclusion and other ways. And how do we sort of build on it? The second thing I took away was this emphasis on the private sector and public enablement. What does that marriage look like? And we heard about the experience of Tamil Nadu, but even beyond that, thinking about how do you set the kind of rules in some ways for thinking about things like flexibility or rigidity, wage transparency, norms or rules that the government is able to set that determine how gender gaps play out and which segments get affected one way or the other. The third call out I would make for thinking about entrepreneurship, I think today we've focused very heavily on employment at large, thinking about all kinds, own account workers, informal work, formal work, which will also come up in the next presentation. But I think focusing on women entrepreneurs and their ability to hire more women, which is something that came up last year in one of the papers we shared, is something that is extremely important and sort of deserves its own focus. And finally, we're all here because we all like to keep our eyes on the data. And so to that, over the next year to see what we do, what we learn from tracking this as rigorously as possible, so we can come back and see how we're doing. So thank you all for this wonderful discussion. Really.
Thank you to all the speakers for a highly engaging discussion. May I now request Vinay Nagaraju, the Executive Director at Inclusion Economics India Center, to present a token of appreciation to the speakers and also join them for a group photo.
It's amazing. Thank you so much for coming. Shall we come here and take one picture? Archana, come. Oh, we'll do two. We'll do one together. Sorry. Come, can we take one more? Sorry, just one more second. Great, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No, of course not. We don't expect any of you to have the time at this point. I'll try to.
As we now move on to our final presentation of the day, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Fabrizio Zilibotti, who will be joining us online. Dr. Zilibotti is a Tuntex Professor of International and Development Economics at Yale University and a distinguished Fellow of the Econometric Society, the European Economic Association, the Center for Economic Policy Research, and CESFO. His research includes macroeconomics, economic growth, family economics, and China's development. Today, he'll be presenting his paper, District-Level Analysis of Gender and Labor Market Dynamics in India, and Dr. Rohini Pandey will chair this session and provide her opening remarks.
So I don't think I need to provide many opening remarks given the introduction that Archana has provided for Fabrizio. I should just say that Fabrizio is kind of one of the leading members together with Michael Peters on the macroeconomic side of the Gender and Growth Gaps project that we have at the Economic Growth Center. And Fabrizio has been working for many years on China, and so we're delighted that over the last few years he has also complemented it with thinking about issues for India. So with that, let me hand it over to Fabrizio.
Hello. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you say that you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so let me start by thanking the organizers for including me in the program. Oh, I have an echo. Give me a second. Yes. So I would like to thank the organizer for including our work in the program. I also want to apologize for not being able to be part of the discussion so far, so this might be reflected at some point in the discussion. But anyway, this is joint work with Michael and also with Pantarola and Lindsay Union, who are graduate students at Yale University, PhD students. And as the introduction was saying, we come from an angle to this, we come to study this problem of female labor participation in India from the angle of the process of economic growth of India. So in our previous work with Michael and with Jianyu Fan, we have studied the process of structural transformation in India, and we have argued and we have shown that the service sector has played a crucial role, not only by size, but also for its improvement in productivity. And this was especially pronounced in cities. So our instinct was to think that this would actually create rising employment opportunities for women. Why? Well, because many studies have shown that this has been an important determinant of the increasing labor participation of women in the West, especially in the United States, given that women may have a comparative advantage on the brain versus brawn. But this impression is countered by the observation that, if anything, female labor force participation in India, which was already historically low, has been declined for a long period. And in spite of the fact that the share of women living in urban areas has been steadily increasing. And actually, if one looks at the difference in female labor force participation in rural and urban areas, well, it turns out that this participation is actually higher in rural area, although the gap is actually shrinking over time. So already the macro observation suggests that something else may be going on. Now, I want to emphasize, almost as a matter of a footnote, that we are not going to emphasize what has happened after COVID, partly because we think it's related to the COVID dynamics, which are spatial, and partly because we observe in the data an uptick of female labor force participation, especially in rural India. There is also this growth, but this is along the trend in urban India. And we think that this is related to some specific factor that we are not really focusing here. So what we do instead is first to provide some empirical analysis that confirm and complement the existing body of research that has shown the existence of an urban-rural female labor force participation gap in India. We emphasize some U-shaped dynamics by which somehow for most of the districts in India, it appears as if labor force participation is actually declining with economic development, but in more advanced districts, the opposite dynamics seems to be in place. What is most specific of our research is that we complement macro data with time use data, because we think it may be important to understand what women actually do, especially because a binary category like female labor force participation, yes or no, may be ambiguous in different contexts. So in rural areas in particular, you may have, I come myself from a rural family, and women would do in the time of my grandparents, at least, most of the work at home, but they would also participate in the activity of the farm. So there may be something that is specific to that. And we're going to propose a theory, a structural model of household labor supply that we argue can explain these intricate dynamics. And the main ingredients are actually three. The first is an income effect that works through spousal earnings and joint home production, by which the mere fact of becoming richer may actually decrease the labor force participation of women. The second aspect is a non-convexity in the provision of hours in the formal sector. So in the formal sector, it's much harder to work 3 or 4 hours a day. Most people have to work the entire day. Claudia Golding has introduced the term of greedy job, and this may make it difficult for the organization of the family, given the existence of norm about a female role in home production. And the third is the existence of norms against women work and of wage discrimination of women in formal labor markets. So the result is that we find that the higher income in cities, plus these non-convexities and some form of wage discrimination, can jointly account for these trends. We are also arguing that this decline is likely a transient phenomenon. So looking ahead, the dynamics may be quite different. So let me give you some insight about the empirical analysis. This is a short presentation, so I will try to focus on the main aspect. First, a quick look at data. I don't need to spend much with this audience. I'm sure you all know the periodic labor force survey and its property. It's a national representative survey. And from there, we can use the fact that it's repeated over time We also use, and this is more specific of our analysis, the time use data that have data on time use over a 24-hour period, and somehow will give us more detailed information about what women do. We've also done a limited use of the consumer period household survey, but that will not show up today. So let me start with the following empirical specification, where we have labor force participation that varies at individual and district level. And we try to explain this labor force participation, which is a discrete variable, 0, 1, with three main variables of interest, and then a long battery of control variables. These variables of interest is where women live, so actually individuals, we also do this for men, but where an individual lives, if in rural or in urban area, and as people certainly know, within each district we have urban and rural areas, so we can also use that level of variation. The second variable we use is something we construct. Is a measure of economic development that actually tries to summarize three typical measures. One is income per capita, one is urbanization rate, and one agricultural share. We take the first principal component of the principal component analysis, and we argue that this is a very good and somehow less noisy measure of economic development and what other people have used. And the third is the district level share of services in agricultural employment, which we thought was going to be important. It turns out to be the least important. And then we have a battery of controls, and we can control for state or district fixed effect. And what I'm going to show you is essentially irrelevant. You can control for district or state fixed effect. The results are very similar. Okay, the first fact I want to highlight is that in urban area, there is a 13% gap of female, in urban area, there is a gap of 13% of female labor force participation relative to rural areas. This gap is very resilient. It's whether or not you control for district fixed effect, for instance, it doesn't matter. Whether you control for all the level of heterogeneity, well, you might think it's because women living in urban areas are different from those living in rural areas. Well, you control for that, it's very resilient. So this is a first very stable and robust observation. The second observation is that there is actually a non-monotonic dynamics by which as districts develop, as we consider more developed districts, both statements are correct. So here we are using repeated cross-section, and we do or do not control for district fixed effect. So what I'm saying here, it's through both comparing district and comparing the dynamic within each district. Well, as districts develop, we observe a decline of labor force participation, although if we allow for a quadratic term, we observe a reversal of that. So for a very urbanized and very developed district, the dynamics appear to go in the opposite direction. I want to show you in a graphical way what I mean. So this is another way of doing the analysis. Instead of running that specification, I do it in a non-parametric way. And I show that the regression coefficient is actually declining over the desires of economic development, meaning that more developed districts tend to have lower labor force participation, but at a high level of development, this type of dynamic reverts. So it appears that, for instance, in the richest, in the most developed decile, the participation is higher than in the 90%, and this is higher than in the 80%, etc. Of course, there is a little of movement around this. It's not perfect, but actually it's quite precisely identified. I also want to come back here and emphasize that the service share is actually unimportant. Here it even shows up as negative in some of the regressions, so more service oriented districts appear to have a lower female labor force participation, but this is one of the results that is actually very non-robust. So depending on the specification, it turns positive and negative, and most of the time it's insignificant. So our original conjecture doesn't seem to work well in the case of India. The second empirical fact I want to document is an income effect. So female labor supply is decreasing in husband's wage and education. So if I run the labor force participation on the log of the wage of the husband and on the education of the husband, I have a negative and significant coefficient, quite robust and also quite sizable. So an increase, a one standard deviation increase in the log wage husband is associated with a decrease in female labor force participation of 6 percentage points. So that means that this effect is really not only statistically significant, but also economically significant. And also the education of the husband, which typically is correlated with the wage, comes with a negative sign that could come as a surprise. It is true in both rural and urban areas. Okay, so this was about the labor force survey. What about time use? Well, as I said, female labor force participation might be a blurry concept, especially in rural areas. So we have information from the time use survey where we can measure the time use directly. And that allows us to organize the data also in a different way. So we consider as employment different forms of employment, time spent in employment, broken down in 4 categories. One is formal employment, so working in a firm or in the government. And then there are 2 categories, household employment and subsistence, that are part of this large area of informality. So owning a shop or farm or production of goods for own use is what we categorize as subsistence. There is also some time spent on searching or commuting. It's not a big share, so let me not say much about that. But we are going to consider all these hours together part of informal activities. And then we have other ways of spending time, which are not associated with employment. And in particular, we have own production, unpaid domestic services, caregiving, leisure, and also education. Now, if we analyze this, there are a lot of interesting information, but let me highlight one. Here is the gap between rural and urban. If anything in this classification, the gap is larger than the one I have given you through the previous regression, but in the same order of magnitude. And we see that it appears as if in rural areas, we already have many women that do not participate in the labor force, but also we have a large number of women that participate, over 40%, close the second bar, that participate in informal activity, very few informal jobs. When we move to urban areas, it is as if there is a big outflow out of the informal activities, small inflow into formal participation, and a large inflow into non-participation. Okay, so these are the broad facts, and our main contribution is to provide a theoretical explanation. We construct, to this aim, a model, and we are in the process of its estimation. So we have some preliminary estimation of it, but what I need to emphasize that this is somehow preliminary. So what are the ingredients? Well, the typical household model has some form of joint production for consumption and leisure. We are also going to allow for norms that somehow deter female labor force participation, and then we are going to ask the model if those are important. Own production can be provided by men and women, being imperfect substitutes, and leisure can also be provided by men and women. In this case, and then this is part of the estimation, if we find it to be complementary, it means that somehow men and women like to spend free time together inside the household. We have resource, budget constraint, where all the earnings enter and determine the consumption. And now we emphasizing that the possibility that the earning of women are discounted by an element that reflects labor market discrimination. The epsilons here reflect the productivities of the members of the household that can be different. So we introduce some form of heterogeneity, as it is natural. We see people having different earnings, but we allow the model to have an explicit role for discrimination. And most important, we make the assumption that you cannot work any number of hours in the formal jobs. If you work in the formal jobs, there is a minimum number of hours you have to work there. That turns out also to be important. Okay, so let me quickly highlight a couple of properties of the model. I start from this picture where I take on the vertical axis the husband's wage in the formal sector, and on the horizontal the wife's wage in the formal sector. If they work in the formal sector, they may decide not to, in fact. So the red dot shows that the starting point of this analysis is a situation where this is a poor household where both wife and husband decide to work in the informal sector. Their productivity in the formal sector is not high enough, or they cannot simply find one of those jobs. And now I'm going to hold constant the productivity of the wife, and I'm going to increase the husband's productivity. Oops, sorry. Here's what happens. So initially, as the husband becomes more, as I move towards more productive husband, the husband would move from informal to formal sector. That may or may not happen depending on the specification. But most important, at some point, the same woman stops working, because the income effect makes that the family gets organized according to different principles. There are also some norms and discrimination in the background, but that's this element of income effect that I was mentioning. So the fact that the household become richer and the potential wage of the woman is held constant leads to women exiting of the labor force. In this graph, the exercise is slightly different. I will keep, again, constant the wife's productivity in the formal sector, but I'm going to increase the formal sector wage, which would potentially impact on the earnings of both the man and the woman if they work in the formal sector. Here's what happens. Well, initially we have this, again, this potential transition out of the labor force. We enter this gray area, which is the area where women don't work. So this woman stops working when the formal sector wage is higher, because the husband would work in the formal sector and the woman would not work. If we continue to increase the productivity of the wage in the formal sector, then a woman will start working also. And then we would have eventually everyone working in the formal sector. Okay, so that somehow gives you an idea of how the theory works and how it explains these dynamics. I also want to give you a highlight of how discrimination in the labor market and norms work in this model. So here is a picture where I vary the gender gap in formal jobs in India, and on the vertical you see the share of time. Now, let me compare two scenarios with low and high discrimination in the labor market. And initially, let me do it in a situation where there are strong norms against women work. So as we increase the level of discrimination, we see women not working in the formal sector and starting instead having moving into home production and leisure, so essentially non-participation. If we weaken the norm and we do the same type of experiment, interestingly, the high discrimination scenario would be characterized by more participation of women, but participation in informal activities. Okay, since my time is soon over, well, let me show you also this graph. In this graph, I show how the norm against women working outside home would work. It's on the horizontal axis, and you should consider moving towards stronger norm against the women working is a movement to the left, as the arrow shows. And you see that, as you can expect, as this norm becomes stronger, participation of women decreases, and it is also related to the extent of labor market discrimination in the way you can imagine. Okay, so I have given you a sense of the properties of this model. Now I'm going to jump to the conclusion that when you actually parameterize this model in a way to best fit the data, you get a description of the reality that is quite close to the data. In fact, here in this slide, you see a comparison of the model prediction and the data. And you see the model prediction say that in rural area, we have this large chunk of informality. This is based on the time use data. And the model reproduces that. And the model also successfully reproduces the fact that in urban realities, where the formal wages are higher, but there is also an important element of labor market discrimination against women. Well, many women, by way of this income effect, and also importantly because of the inability of working flexibly a limited number of hours, then many women go out of the labor force, and the model is able of capturing this. There is also an increase in the formal employment, but that is more limited. Okay, so I'm going back to my initial picture. These are the data for India. I have told you of a model that has somehow many features that can be combined to get the actual picture. One of the implications here is that if we believe, as the data suggests, that in Indian cities, but not only in Indian cities, even if you take the variation over time within the same district, this is a fact that we observe in the regression I gave you before. Well, it might be the case that this decline has actually reached its bottom and is soon going to reverse. And I also told you that initially at the beginning there has been this uptick. So one could tend to say, oh, we already observed that. We are very cautious in making that statement because we think that there might be something more specific going on around that period. But I want to emphasize that this, trusting just this natural process of structural transformation may lead to a very slow change. So this change may take a lot of time, and policy makers may decide that they want to actually speed up this transformation because the level of participation of women is low, and the role in participation may affect also the role in society in a favorable way in a number of ways. So the theory highlights a number of possible interventions. One of them is the allowing flexible form of work arrangements in urban jobs in the formal sector. So somehow this would relate to the flexibility of contracts. Something that has been emphasized that I haven't talked about it is, this type of negative term that, it comes like a penalty for women working can be also associated with the cost of actually reaching the workplace. So safe public transportation in the rural area can actually be a very important factor. Any reform of reduction of labor market discrimination would, of course, speed up this transition, changing norms. So this is easy to say, perhaps, and less easy to implement. Well, economic growth itself, so the speed of economic growth will also have this process. But, somehow, because of the different effect in rural and in urban areas, one should not probably rely just on economic growth on its own. This is going to, again, be part of the slow dynamic. And with this, I thank you and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Fabrizio. That was both very informative, but also was actually a very nice conclusion to the day where many of the themes that you talked about, especially on the last slide, have come out throughout the day. Let me open it now for any questions or quick comments from the audience, just to give you a sense, Fabrizio, since I guess you're not in this room, we have a lot of young students from different kind of programs here, and then some faculty members as well. So it's largely a research-oriented audience here. Any questions? So, yeah. Just introduce yourself as well.
Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for that presentation. I am Lavanya. I am an RA at Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore. I have also been working with the PLFS lately, and as you mentioned that the states which have higher rates of growth also have higher female unemployment. But somewhere in my study, it came out that it's not necessarily a bad thing because, like, suppose, for example, in the state of Kerala, where women's education is very high, women are pursuing masters at least at the bare minimum, they're not able to find jobs commensurate to their educational qualification. So what would you like to comment on that? That like maybe the labor market is not providing them concomitant jobs which are which do justice to the degrees that they have, rather than being some social factor involved in it. Thank you.
Maybe we'll take another couple of questions together.
Hi Peter, I'm Saudamini Das. I'm from Institute of Economic Growth in Delhi. I really liked your finding on labor force participation and economic growth. Here what you are getting is something very similar to the Kuznets curve. You know, that's the inverse of the Kuznets curve that you are, showing over here. Very interesting and, very strongly theoretically linked to the Kuznets hypothesis. So, there we say with economic growth, inequality increases and then it comes down. And here you say that women labor force participation decreases and then goes up. So, like the mechanisms, I think really one needs to see what is making it work, why it is going down, and then okay, economic effect, you say income effect is partially responsible for that. But I think here I would say that it's the same cohort whose labor force participation is increasing as the economic growth. So maybe the mother sacrificed, but the children, when they're growing up, then the next generation's economic labor force participation is growing up. So so is there a scope that you can give this type of explanation to your finding?
Maybe we'll take if there's one more. Oh, Fabrizio, why don't you answer this too, and then we can do another quick round.
Yeah. Right. Well, first question. I would say that the question is whether with equal level of employment, women can find the same type of jobs that men can find. And again, my impression from looking at the data is that yes, education helps. Certainly, it increases the participation of women in formal labor markets. But still, there are various forms of discrimination, being it in the wage they receive or in the hours they work, that suggests that there is a kind of complicated interaction also with the set of norms. So in general, this is part of what we find in our other earlier studies. The return to education is not very high in India, relative to China, for instance. Which is per se maybe an element of concern, but there is still this. I believe that it is an important factor in the process of economic growth altogether. But my impression is that this again, this potential that women, high educated women, could bring to the economy and to the society of India is still highly unexploited, as you hint. The second question, yes, there is an analogy with the Kuznets curve. So when you have this type of dynamics that are not monotonic and somehow first it grows and then decline, or first decline and it grows. I would say that there is another analogy that, one mechanical reading of the Kuznets curve would be, well, we should tolerate increasing inequality because at some point it will come down, it comes with economic development. And I would say that that process is both very slow and also very uncertain. So I'm not fond of saying, I would not like the conclusion of my paper to be read as well. Let's just be patient. Because again, we may still have a long way in in most areas of India, we observe a decline in labor force participation. And so I think that this, from the way I see the process of economic growth, it is a process that needs to be guided and aided by policy. And the same is true with the Kuznets curve. The variation that comes from institutional factor dominates over this overall pattern that, yes, it's there, but it's actually characterized by a lot of variation, variability, and so I wouldn't rely somehow on a mechanistic explanation.
Sorry, I had a last. Yeah, hi, my name is Akash. I'm a PhD student at UC San Diego. I was wondering actually what the conclusion of the model was about welfare in general. Like, are women in urban areas, like I think you mentioned about the labor force participation, but is their overall welfare higher? Are they consuming more leisure? Like, what did you find on that end of like urban versus rural?
Right, you point at an important question because here, when you, with this type of model, you do welfare question, you typically don't question the preferences. And so, this is just a model of labor supply. And so, aside of distortion, in particular the labor market distortion that would introduce a wedge, everything would be, in a sense, efficient. The question is whether norms about female role that, for the sake of the analogies we put into the preferences, should be also used in a welfare measure. So you should say, well, perhaps we want to question that. And so for this reason, we for the moment we have refrained from using standard categories of welfare, and one could do it in different ways. You could say, well, of course, people choose that because it's optimal from their point of view. Is there a way in which we can think about the future of societies? And I guess one would have to introduce either some type of externalities or process of that are dynamics, like accumulation of human capital. Maybe this situation deters women from taking even more education than they are already doing. So.
Well, thank you, Fabrizio. That was a very nice final talk for the day for us. So we very much appreciate your getting up early in the morning. So thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing the next iteration.
Thank you, Rain. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the enlightening presentation, and thank you so much, Professor Pandey. As we conclude what has been an incredibly insightful and enriching day, on behalf of Institute of Economic Growth, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of today's event. A special thank you to our distinguished speakers, panelists, for their invaluable insights and stimulating discussions, and a heartfelt thanks to our audience for their active participation. We are particularly appreciative of our co-organizers and their teams, including the Inclusion Economics India Center, the Yale Economic Growth Center, and Yale Inclusion Economics. Lastly, I want to recognize the hard work of IG's team, our Director, Professor Chetan Ghate, Director's Office, Dr. Sandhya Ghar, Dr. Sukhdeep Singh, IG volunteers, and the IG admin staff. Thank you all once again for your support and participation. I would now like to call upon Aishwarya to provide some brief closing remarks.
Well, it's been a long and rich day. I hope you're just flooded with ideas and are thinking about your next research project and investigation. There are many people who are responsible for putting an event like this together. So we have many people to thank. Archana has already done a round, but I must do another. First, I'll start with some colleagues who are not here. Colleagues from the Economic Growth Center and Yale Inclusion Economics more broadly, who have helped in the months leading up to this. A special thanks to our colleagues, Ayush, Jonathan, Eric, who is here, and Vestal, who isn't here, for all helping support, put this event together and sort of run the day. Very special thanks to the Institute of Economic Growth, our colleagues Archana, Sandhya, who's right there, Sukhwinder and others who joined today, but also so many thanks, Dr. Ghate, for all of your support and participation in bringing together this very, an incredible group of people to discuss these topics today. So our sincere, sincere thanks. I hope there's many more to come. A huge thanks today to the Inclusion Economics India Center. This group lifted the bulk of the kind of planning and organization to have a successful conference. And so I'm going to thank many colleagues. It's a large team who's helped today. I'll start with Rehan, Rajesh Surana, Shailja, Aman, Shudh Satna, Shivangi, Shivani, Satya, Anay, Urvi, Harsh, Ramanujan, Rajesh Sharma, Satyam, Ankit, Roshni, Prema, and our three wonderful colleagues who kind of held this. Ayushi, if you want to stand up where you are, there she is. A huge shout out to Ayushi for all the work in planning. Urmi, another large, she will sit down, but she's right here, and she's been a great contributor. And of course, Vinay Nagaraju, who's also sitting, but please accept, thanks for a wonderful, wonderful and rich day. Many thanks to, our speakers and panelists who have made this a priority and spent their time with us. But I really do hope this is part of a larger project, like you heard, the Gender and Growth Gaps effort, and we plan to keep at these issues, coming back to them. I think that is one of the unusual aspects of this project, that we want to keep at it year after year to see what we're learning and where we can push more. So we invite you to join us in that journey. Please visit the event webpage. We'll have all the materials up there for you to refer to going forward, and feel free to kind of engage with these topics in your own work. Thanks very much. Thank you. And two other quick announcements. We have a little tea, a high tea outside, so please stay, talk more. And for all the IEG and IEIC inclusion economics staff, please come here so we can take a small photo before we conclude the day. Thank you all.